Testing, testing, testing. I got an echo in my microphone. Can y'all hear the echo? Oh, I know what this is. I know what's going on. I know what's going on. God damn it. Testing, testing, testing. Um, testing. God damn it. I don't know how to turn this thing off. Hold on, mess with this thing. Testing, testing. All right, there we go. There we go. Messed up. Can y'all hear me? All right, all right, all right. My goodness. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Good morning, good morning, good morning, y'all. All right, all right. Shout out to the chat. We here, we here. Hit the like button if you haven't already. Hit the like button if you haven't already. Good morning. So we got a trial that's going on. We got a trial that's going on that I want to catch up with. Uh, it just started. They on the second day of the trial. Today should make the third day, and then I guess today Friday, so Monday they're gonna start fresh. So I'm gonna take that time to catch up with this trial. This way on Monday, I'll be able to watch it in real time while it's happening. Now, this is the trial of uh, the murder of 8-year-old uh, Secoriea Turner. Uh, what we're gonna do today is we're gonna find out exactly what happened, what led up to. We're gonna find out about the shooting, which took place, which tragically ended her life. We're gonna find out what the police officers found out. We're gonna see when they got the suspects when the suspects got arrested, when the suspects whatever plea they took, whether they pled guilty or not. And we're gonna get all the way up caught up till now. We're gonna make sure we get caught up all the way till now. So that's where we at. And I'm gonna give y'all a little summary. I'm gonna give you a little summary of what it is of what happened. So Rashad, forgot his name. Somebody police brutality, something to do with a Rashawn something. We'll get the names as we go through this. But it was a police brutality killing or something like that, and there was a lot of protesting, and people, citizens, blocked the streets, and this particular car, which had a mother, a father, and a child in there, was trying to drive in the direction where the protesters said they didn't want them to go, and they got into an argument with the crowd, people in the crowd, and something led to a situation where somebody or some people opened fire on the car, killing the little 8-year-old girl, and nobody knew who did it. Rayshard Brooks. Thank you, Yvonne. Rayshard Brooks was the person who was killed uh, by police and in the Wendy's, and this all took place around the Wendy's area, around the Wendy's. So that's the summary. The police was able to identify two suspects, which they later was able to apprehend, and those suspects have been in custody, going through court, and the trial has officially started for one of the suspects. So we're gonna catch up right now. Let me get the videos. Let me get the videos. So first we're gonna go through learning how it unfolded as it unfolded. So first things first, the shooting happened. The news reported it. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. So we're gonna go straight to the news.
We are on top of breaking news this morning. Investigators are busy across Atlanta this morning after several shootings last night and into the morning. A very violent night indeed. One of the shootings killed a child. CBS 46's Ayani Hughes is live at APD headquarters with more on what we know about this. Ayani.
Good morning, Megan. Like you said, unfortunately, it was a night of chaos yesterday. A lot of people who wanted to enjoy their celebration with fireworks and normal July 4th celebrations weren't able to do that. Reports say that there were at least a dozen shootings that happened across Atlanta last night, one including where a girl was shot and killed. Now, police responded to a shooting call around 9:50 last night, where they say an 8-year-old girl was shot multiple times. The shooting happened on University Avenue, the same general area where Rayshard Brooks was killed back in June. Police say the girl was the passenger in a car that got off the interstate. The car was headed down University Avenue and was stopped by armed protesters near the intersection of University and Pryor Road. Now, at some point, police say an altercation broke out and then came the gunfire. That's when the child was shot.
There are going to be some witnesses who saw this entire incident, and those are the people that we would really appreciate if they would come forward and speak to us.
And she was quickly taken to AMC, where she unfortunately did not survive. Now, again, this is an active investigation, and police are asking for anyone with any information that could help in this case to call APD. For now, we're live at APD headquarters. Ayani Hughes, CBS 46 News.
Multiple times. So what we're hearing is that armed protesters were on the streets, stopping people from driving or going wherever they wanted to go. And all on the heels of the Rayshard Brooks case, and it led to this. I don't know how or what words could have been said to make them open fire on the car, whoever did it. But it seems like that's what um, they gathered so far. So if you know how these things go, anytime you have a child uh, shot, you know the mayor is coming. Okay. Anytime you have a child killing or anything like that, the mayor got to show up. So, major press conference over this uh, immediately. The mayor of Atlanta. This happened in Atlanta. So, this is the mother and family of young Secoriea. They're gonna give us an update on exactly what exactly happened. So here's the press conference. I'm gonna speed it up a little bit.
Good evening, and thank you all for being here. I am joined by council members Cleta Winslow, Carla Smith, George Shepard, Chair of the Public Safety Committee, Chief Rodney Bryant, and the family of Secoriea Turner. The last few press conferences I have given have been regarding challenges that we have had with interactions with our police officers and with our communities. The last being the shooting death of Rayshard Brooks. Secoriea Turner was shot and killed last night. And that was not by the hands of a police officer. It was by the hands of a coward. Cowards who are still out and about in our community. This happened at University and Pryor, near the Wendy's where Rayshard Brooks was killed a few weeks ago. Following the death of Rayshard Brooks, there have been a number of protests in the area, and there have been challenges with the streets being closed off by many other protesters. The day after the funeral of Rayshard Brooks, we went into the area and removed the barriers, so we thought. Last night, some people put the barriers back up. I received a notice about 45 minutes to an hour that the barriers were back up before I received the message that little Secoriea had been shot and killed. We talked a lot about what we are demanding from our officers in our communities. We protested, we've demonstrated, we've been angry, we've cried, we've demanded action. Well, now we're demanding action for Secoriea Turner and for all of the other people who were shot in Atlanta last night and over the past few weeks, because the reality is this: these aren't police officers shooting people on the streets of Atlanta. These are members of the community shooting each other. And in this case, it is the worst possible outcome. There were 2 other people who were actually shot and killed last night and several others. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. We have talked about this movement that's happening across America in this moment in time where we have the ears and the interest of people across this country and across this globe who are saying they want to see change. But the difference in this moment in time with the civil rights movement, there was a defined common enemy. So we're fighting the enemy within when we are shooting each other up on our streets in the city, and you shot and killed a baby. And it wasn't one shooter, there were at least 2 shooters. Crazy. An 8-year-old baby. If you want people to take us seriously, and you don't want us to lose this movement, then we can't lose each other in this. And there are peaceful demonstrators across this city and across this country. And I applaud them and I thank them for being peaceful and for honoring the lives of so many people who have been killed in America because of injustice. That's an important movement that's happening. But this random wild, wild west, shoot them up because you can, it's gotta stop. It has to stop. You can't blame this on a police officer. You can't say that this is about criminal justice reform. This is about some people carrying some weapons who shot up a car with an 8-year-old baby in the car. For what? And I wish that I could stand here as mayor and tell you what the answers are and what the solutions are. But it's simple. Just We got to stop this. We are doing each other more harm than any police officer on this force. We've had over 75 shootings in this city over the past several weeks. You can't blame that on APD. So I'm just asking you to please honor this baby's life. Please, if you know who did this, please turn them in. These people are a danger to all of us. And people have talked about people walking with carrying weapons at University and Pryor, and it's very serious, but the reality is this: Georgia is an open carry state. So the sad part is that they can walk around with weapons this long down our streets because the law in Georgia says that they can do it.
For what though? Why they need these big guns to walk down the street? I don't.
So you got people walking down the street with weapons this long.
Why?
Because Georgia law says it's
a regular
okay.
Handgun can't do, like, where you going with that? For what?
If you know who is out there, and not just Secoriea, everybody else who got shot last night and who's been shot over the past several weeks.
Why you need to be outside walking around with that?
You cannot be silent.
For what?
Your silence will not protect you. And what I want to see from us, I want to see the same anger and outrage. I want us to see it on behalf of Secoriea and all the other people and children who are getting shot in our streets. It's a lot of change that has to happen across this country. And police reform is a big part of it. But we also got to reform our own communities. An 8-year-old girl was killed last night because her mother was riding down the street. You don't want somebody on the streets who would shoot into a car randomly. If you know them, you need to turn them in. If you think you know anything, you need to speak it and you need to say it. Because if Secoriea was not safe last night, none of us are safe. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Bryant for additional information.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be speaking specifically to the incident that occurred last night. Last night at around 9:50 p.m., officers were dispatched to a person shot in the area of University Avenue and I-75-85. The call advised they were heading to Atlanta Medical with the shooting victim. Upon arrival at Atlanta Medical Center, officers met the occupant of the vehicle and determined the shooting victim was an 8-year-old child. The child received treatment at the hospital but did not survive her injuries. The preliminary investigation indicates the victim was riding in a vehicle with her mother and adult friend when they exited the interstate to University Avenue. The driver was attempting to enter the parking lot at 1238 Pryor Road when he was confronted by a group of armed individuals who had blocked the entrance. At some point, someone in the group opened fire on the vehicle, striking it multiple times, striking the child who was inside. The driver, yes, ma'am. The driver then drove to Atlanta Medical Center for help. Atlanta Police homicide investigators are working to determine the circumstances surrounding the shooting and to identify the suspect at this time. The investigation continues. We need the public's help in finding and arresting the people involved in this senseless act of violence. An innocent child lost her life, and this cannot be tolerated in the city of Atlanta. We're asking that the community reach out and contact Crime Stoppers and give us any information that they may have as it relates to this incident. Again, we cannot tolerate this level of lawlessness. We cannot tolerate losing a child from the city of Atlanta. We have to do a better job as a community, as a police department, and as the citizens that live in this city. We can do better. We will do better. And as I spoke to the mother earlier, I assured her that we will work diligently to ensure that we bring these perpetrators to justice.
And this happened in 2020.
I want to touch on something else before I turn it over to Secoria's parents. We had a lot going on in Atlanta last night. Our 911 system was flooded last night. We had people trying to burn down a Georgia State Patrol building last night. And it's my understanding that we now have people marching to one of our zones. When all of this is happening all at one time, even when we have all of our officers show up, which, by the way, they did last night. We didn't have any massive sick-outs last night. It begins to stretch our resources thin. And so I just want to remind everyone out there who is interested in participating in peaceful protest in the same way that protests happened throughout the civil rights movement. There was a time to go and there was a time to pull back. So if you are a part of a protest or a demonstration that looks like it's going the wrong way, that's your time to pull back because you are no longer a part of the solution. You are a part of the problem. There are thousands of people who are gathering peacefully to try and effectuate change in this country. And then there are those who are wreaking havoc.
Opportunists.
And they are doing it to the detriment of us all. In this case, it is to the detriment of the life of an 8-year-old child. So if you want to take a history lesson about how you make change, if you don't have time to read a book, go watch Selma, the movie.
Huh.
Think about when they got on the bridge and they got ready to walk over the bridge, and Dr. King said something's not right, and they turned around and they walked back.
That's not what happened.
There may be times during this movement that's happening that you need to turn around and walk back. Because if you are a part of these gatherings that are becoming disruptive and becoming deadly, then on your hands too is the blood of Secoriea Turner.
I'm sorry.
So I ask you all.
Is that what they put in Selma? Is that how they explained it in Selma? That Dr. King felt, hey, something ain't right. Let's turn back. Is that what they put in that movie? Yeah. Yeah. I hope they didn't put that in that movie. That's not what happened.
Please continue to gather peacefully. But if it looks like it is turning into something more than a peaceful gathering, please remove yourselves so that we can identify who the people are amongst us wreaking havoc and killing our children. Right. Mr. Williamson and Ms. Turner, did you all want to say anything?
Help me, help my baby. She was only 8 years old. Right now it's 30 minutes after the 6. She would have been on TikTok dancing in her phone. Just got finished eating. We understand the frustration of Rayshard Brooks. We understand. We ain't got nothing to do with it. We innocent. We didn't mean no harm. My baby didn't mean no harm. Somebody knows something.
They say Black Lives Matter. You killed your own. Killed your own this time. Just because of barrier. They killed my baby because she crossed the barrier and made a U-turn. You killed a child. She ain't do nothing to nobody.
They started shooting on my car before we could even make a U-turn. Shooting my tires out. Like, why?
But Black Lives Matter.
She said they shot at the car before they could even make the U-turn. They shot the tires out.
My baby was shot in her bed.
Killing your own.
Nobody there to help
You
me.
killed an 8-year-old child.
Nobody.
She ain't did nothing to now one of y'all. She just wanted to get home to see her cousin. That's all she wanted to do. She just wanted to get home.
This is sad. Like I
Shot in my own.
yeah. Heartbreaking for real.
No, and the sad irony of this, you all watched the video of Rayshard Brooks. He talked about wanting to get home for his daughter's 8th birthday.
The irony. Now, this girl died at 8 years old. The Rayshard Brooks guy, he wanted to get home for his 8-year-old's birthday. He died before he could make it to her birthday. This girl died at 8 years old. Like, wow. And they've been killing all weekend in Atlanta that weekend. This is July 4th weekend, 2020. They was killing all weekend that week. I blame YSL. Me personally, this is my opinion. I say Young Thug is the reason for all this that's been going on. I might be wrong. But that's my opinion.
Nice birthday. We ain't doing that thing. We didn't do anything.
Let me just tell you all about this Wendy's location. The time for this.
I just want to say something on behalf of our family. We're going to get through this because we are just that, a family. Whoever did this, we asking the public, we are pleading, call Crime Stoppers, call Atlanta Homicide. If you're in a different county, DeKalb County, call DeKalb County Homicide. If you see this person in a vehicle, get a tag number, something. We are pleading with you to come forward for this. We are pleading. This is a child life gone too soon. We are pleading. Anybody, if you know anybody that knows somebody that know this person's a person, please, we beg you. We beg you, please, please. Let's do this, bring this in for justice. If you out there and you hear this plea for a family to be able to sleep better at night because Secoriea, my 8-year-old beautiful niece, got taken away out of nothing, I ask you to please just turn yourself in. Please, turn yourself in. This is your friend, your neighbor, your cousin. Please, please. We urge you, we beg you, please. Call Crime Stoppers. Call Atlanta Police, DeKalb County Police, whatever police. Call somebody so we can get this case settled and get justice for Secoriea. Please. Thank you. Thank you.
So we had, as I mentioned, sent people in the day after the funeral to begin to clean the area out. At the request of Councilmember Shepherd, our public safety chair, and our city council president, we had not completely closed the Wendy's location yet, given an opportunity to have discussions, giving them an opportunity to have discussions with the people who were still at the Wendy's. Well, we're not having any more discussions. It's over.
Over. No more
It's over.
discussions, man. No more talk.
We're
No
not
more
going to keep,
talk.
we're not doing this.
We're not
It's
negotiating
over.
with terrorists.
So again, I tell you,
Y'all
if you
shooting
are
children,
looking to
bro.
be a part of a solution and not a problem, then you're going to have to clear out of that area. Because it's discussion and mediation, and it's over. At the point that an 8-year-old baby is killed, the discussions have ended. Do you have anything else?
Excuse me. As the mayor stated, last night we had a unique night as it related to what occurred during the 4th of July. We actually had 6 incidents involving shootings where 23 individuals were actually struck, and out of the 3, we had out of 23, we had 3 homicides. And that was a very challenging night for us last night. Additionally, we had a traffic fatality and assisted, as the mayor stated, Georgia State Patrol as it relates to the incidents that occurred at their troopers' headquarters. And the mayor stated it clearly that our posture has changed as a result of how we will handle certain given situations. Again, we are in full support of those who are willingly to protest peacefully. But once we recognize that an individual is violating the law, we will assure you that we will take action. We cannot be in a space. It is clear that even in some of these peaceful protesters, that there are those that are infiltrating that with a whole different agenda. I think the mayor stated it clearly that one of the things that we must do for those that are in those peaceful protests is to separate themselves and point out those agitators and the people that are not part of their protests. That has been the most difficult thing for us to be able to do, is to manage a peaceful protest that is being overtaken by violent actors or agitators. And so going forward, we'll continue to support any level of peaceful protest. But once those protests start to take a different direction, we have no other alternative but to take action and address that accordingly. And that will be the stance that the Atlanta Police will take going forward. Thank you.
Is there any questions? Well, the reality is this: we have multiple peaceful protests each day. So it actually is not getting worse and worse. It's been getting better. But then we have these flare-ups, like the flare-up we had with the people trying to burn down the state patrol last night. And so I would say for every 100 gatherings, then we have an incident. And, you know, it's frustrating because then we have to start diverting resources. And, you know, I just think it's time for all of us to take responsibility and to be responsible during this time. This is not the time for us to pull back on the number of people we have on the street. This is not the time for us to throw up our hands and say we're you know, everybody needs to be responsible during this time. I'll just say that.
Justin, can you
and that goes from every single elected official down to all of our police officers. And again, last night, all of our officers.
Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me clearly. I just messed with my mic settings. Got to make sure it ain't messed up.
Showed up. You know, and there have been these questions about whether or not I support our officers. I continue to support our officers. I've never stopped supporting our officers. I appreciate the jobs that they do, and I've said it repeatedly. When my nephew was murdered in a case of mistaken identity,
Thank you.
who did I call on? I called on APD to help solve his murder. So I personally know how important our officers are. And I met Chief Ryan when he was my zone commander in Zone 4. So I know what a good working relationship with our communities look like, and I continue to support that. But it's a tough time in our communities right now, and it's a tough time on our officers right now. We're catching it from every single side. And I just go back to something one of our student activists said during a meeting I had with them. He said, we got to stop having this us versus them conversation. This is a we conversation. For us to get out of this where we are, this is we. This is all of us working together saying we all perhaps have fallen short and can do better. But it is extremely frustrating to have the entire nation, this diverse gathering of people, proclaiming that Black Lives Matter. And then you have 2 black men shoot a baby in the backseat of a car. That's frustrating. And I'm just saying, all of us, we all have to do better. We all have to do better. And this is not about the people who are gathering peacefully. This is about the people who are standing by where people are wreaking havoc and killing children, innocent people in our communities. So let me just address that, and our city attorney is here, so she'll correct me if I'm wrong. You know, and I'm very mindful of bringing this up about the historic pay raise that we gave the police officers, because I don't want anyone to think that I think this is about us paying more money. But the point of my bringing that up is that I didn't have the support of a single police union in the city, state, or country. When I came in, I felt like our officers were underpaid when I came in as mayor, and they deserve more money because they shouldn't have to work 3 jobs, and they should be able to go home to their families and not be fatigued and resentful about policing in our city.
Hold on.
So that was the commitment that I made. Even when
Hold on, yeah. What's going on here? Um, How did this happen? How did this happen? Are we good? Okay, we good. I don't know. I was trying to figure out why a rabbit bot didn't do what it's supposed to do. All right, we good now. Sorry about that, people. All right, and we're back.
they didn't agree with me being the mayor, that commitment stands. But the reality is that
I fixed him.
as mayor, I have the authority to hire and fire every single employee that we have. That's the reality of my being mayor. And the union that says it represents our officers don't even have a formalized agreement with the city. There is no collective bargaining agreement. As a courtesy, which I think is an important courtesy, we allow them to say that they represent our officers. But I think with that comes a responsibility. So you claim it's politics, but yet you have someone running for Senate at your press conference. That's what the union did. So I said it and I'll say it again. I made the decision to fire the officers, which as mayor and the CEO of the city in charge of 8,000 plus employees was my prerogative. Paul Howard made the decision to charge the officers. Paul Howard did not consult with me. He made that decision. And people can go to the polls and express how they feel about that decision in a few weeks. What I've also said is that in addition to those use of force cases, there are at least 17 other ones that have been sitting on Paul's desk for over a year. My request is deal with those use of force cases as well. Because in the same way, Rayshard Brooks' family wanted swift action, the college students' families want swift action, Jimmy Atchison's family is waiting, Oscar Kane's family is waiting, and the 15 other ones sitting on the desk. So to the extent that I have inserted politics in any of this is because I'm a duly elected official as mayor. And that responsibility includes the firing of employees, which I made that decision. I will own that decision. That is not an indictment of our entire police force. In fact, my mother used to work at the police academy. I have a great deal of respect and regard for our police officers. But what happened last night with this little girl, what about police officers pulling back? Nobody pulled back. Everybody showed up last night, and I appreciate it. Because even in the midst of how our officers are feeling right now, they're still showing up and they're still doing an honest day's work. This is about some people who don't have any respect for life and a life of a child. That didn't have anything to do with our police officers last night. Yes. Well, you know, the interesting thing about that, Scott, I rode past there this week. I rode past there about 9:30 one day this week. There were just a few people out there. There were some people, there were some tents up. There were some people walking through the parking lot, looking around. I rode through University, you know, I was able to get through. So it's been these flare-ups. So, you know, based on what Secoria's mother said, somebody shot from Wendy's and from the parking lot of the package store. So even had the Wendy's been completely cleared out, somebody opened fire in the parking lot of the package store. You know, I mean, I have 4 kids. My youngest are 9. So, I mean, this is terrible. I cannot begin to imagine the pain that those parents are going through. But even if nobody were in that Wendy's parking lot, somebody in that package store parking lot shot that little girl in the back seat. I'm going to let Chief Bryant speak to that. But again, I'm just reminding you all, Georgia has an open carry law. Unless somebody is pointing a gun or doing something unlawful with that gun, that simply because they're walking around with this gun doesn't give us probable cause to stop them. But I'm going to let Chief Bryant speak to that. And Nina, I don't know if you have anything to add to that, but.
So as it relates to how things were set up last night, we got the report that they had begun to put items into the street. Prior to that, we had not had any reported incident that they were doing this. Based on the information of evidence that we have collected, is not determined. We can't fully determine if they had actually crossed that barrier or they were approaching a barrier, but they were attempting to get into the package store. What we do know is based on the information that the mother gave, they were challenged as they were trying to enter into the package store. So if they actually crossed the barricades, that's undetermined at this time because the investigation is continuing. However, and as well as the mother actually left the scene to take her child to the hospital. So they weren't actually on the scene for us to really have a investigation there. But we will be able to flesh that out during our investigation. So that it puts us in a very unique space because the property at Wendy's is actually private property. It's not in the street. I can assure you that we are not allowing anyone to enter the city street and block any streets going forward. That will not happen. We are continuing to monitor that throughout the night to make sure that I'm kept abreast to make sure that street remains clear. We do have some vague description of the suspects at this time. We are looking over video, gathering video information so we can take a look at that. Whatever we have, you will be assured that we'll push it out so that we can get the assistance of you and the public at hand.
I just, let me clarify something, because I know you all will come back and ask about this. Chief Bryant said we didn't have any reported blockings of the street. So the first time this week that I got a message that the street was blocked was about 45 minutes to an hour before the shooting. So that's not to say they hadn't blocked it, but nobody has reported it. And also 911 was flooded last night. So it was very difficult, especially, and this is just something for the public to keep in mind. If you call 911, don't hang up. Because sometimes people will hang up, call back, hang up, call back. It's going to put you in queue. Just hold on a couple of minutes and give an operator an opportunity to pick up. Yeah. Yeah, I would have to look back because I looked at it when I talked to Chief Bryant about Secoriea. I said, I just got this message that, so what was that, about 8:45 or so? 9:45. Yeah, so I got the message maybe about around 8:45 or so that a report had just come in, they had put the barricades up, and then about 45 minutes later, I got the call about the shooting. Because it made me go back and look at the message. I thought I just got a message on this. And I thought that the two were, at that point, I thought the two were two related messages that I was getting. I don't know. Can you all speak to that? Okay.
Mm-hmm. So, as a council member in that area, Wendy's is in my district. We had the community residents, and if you don't know, the neighborhoods, that's Reynolds-town, that neighborhood, I'm sorry, not Reynolds-town, Peoplestown. That's Peoplestown. So I had pulled together a collaboration working with Ms. Smith to begin to talk to the folks in the neighborhood in terms of their specifics on that. That included ministers also. We then began to go down and actually on the site and have began to interact with the folks who were actually on their site. And what Mayor Bottoms is saying is true. The folks there, we talked to them, had conversations with them in terms of what their needs were, what was their concerns, all of that. What we also did was we talked to them, we told them our concerns, and our concerns was very specific. the concern around the fact that the streets, there was danger. Folks who live in that community were scared to drive down University Avenue. That was one of the biggest concerns we told them, and that we just could not accept that. The police department, a couple of weeks ago, I believe, week before last, actually stopped that from happening. And the next step was working with them is to say, and I have been talking to Wendy's along with the mayor's office in terms of actually securing the spot because folks was coming in and out of the Wendy's. So we began to have that conversation with them also. So some of the people out there were young men who were folks who basically just gathered out there. They started gathering out there as a result of the protest. There's a whole. I've been out there for weeks and weeks. There's a whole different element of the original people who were out there. The people who remained out there at this point were people who some of them were friends of Rayshard Brooks. Some of them was even relatives of Rayshard Brooks. And some of them were folks who were basically saying that they supported Rayshard. So that was a cadre of them. And their position was that they were policing the site because they were not the ones who actually was doing the shooting. They were not the one that was doing the protesting that was violent. So we began to have this dialogue with them and began to have conversation with them. And I was sharing the information with the mayor's office along with Wendy's in terms of how could we talk about some of the things that could possibly happen. Unfortunately, by the end of this past week, that communication broke down. There was mistrust issues. They stopped talking to me. We've been talking to the mayor about how we was going to go forth within the next week, barricading off the site. So we've been having conversations.
Wow.
There's a cadre of neighborhoods who still want to continue to have dialogue because we want to let people know in our communities and all of our communities here that this is our neighborhood. Some of the people who were out there were not people who actually had an address that was around the surrounding community. So these are folks who were just gathering there, other than some of the folks from the Brooks family and some other people. So, but they were people that we actually had a dialogue with.
Well, hold on. Chief Slaughter, I'm sorry, Fire Chief Slaughter is here. Is there anything you need to add? I know, Michael, you're about to pass out. I see you.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I would like to extend my condolences to the family. Really breaks my heart. What I would like to add is just I would like to remind everyone that the debris is actually very dangerous. And I was having conversations with Councilmember Shepherd last week. The people should really be careful as debris off gas for 3 to 4 weeks. And I was actually advising Councilmember Shepherd that I believe that the people actually should leave. And so I can't overstate the fact that I think it's a dangerous environment. That's all that I have, Mayor. Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. Going all the way back to the first Friday, it's been a very, very dangerous environment for our firefighters to have to respond under those conditions. If you can remember the night when the Wendy's burned, we actually had bricks and other debris thrown at the fire apparatus as they attempted to approach and actually extinguish the fire. So no firefighters are trained to fight fire under riot conditions. That's just not something we train them to do. So yeah, it does add an extra element of danger on top of an already dangerous situation, to the degree that I've had to mandate the firefighters to wear the body armor that we issued them a couple of years ago. So yeah, absolutely, that's a great question. Very dangerous for the firefighters to respond into these environments. Yes, it is, because the safety of our firefighters is paramount. For me as fire chief, if their degree of hazard outweighs any element of good that we can do by responding on in, I'm absolutely not gonna let them respond, especially if we can pretty well determine that there's no one trapped in the building. And that night at that Wendy's, we were pretty sure that no one was trapped inside. And so to allow those firefighters to continue to respond and risk their lives would have been really irresponsible and inappropriate. We have not, and I met with the command staff and we determined, especially in light of the fact that it's a very active and open investigation, that it would not be appropriate for us to be over there on site at this time. Actually, as stated earlier, it was a really busy night. It was planned for them to go by, but we were addressing more prior urgent matters during that time. But that's why we got the text, so that we know that officers had to address that matter as well. Thank you.
All right, well, all right. So that seems to be the end of that press conference. All right, we're catching up. The next time they have a press conference is when they gathered some more information and they came up with a suspect. They have a suspect. Well, let me not say a suspect. They have leads and they have a person of interest. So this is when they revealed the information that they have a person of interest.
Wanted to come. When you all are ready, I'm ready. I would like to say I take credit for it, but It was one that I had to purchase, and I like it as well. Thank you. We're ready? All right, I'm Interim Chief Rodney Bryan of the City of Atlanta Police Department. Wanted to come to you today and give you some information about the incident that occurred on 4th of July involving Secoriea Turner. We thought that it was important that we get this information out to the community as soon as we possibly can so that we can get resolution on this case. I thought that it was also important that I come before you to let you know that the men and women of the Atlanta Police Department are continuously working very hard in these streets to make sure that we curb the level of violence that we saw over the weekend. These men and women come to work every day dedicated to make sure that this city remains safe. And so there has been some level of progress in this case. And I'll turn it over to Lieutenant Malecki to let you know exactly where we are as a result of this particular case. I'm sorry.
Words lost you there.
Thank you, Chief. I'm Lieutenant Pete Malecki, and I'm the commander of the Atlanta Police Homicide Unit. This is Detective Shepard, and he is the lead detective assigned to this case. First and foremost, on behalf of the Atlanta Police Department, I'd like to offer sincere condolences and prayers to the family of 8-year-old Secoriea Turner. But in this instance, that's not enough. So in just a moment, I'm going to present to you a short video clip as well as a flyer. And at that point, I'm going to plead for the assistance with the public in helping us get a person of interest identified in this case. On July 4th, at around 9:45 p.m., Secoriea Turner was the passenger of a 2016 Jeep Cherokee. That vehicle was traveling westbound down University Avenue when it came across a makeshift roadblock that was manned by numerous armed individuals. The driver of that vehicle attempted to go around that roadblock, at which point that vehicle was immediately met by gunfire, resulting in the death of an 8-year-old child.
Damn.
Please play that video. 8 seconds. Sure.
Man.
We'll play it. We'll play it.
What is listen, ladies and gentlemen, why do you need, I'm not saying you can't own such a gun. Why do you need to just be walking down the street with something that big? For what? Just to go to the store? I think that they should at least regulate just why somebody. You see the size of that gun?
Again for you momentarily. So as you can see, this is one of several individuals who are a person of interest in this case. I'm confident that somebody knows the name of this male. And with a simple phone call, an individual can earn a $20,000 reward being offered through Atlanta Crime Stoppers. In addition, it's the opportunity to do the right thing. Although we have a lot of work to do in this case in identifying the remaining individuals responsible for the death of an 8-year-old child, this is the first step in that process. Are there any questions at this time? So that is an AR-15, and of note, if anybody's watching this, that weapon is equipped with tan and colored furniture. It is a tan buttstock and a tan foregrip on that rifle. We do know there were multiple individuals out there armed with rifles as well as various handguns. So we've investigated that aspect. We have video evidence that suggests that did not happen. We've also processed that vehicle, and there is no ballistic evidence to suggest that that occurred at this point. So we believe at this point there's going to be at minimum of 3 additional suspects. And of course, as we have time to progress through the investigation, that number can change. No, that we do believe that that vehicle was targeted as a result of direct gunfire when it crossed that barricade. So at this point, we know they were out there. I'm not sure what their purpose is, and that is something that, you know, we hope to figure out in the days to come.
This wasn't
Correct. No, we don't believe that was their first night out there.
the question people why was they allowed to
Well, I think right now it's important for us. We just want to focus at this time on this particular incident, and that's what we're going to stay focused on. So when the time comes, once we have that video, and if it benefits our investigation, we would be happy to release additional video as we gather it.
At what point did it like the barricade?
So I believe the barricades were sporadic. So to my knowledge, part of this incident, I had no knowledge of barricades. We've been getting a lot of Crime Stoppers information, and I want to say thank you to the public that is coming forward and providing that information, and we hope that will continue, especially with the increase of that reward up to $20,000. Okay. Well, that's what we're hoping to identify with the help of the public. We don't have that yet.
But are you certain they would have seen? I mean, that they would have seen the child?
At this point, I don't know. I wouldn't believe so. You know, it's 8-year-old is a relatively small child in the backseat of that vehicle. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate everyone coming out. Thank you. I do. That is at the corner of University and Pryor at the All-American Package Store, which is 1238 Pryor Road. We believe there's a minimum of 3 additional individuals. And again, as we dig deeper into the investigation, we'll provide information on that once we have, you know, facts that are certain. So the vehicle sustained at least 8 defects to it. At least 8, yeah.
My goodness, bro. Like at that
Yeah,
point,
we're still working to determine exactly.
if you fire 8 shots into a vehicle, it's safe to say you intend on killing somebody. Right? I'm pretty. At that point, you intended on killing something. You know what I'm saying? 8 shots, bro. My goodness.
Exactly where the vehicle had turned around. So, no, it was not. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Moving on. That's the end of that one. Then they after this they then found another person of interest.
New developments in the shooting death of an 8-year-old girl. Atlanta police releasing new pictures of a second person of interest wanted in Secoriea Turner's death. She died on July 4th while in the car with her mother and another adult. Deborah Tuff live outside Atlanta Police headquarters with the pictures.
Good morning, Sheba. Police are following every lead to find the killers of little Secoriea. And now they say they have a second person of interest. Take a look at this. APD released this photo yesterday. In it, the person is seen wearing a red shirt, blue pants, and toting a rifle. Last week, APD released this photo. The person in question also carrying a rifle, simply wearing a white shirt and black pants. Now, it is important to note these folks are not suspects. Police just want to talk to them. Secoriea was killed 4th of July. Her mom told police they were in a car with a friend trying to make a U-turn in a parking lot. that was blocked by a group of armed people. That's when someone in the group fired their weapon, killing the 8-year-old. That was a violent weekend in Atlanta with 30 shooting victims. Now police have put $20,000 on the table
30 victims
for any information that can lead to an arrest.
And to take another look at those pictures and for the latest developments on this case, be sure to head on over to our website, 11alive.com.
All right. After that, they picked up one of the guys.
Atlanta police have charged a man with murder in the fatal shooting of 8-year-old Secoriea Turner. Now, this comes as a private funeral is being held for that little girl right now. CBS 46's Ayanna Crystal is joining us now. And Ayanna, what are you learning about this suspect? Police know who he is, but they haven't found him, right?
Revere, right now, police are looking for Julian Conley. The 19-year-old does have warrants out for his arrest. He is a suspect in the shooting death of Secoriea Turner. Now, right now, the private funeral is going on for the 8-year-old. As you can see, there are people out here with white on celebrating the life of the 8-year-old. Now, the funeral did start about an hour ago. We've seen people pouring in to honor Turner after losing her life in such a tragic way. These are photos police released of suspects wanted in connection with the 8-year-old's death. Secoriea Turner was shot while with her mom in a car on the 4th of July near the Wendy's on Pryor Street, where an Atlanta police officer killed Rayshard Brooks. Since the shooting, her parents pleaded for information about the shooter who killed their beautiful daughter. Police offering a $20,000 reward for anyone providing information about the shooting, and the family and its legal team have raised additional funds to bring the reward total to $50,000. Today, police named one of the suspects, 19-year-old Julian Conley. He has warrants out for his arrest with charges of aggravated assault and felony murder. Now, before the funeral, we spoke with Turner's first-grade teacher, and she still can't believe she won't see the 8-year-old smile again.
With the family, because I know what they're missing. I just know how valuable she was, how awesome she was. So my heart is just greatly mourning for them and just for the loss of this dear, beautiful child.
Again, a private funeral is going on right here in Atlanta for the 8-year-old. They said today is a funeral. This is a graduation party. They are celebrating the life of Turner and all the lives she has touched. Now, I did just learn she will be taken to Lincoln Cemetery in a horse-drawn carriage, and she will be in two. Now, we have just learned that Conley is expected to turn himself into police later this afternoon. That's the latest in Atlanta. Ayanna Crystal, CBS 46 News.
Okay, so that's when they accused the first guy.
5 has learned the man accused of shooting Secoriea Turner outside that Wendy's restaurant last summer faces another felony charge.
Investigators say Julian Conley was involved in another incident involving a gun on the same night as that deadly shooting. Wow. Fox 5's Angelique Proctor joins us now from the Fulton County Courthouse with the latest on this second charge. Angelique?
Russ and Courtney, this is a major development. Atlanta police say Conley and a second man are now accused of pointing an AR-15 style gun at a man who has been very involved in the community.
Wow.
Armed protesters were very visible at the Wendy's for several days last summer after Rayshard Brooks was shot and killed by Atlanta police officer. Now Atlanta police have revealed new information about the man accused of killing a girl outside the same Wendy's. Police say Julian Conley, who you see here turning himself in on charges he killed 8-year-old Secoriea Turner, and this man, Jerian McKinney, are suspects in another gun incident just minutes before Secoriea was killed.
Minutes before Secoriea was shot, there was another car that came through who were assaulted with weapons, and they were victims as well. And so there's a case with that family with those individuals that were, again, just minutes before this happened to Secoriea and the Turner family.
Wow. So these guys was going to hurt somebody that night. What it sounds like is that these guys was going to hurt somebody that night.
Police say Conley and 19-year-old McKinney pointed assault-type AR-15 weapons at former Neighborhood Planning Unit Chair Christopher McCord. Wow. McCord told me Tuesday he did not want to talk about the frightful encounter. As the Turner family tries to put all the pieces of the puzzle together, they still want answers from Conley.
We have to look him in his face. We have to look him in his face and see him and get answers to possibly why did you do that? Why was you out there on that day doing that? It's coming up on the year anniversary.
Really tough time. Now, we also learned today in another new development that Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis has asked the GBI to come in and investigate whether there was any gang activity involved in Secoriea Turner's murder or any of the incidents that occurred outside that Wendy's. Live in downtown, Angelique Proctor, Fox 5 News.
Angelique, thanks.
All right, man. After that, they ended up catching up with the second suspect.
A second man now charged in connection with last year's shooting of an 8-year-old girl in Atlanta. A warrant revealing a possible gang connection to this case and accusing Jerian McKinney of manning an illegal barricade to block vehicles the night Secoriea Turner was killed. The little girl riding in the backseat of a car at the time. Joe Henke following the investigation for us tonight. And Joe, the DA said today more people could be arrested in this case soon.
Sheba, this afternoon in a press conference, Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis said her office could receive an indictment related to Secoriea Turner's murder as early as next week. Jerian McKinney's arrest warrants show where the investigation stands right now.
Jerian McKinney appeared in court this morning and a judge formally charged him with the murder of Secoriea Turner, an 8-year-old shot and killed on July 4th, 2020, while sitting in a car near Pryor Road and University Avenue in southwest Atlanta. Weeks earlier, on June 12th and yards away, an Atlanta police officer shot and killed Rayshard Brooks in a nearby Wendy's parking lot while trying to arrest him for DUI. Prosecutors claim in the warrants the Bloods gang and others took control of a stretch of University Avenue in response to the killing of Brooks and used barricades and violence through the brandishing, pointing, and discharging of firearms at citizens and civilians to ensure compliance with their authority in a highly visible manner. The warrants also detail the Bloods' involvement the day after Brooks' death in burning the Wendy's where he was killed. Jerian McKinney's arrest warrants identify him and co-defendant Julian Connolly as Bloods gang members or associates based on evidence collected by the GBI. On July 4th, McKinney and Connolly and other unnamed co-conspirators are accused of stopping and pointing guns at a MARTA bus driver before allowing the bus through the roadblock.
Wow.
According to the warrant, hours later that night, a car pulled up. Conley, McKinney, and 3 others pointed their guns at the driver and forced him to turn around.
They've been doing this
Minutes
all night.
later, the car with Turner inside approached, received a similar response, and the driver then attempted to drive around the barricade. Conley began to discharge his weapon, an AR-15 style rifle, and McKinney chased the vehicle down the road away from the area. 11 days after the shooting, Julian Conley turned himself into Atlanta police to face murder charges for Turner's death.
McKinney is also charged with aggravated assault for allegedly pointing his gun at the driver who approached the roadblock moments before Turner was shot. He remains in jail tonight, charged now with murder, aggravated assault, and several crimes under Georgia's criminal street gang law.
Lord of mercy. All right. So they have both suspects in custody, and they see the judge.
The case of the 2 men accused of the shooting death of an 8-year-old girl went before a Fulton County judge this morning. Secoriea Turner was killed in her family's car outside of the Wendy's restaurant that was the scene of a major police protest in the summer of 2020. Fox 5's Deidre Dukes was in court this morning for that appearance. Deidre, what happened in court?
Portia, co-defendants Julian Conley and Jerian McKinney both appeared in court via Zoom this morning, appearing separately via Zoom. The parents of 8-year-old Secoriea Turner also in court today, surrounded by loved ones for today's proceedings. Now, the 8-year-old was shot and killed July 4th of 2020 after her mother and her mother's friend were driving toward a barricade erected in the middle of University Avenue near the Wendy's where Rayshard Brooks was killed, and someone opened fire on the car, fatally wounding the little girl. Now, the two men charged with killing the child were indicted by a grand jury on 37 counts of gang-related violence and aggravated assault. Now, prosecutors say Brooks was a member of the Bloods gang, and that Conley and McKinney, who prosecutors say were also gang members, were blocking the street to defend Brooks' honor and protect their turf. Now, the child's uncle and other families say they do not want revenge. They
saying Rayshard Brooks was a Blood Gangs member, too. Okay.
Told us this afternoon after those court proceedings they simply want justice for Secoriea.
The guys, the killers that did, they have no remorse. But by us driven, praying family, God-driven family, we know that God is intervening right now. We know we trust in the word, we trust in God, and we don't believe in revenge because we let God handle everything. So we want the world to know there's no revenge. We just want justice because one thing about it, they took an angel from us.
Secoria's mother and father also reacting to the developments in court this afternoon. We'll have that for you starting at 4 o'clock tonight on Fox 5 News at 4. That's the latest here in Fulton County. Deidre Dukes, Fox 5 News.
God of mercy. All right, so they pled not guilty. Time went by. This case has been going on for 5 years now, you guys. This case has been going on for 5 years now, and they both pled not guilty. And recently, one of the suspects took a guilty plea.
The two suspects accused of killing this little girl, Secoriea Turner, at a Wendy's back in 2020, faced a judge today. The man accused of firing the fatal shot learned his trial starts on Monday, but his co-defendant accepted a plea deal. Channel 2's Taisha Fernandez, live now at the Fulton County Courthouse. That's in downtown Atlanta. Taisha, this case took 5 years to get here to this point.
George, it took so long because the deadly shooting happened during COVID, and then over the years, there were several appeals that made it all the way up to the Supreme Court. Today, it was tough watching the victim's mother. She was just as emotional today as she was 5 years ago.
This tragedy has left a permanent scar on my entire being.
Secoriea Turner's mother could barely speak during Wednesday's plea hearings for the two defendants charged with her daughter's death.
I hurt so bad emotionally, mentally, and physically.
Secoriea was only 8 years old when a family friend pulled into this Southwest Atlanta Wendy's during a riot days after an Atlanta police officer shot Rayshard Brooks here. Police are calling the alleged shooter, Julian Conley, a Blood Street Gang member. Wednesday, he turned down the state's plea deal. However, his co-defendant, accused gang member Jerrion McKinney, accepted his deal, 40 years with 20 to serve.
He accepted 40 years with 20 to serve. And the other guy, he didn't take his plea, and they're saying he's the shooter. Oh, this case gonna be interesting.
McKinney spoke in court.
I just want to let you know, I'm not a menace to society. I am not in no gang. I feel sorry for Secoriea Turner, but I did not hurt anybody during that day.
Secoria's mother wanted him to serve more time in prison.
He knows exactly what went on. It just shows how heartless he is about, because he's not being truthful.
Now, even though Secoriea was only 8, she knew she wanted to attend Spelman College, so her parents teamed up with their legal team and came up with a scholarship fund, and a Spelman student has already been able to take advantage of it, and they have a fundraiser coming up on Thursday. The jury selection for Julian Conley starts on Monday, and of course, we will cover this trial. We're live outside the Fulton County Courthouse, downtown Atlanta. Taisha Fernandez, Channel 2 Action.
So, so here we are. Now we're here today at the trial. The trial has started for Julian, I believe his name is. So right now we're on the second day of the trial. Today is the third day, actually. Today is the third day. The trial should be going on right now. Today's the third day. We're catching up. So we're going to catch up in order. This way, when Monday, we can start in line with the trial and be in schedule with the trial. So today and tomorrow we're gonna do day 1 and day 2. So let's start with day 1 of the trial so that we can all catch up. One suspect has already pled guilty to 20 years serve and 40 years sentence, and the other suspect, who is accused of the actual shooting, he has pled not guilty and he is on trial. This is officially the murder trial of Secoriea Turner.
Okay, that's what I wanted to look up.
Is Mr. Todd
2 and 3
relates to but as it relates to witness 1, 2, and 3, those are names that aren't found in any reciprocal discovery provided by defense counsel or any discovery that had been previously served by the state.
Okay, who are witnesses 1, 2, and 3?
Witness number 1 is Miss Kamisha Griffin. Witness number 2 is Miss Cassandra Salloway. And then witness number 3 is Mr. Todd Crosby from Fall Line Forensics, LLC.
An expert witness?
That's the state's assumption. I know, Your Honor, obviously there's the statute for discovery, 1716-4, as it relates to witnesses to be served, the timeliness for witnesses to be served by defense counsel, especially as it relates to expert witnesses and expert reports and things of that nature, found in that code section. In addition, Your Honor, on May 8th of this year, Your Honor filed an order specially setting this case for trial, outlining the specifics and the requirements of each party as it relates to turning over.
Trace Bectus donated $5. Listening and driving, I appreciate this content. Quality over quantity. Rabbit emoji, fire emoji, rabbit emoji.
Shout out to Trace Spectors for that super chat, for that donation. She says, listening and driving, I appreciate this content, quality over quantity. Thank you, Trace Spector. Appreciate you.
Minus any motions in limine, which can be made at any time, either in writing or orally. So as it relates to those 3 witnesses, especially witness number 3 listed, not only in violation of the discovery statute, but also the court order that was filed on the 8th day of May of 2025.
So for those 3 witnesses, 1 through 3, you've never received any notice?
Correct.
Okay.
State's asking for them to be excluded.
Okay.
Well, a couple of things very briefly, Your Honor. As far as witness number 1, is that Mr. Crosby?
Griffin.
Number 3, I'm sorry. Oh. Crosby. He is a witness that testified at a previous hearing, and the state is fully aware of him. They have his information, his resume. They know all about him, and they've known about him for quite some time now. So there is no issue in terms of surprise. That cannot legitimately be argued when they've talked to him and they've seen him testify in this very matter before. As to witnesses 1 and 2, a couple things. I guess on Monday when we started, I think that was Monday, the question I asked the court was that we recently learned that the state re-indicted this case in August of this year, and I believe that was filed on September 5th of this year. So I asked, are we proceeding under the old case or the new case? And the state indicated that we are proceeding under the new case. So based on that case having been re-indicted within the last 2 weeks thereabout, the notice of those 2 witnesses is timely. It is 5 days prior to when we'd be calling them as witnesses. And if the state would like, we'd love for them to have the opportunity to speak with them prior, and we would accommodate them. But we are here to prove this man's innocence, and we have witnesses who can do that. So the remedy would not be to exclude anybody. The remedy would be to accommodate their communication, and we'll do that as well. So we ask that none of the 3 be excluded, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to take it under advisement, but in the meantime, make those witnesses available to the state if they wish to interview them. And is that correct? Do you want to respond? In terms of the expert witness?
In terms of the expert witness, I don't know of any hearing in which he testified in. If that happened, none of the three of us were present at that time during the testimony of that.
Okay, that's what I wanted to look up. So before I rule, I'll look at all that. When do you think he testified?
He testified in the hearing, Mr. Abadi was present, and that was before Judge Schwall. And it dealt with the state having gotten rid of the piece of evidence that could have conclusively been exculpated. They got rid of the car. We had a hearing about them having gotten rid of the car, and that was before Judge Schwall. And that expert testified as to its trajectory.
Okay, well, we'll go looking for transcripts and see what we can find out. This is the difficulty of my being the third judge in the case. I just don't know.
And I was present on that day during part of that hearing, so that's not untrue that I was there, but if this witness testified, I was not present during that time.
Okay, I'll see what I can find.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Do we have an update on the test? We're good? Okay. All right, anything else we need to take up before the jury comes out? Okay. All right, so we're ready for the jury.
And we would like to vote the room, Your Honor.
Okay, if there's any witnesses present, it's time to step out. Be sure not to discuss your testimony with anyone of the lawyers who are going to be questioning you. Do we have any witnesses in the courtroom as far as the state knows?
The only witnesses is the mother who will be testifying.
There's an exception for her. That's true. Yes, come on up. Make any recordings. Thank you. Okay.
Jurors are accounted for.
Good morning and welcome, members of the jury. Just as I notified you previously during jury selection, there is a camera here, but at no point will you be recorded. Okay. Everybody comfortable with that? All right. In addition to that, this case is being live streamed. What you'll see is whatever's on the Zoom, you are not included in the live stream. So there are cameras on the participants in court so that people can see the evidence, and if people are interested, they're watching on a live stream, but you will not be shown on the live stream either. So neither the media nor court staff will show you. If you have any questions or concerns, just let me know. Okay. Okay, so let's start with some housekeeping. In advance, I'm sorry my computer doesn't go down lower, so I will rarely be seeing some of you. Please don't enter the courtroom again after this point unless the deputy brings you in. Please wear your juror stickers. I'm going to remind you that no one but staff may speak to you. This young lady to my right is Mahar, and she's going to be assisting during the trial as well. She's another person besides the staff I already introduced you to that you can approach. Okay, she's a student intern. If the lawyers don't speak to you in the hall, don't be offended by that. They're just not allowed to. They can greet you, and that's all. So if you have any issues, speak to a deputy or someone on my staff. Typically, we're going to start at 9:30 and we'll quit at 5. If we think that we need to have a long day, we're not going to do that without getting your permission first, because I know some of you have childcare issues. So typically, you can count on business hours or a little earlier than 5 o'clock. Okay, before we go any further, I need to give you your trial juror oath. Will you all stand and raise your right hands? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you shall well and truly try the issue formed upon this bill of indictment between the state of Georgia and Julian Conley, who is charged with murder, 2 counts of felony murder, 5 counts of aggravated assault, criminal damage to property, 2 counts of possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and 8 counts of violation of Street Gang Terrorism and Prevention Act, and a true verdict to give according to the evidence. So help you God. Please say yes if you accept this oath.
Yes.
Thank you. You can be seated. As I warned you previously, there are going to be times that I'm reading you jury instructions. If you are a person who has benefited by taking notes, you can, but just understand at the end of trial, after all of the evidence and after all of the arguments, you're going to receive a written jury charge. So don't feel that you need to transcribe the instructions that I give you. Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, you've been sworn and impaneled, and you're about to try a criminal case entitled The State of Georgia versus Julian Conley. The prosecutor read the indictment during jury selection, and you'll have it during deliberations. The defendant has pled not guilty to this indictment, and he denies every charge in it. This indictment and the defendant's plea of not guilty present the issue that you have been selected and sworn to decide. The indictment is the way that the defendant is charged with committing crimes that violate the laws of Georgia. The charges in the indictment and the plea of not guilty are not evidence of guilt, and you may not conclude that the defendant is guilty based upon the charges or the not guilty plea. The defendant is presumed to be innocent until he is proven guilty. The defendant begins the trial with a presumption of innocence in his favor, and this presumption stays with him until it is overcome by the state with evidence that convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the crimes charged. You may not convict the defendant of any crime unless each element of the crime is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is on the state to prove every essential element of the crimes charged in the indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant has no burden of proof at all, and the burden never shifts to the defendant to prove his innocence. However, the state is not required to prove the guilt of the defendant beyond all doubt or to a mathematical certainty. A reasonable doubt means just what it says. It is the doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror who is honestly seeking the truth. It is the doubt based upon common sense and reason. It does not mean a vague or arbitrary doubt, but it is a doubt for which you can give a reason, based on consideration of the evidence or lack of evidence, a conflict in the evidence, or any combination of these. My role is to determine the law that applies to this case. I will instruct you on the law that you must apply to the facts in reaching a verdict. I'm giving you some of these instructions now. I will give you more detailed instructions at the end of the trial. You must decide the facts of this case from the evidence presented and then apply the law that I give you to those facts. Evidence is how a fact is proved or disproved. Evidence can be either testimony or exhibits. Testimony is what you hear from people who take the witness stand and swear to tell the truth. However, the questions the lawyers ask the witness are not evidence. Exhibits are documents, photographs, and other physical items that are admitted during trial. I will admit evidence according to the rules of evidence. The lawyers are advocates for their clients, and they have a duty to represent their clients to the best of their ability. They must follow the rules of law, trial procedure, and evidence during the trial. They may make motions or objections if they believe that any rule is not being followed. What the lawyers say in making or responding to objections is not evidence. If the lawyers make objections and I overrule it, that means that the evidence is admitted and you may consider it. If I sustain an objection, this means the evidence is excluded from the trial and you may not consider it. You should consider only the testimony and only those exhibits that are admitted. You should not assume or infer anything about the evidence which I have excluded. If you happen to hear or see evidence that I end up excluding from the trial, you must disregard it entirely in your deliberations and in arriving at your verdict. None of my decisions and nothing I say during the trial are evidence. Sometimes I may need to deal with the lawyer's motions or objections without you being here in the courtroom, so I will excuse you to the jury room. We'll try to limit such interruptions, and we ask you to please be patient when they do happen. This is the part where I always tell you guys you're going to be mad at us through most of this trial. We're going to have a lot of conferences where we need to send you out. We're going to tell you it's going to be about 10 minutes and then it's going to be 20. So please understand that we're doing our best and we're being as efficient as possible, but know that you are going to be removed more often than you like. And that's just part of trial, okay? The trial will proceed as follows. First, the attorneys may give what are called opening statements. Opening statements are not evidence. The state goes first because they have the burden of proof. Second, the evidence will be presented. Third, the attorneys may give closing arguments. They may also point out evidence they believe supports their position. What the lawyers say in closing arguments is not evidence. Fourth, I will explain to you the specific law that applies to this case. I will then ask you to go to the jury room to deliberate and reach your verdict. It's important that you pay close attention during this trial. If you cannot hear or see any evidence, or if you are suffering from any discomfort that distracts you, please inform me or the deputy, and we will do what is needed to make sure that you can hear and see the evidence and give it your undivided attention. If you need a break at any time, please raise your hand, alert the deputy, or simply just catch my eye. You must decide this case based only on the evidence admitted during the trial and the law that I will explain to you. You may not conduct any research on your own about this case or about any people or places mentioned during the trial. You may not visit places mentioned in the evidence. You may not use any outside sources such as dictionaries, Google, social media, ChatGPT to get information about this case. You may not use any outside sources to research legal terms or the law. Finally, you may not read or listen to any accounts of this trial that may appear on your computer, your phone, in print, or on the radio. So anything that's in the media while you're in this trial, you need to disregard and avoid. You may not discuss this case with anyone, including family and friends, or let anyone discuss the case with you or around you. This includes discussing or sharing information on social media. You must not discuss this case, even amongst yourselves, until the actual deliberations begin. That is, after you've heard all the evidence, arguments, and the law that applies to this case. You have pens and notepads. Please keep in mind, you may take notes. If you take notes, please do not let your note-taking distract you from paying attention. You may not share or discuss your notes with anyone until you start deliberating at the end of the case. And notes are not evidence. They're only memory aids. They are not more important than your own impression or memory of what the evidence may have been. While you may consider another juror's notes to refresh your memory, you should rely on your own memory of the proceedings. Don't be influenced by the notes of other jurors unless their notes help you in determining your own independent memory. You must leave your notes in the jury room, except when you're in the courtroom. My staff will destroy your notes at the end of deliberations. You'll get a transcript. You will not. This is important because it's not television. You will not get a transcript of witnesses' testimony, so you must remember in a way that works best for you what they said on the witness stand. This concludes my preliminary instructions, and we're now ready for the lawyers to give their opening statements. So let's have a sound check right now. Who had any trouble hearing me just now? All right, you know what to do if you do, because it's critical that you guys hear. So if you can't hear the lawyers or you can't hear the witness, it's okay to interrupt and let us know that. All right. Is the state going to make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Get the opening statements. Let's see if I need to slow it down.
That goes for the screen too. If you can't see the screen, let us know.
Good morning. One thing that you're going to see throughout this trial, the technology in Fulton County is not stellar, it's not the best, it's not the most high-tech equipment. So at times you're going to experience, along with us, lags, and in this instance, PowerPoint is click from slide to slide, lags as we play videos. We just ask you to remain patient. I know a lot of you guys are in IT or spouses, family members, and friends who are in IT, so you're used to the fastest and the best. You're in the wrong place for that. So I'll apologize on behalf of all the parties in advance. 8 bullets. 8 holes, defects from bullets in the vehicle that Secoriea Turner seated in the back seat playing on the phone. 8 bullets fired into the Jeep that Mr. Omar Ivy was driving, that her mom, Charmaine Turner, was seated in the front passenger seat. And little 8-year-old Secoriea Turner, seated in the back seat, doing what 8-year-olds do, playing on a cell phone, looking at TikTok. No one knew that on July 4th of 2020, as this vehicle that Secoriea was playing, had a great day, celebrating the 4th of July, would be the last day that she'd be alive. No one knew that this would be the last moment that Secoriea Turner would get to play on TikTok, would get to make a TikTok, would be the last moment that her mother, Charmaine Turner, would hear her laugh. When they woke up that morning, they had no idea that these would be the last moments that she'd ever spend with her 8-year-old. And why? It's the conscious, intentional, and deliberate actions of this defendant on July 4th of 2020, when he consciously, intentionally pointed his rifle, AR-style firearm, at the Jeep as it traveled around what you'll learn and hear about throughout this trial, a makeshift barricade blocked off by large orange blocks and orange cones that we see on the roads for construction. When the Jeep that Secoriea Turner did not submit to the authority of this defendant and his gang members, he intentionally pointed and pulled the trigger of this AR-15 style rifle, firing it into the vehicle, and Secoriea was just trying to get home. Get home and continue to celebrate the 4th of July and fellowship with her family like we all do on the 4th of July, celebrating America and fireworks and fun. But that all ended because of the acts of this defendant. One bullet that traveled through the back of this Jeep, traveled through the trunk, traveled through the seat, and traveled through the back.
Oh, wow.
8-year-old Secoriea Turner, killing her on July 4th, 2020. Having 8 short years of life with her family, with her friends, her hopes and dreams of being a student at Spelman ended in those few moments. Now, what you're going to learn through the course of this trial, and the evidence is going to show, is that little Secoriea, she loved to dance, she loved to play on TikTok, she loved to make TikToks, she was happy, she was full of life, she was full of joy. She loved to read, she loved to learn. And because she loved to read and learn, she had already decided that she wanted to be a student at Spelman. She would talk to her mom all the time about how excited, even though she was 8, that she was going to college at Spelman here in Atlanta. She loved her family. All of that came to an end because of the senseless gun violence, the senseless, deliberate actions of this defendant when he fired his rifle into the vehicle that Secoriea was traveling in. Now, I want to talk to you, and we covered some of this yesterday and the day before on Monday, about the summer of 2020 and what was going on not only throughout the country, but specifically here in Atlanta. It was a time that most of us had never experienced. It was an unprecedented time. It was a time where we were going through a global pandemic. We we were experiencing surges during the summer of COVID-19. In conjunction with that, we were experiencing civil unrest because of protests that were supporting, rightfully so, racial injustice, trying to fight for change. But during the summer of 2020, as we moved into July 4th, at 1238 Pryor Road, near the Wendy's, Rayshard Brooks was shot and killed. And as a result of him being killed, that Wendy's the next day, on June 13th, was burned out. As many of you had heard, we talked about it yesterday and the day before, about what we remembered, what we read, the information we had processed as it relates to what happened to Mr. Brooks. And as a result of the shooting and the death of Mr. Brooks, there were protests throughout the city of Atlanta. There were protests specifically at the Wendy's where he was killed. And as we all are aware, that Wendy's was burned out. And that Wendy's, that area of 1238 Pryor Road, the intersection of University and Pryor, became a hub or a place where protests would happen often, where people would come to gather and support each other. But that changed as time moved on, as time continued, became more focused on things of violence, things that led to the death of little Secoriea Turner. And what you're going to see and what you're going to learn throughout this trial, you'll be tired of seeing maps and hearing us talk about locations. This is the general location we asked you about yesterday. We talked about how you're familiar with it, how often you've been driven by it, and things of that nature. This is the package store, which will be central to the facts and the evidence, as well as the BP, the area where the Wendy's was, and further down where you can see that there are warehouses on University Avenue. Now, as we move through the trial and as the evidence and the testimony unfolds, you're going to hear about, on July 4th, the conditions and the description of what 1238 Pryor Road, the intersection with University, looked like, what the conditions were, the people who were out there. You're going to hear about the fact that the police had coined the term or called this an autonomous zone, where during this time, the defendant and members of his gang had taken advantage of the fact that there was minimal police presence due to the unrest as it relates to police brutality, things of that nature. And what you're going to learn, what we talked about, is that they set up a barricade, a checkpoint, an armed checkpoint in this community and your community, making it to where they controlled everything. They controlled the authority of who could come and go and pass based on the blockades and the barricades that they had set up. They were armed with firearms to control and to assert their authority. And what you'll see, and as you will find out, when you don't submit to that authority, there's consequences. And Secoriea Turner paid those consequences because Omar Ivory, a member of this community, had the audacity, in their eyes, to not submit to their authority, to not allow them to control his egress and ingress. He went around the barricades, and as a result, they shot into his car. You're going to see video surveillance. You're going to see a lot of photographs. These are examples of what the barricades look like. The large orange blocks, the construction cones that we see, unfortunately, all around the courthouses. We all travel the next couple of days here and back. Now, you're going to hear from a lot of witnesses who are going to be able to describe the conditions of July 4th, 2020. Members of this community, employees and people who work in the area. You're going to hear from Gerald Kembler, who is a individual, a male who's been a MARTA bus driver at this time. He worked with MARTA, very familiar with the city, and drove many routes throughout the city. On July 4th of 2020, his route included the University and Pryor Road area stops. He's going to talk about the barricades that he experienced, the having to ask permission to move throughout the city in that area, that he saw individuals armed with rifles that he was forced to stop. And the only way he could ever get through is if he asked permission, and he was granted that permission. You're also going to hear from members of that community, Chris and Samantha McCord. You're going to hear about their experience on July 4th of 2020, when they attempted just to go home, just like Secoriea and her family, just to get across the barriers, right over the second blockade where their home was. And they were denied access. Chris and Samantha McCord are going to talk about the fear that they felt, the anger that they felt, that they couldn't go to their home in their community that they had invested in, that they loved, that these people were preventing them from enjoying what they helped build and create. You're going to hear from Mr. McCord and Mrs. McCord tell you that the firearms that the individuals, to include the defendant, pointed at their heads and at their vehicle as they told them they weren't allowed to pass through. How they told Mr. McCord he was acting disrespectful, and how they made Mr. McCord turn around. What you're going to learn is shortly after the McCords were not granted access is when Secoriea and her family were driving in the area. What Charmaine and Mr. Omar are going to tell you is that they had spent the day with family. They had spent the day having fun on the 4th of July at Miss Turner's mother's house, that the family had gathered. They barbecued. They had shot off fireworks. They did what most people do on the 4th of July. And that they were coming home roughly a little after 9:30, and they got off at the Pryor Road and University Avenue, exit off I-75. They got up there, because their home was not far from it, and they needed to stop in the local package store, the All-American package store. And as they drove up to the intersection, Mr. Ivory will tell you that in looking at it, he believed it was closed. He saw that some of the windows were dark and boarded up. So he didn't stop there, is what Miss Turner and Mr. Ivory will tell you. And what they'll tell you is they were going to go home. And their house was on the other side of the barricades, and they hadn't encountered the barricades before. They saw them, and Mr. Ivory will tell you that as he approached the area where the barricades were, he went around, he didn't stop, he went around the first barricade, and as soon as he did that, there was gunfire at his feet. They'll tell you the fear that they felt. They will tell you the moments in which the gunfire is entering their vehicle, going past their heads and their bodies, and how they survived by the grace of God. And what they'll both tell you, and what Charmaine will tell you, is in the moments as the gunfire is occurring, she hears her daughter cry out, "Mama! Mama! I've been shot." She hears her 8-year-old little girl sitting in the back seat on their way home scream her name for the very last time. Because of the deliberate actions of this defendant, because someone had the audacity not to stop at this unlawful barricade, at this unlawful checkpoint. What both Ms. Turner and Mr. Ivory will tell you is they made it past the second barricade. They pulled over shortly down the road to attend to Secoriea. Ms. Turner will tell you that she dove into the back seat. She will tell you that she did everything in her power to keep her daughter alive, to try to stop the bleeding, to do whatever she could do to provide any medical assistance to keep her little 8-year-old with her. What both Mr. Ivory and Ms. Turner will tell you is they attempted to call 911. At that time, 911 was experiencing a high volume of calls. And Mr. Ivory will tell you that he called and called and called and couldn't get through. He will tell you that as he was making the decision to stay where he was and continue to call 911 or to go to the nearest hospital. And what he'll tell you is he kept calling 911 and he eventually got through, but his instincts, his gut told him he couldn't wait. So while he's on the phone with 911, and you'll hear he's talking and walking them through the fact that they're driving to the hospital, that he's taking little Secoriea to Atlanta Medical Center. He's doing everything in his power as her mother attempts to try to stop the bleeding, trying to keep Secoriea away. Now, the evidence will show, and you'll hear from officers and detectives, that Mr. Omar did arrive at Atlanta Medical Center. When he arrived, he was followed by an officer who was close in the area, who saw Mr. Ivory kind of speeding through the city, down Boulevard, and into Atlanta Medical Center. And you'll see here from this officer, you'll see his body cam of the urgency in which they arrived, and you'll see the moment that Secoriea is taken from the back seat. She's rushed into the emergency room. What the evidence will show, what the testimony will be, is that they tried everything medically possible to save this little girl. They tried everything. But nothing they did could stop, could fix what this defendant did to this little girl. You will hear her name, Mr. Ivory, about the moments when they find out that Secoriea didn't make it. She was never going home. That they were going to be leaving the Atlanta Medical Center without their 8-year-old girl. And Ms. Turner will tell you how awful that moment was, how it changed her life and her family's life forever. Nothing has ever been the same since Secoria's death. You will hear from additional officers who responded to the Atlanta Medical Center because of the call of little Secoriea arriving with a gunshot wound to the back. You will hear from checks from the homicide unit, how the investigation began, how Sergeant Epps was the first officer with the City of Atlanta Police Department to arrive right behind Mr. Ivory, Mr. Turner, little Secoriea, and how he notified homicide, and how the investigation began, unfolded, and moved from the scene of where Secoriea died to the scene of where she was shot near the Wendy's on 1238 Prior Street. And what the evidence and testimony will show, and what will be admitted into evidence, as I said, 911 call, both from Mr. Ivory as well as from Mr. McCord and his wife. You will hear about statements witnesses made on the scene, and they'll testify in court about it. You will hear about the defendant's distinctive clothing, a very important piece of evidence as to how the detectives with the City of Atlanta Homicide Unit are able to track and identify this defendant. You will hear about the defendant's actions after the shooting, and you will hear about statements this defendant made with his counsel during a press conference shortly after Secoriea was murdered. Now, the timeline of events will be set up by the 911 call. That's where the chronology starts, relates to the investigation, and the detective, Darian Shepard, who was assigned as the lead detective in the homicide unit. And he will tell you he was able to locate the call at approximately at 9:45 p.m. from Mr. McCord, referencing how he'd been held at gunpoint, how guns had been pointed at him and his wife's head in their vehicle. You will hear about the 911 call through Detective Shepard that he was able to locate that Omar made. And like I said, you hear about the hardest decision Mr. Ivory had to make in determining whether he should remain and continue to try to get a hold of 911 or attempt to get the quickest medical care by driving Secoriea to the City of Atlanta, Atlanta Medical Center. You will also hear, again, from Sergeant Epps, who will talk about how he saw the G speeding, how he can tell based on the way that the car was driving and his training experience that this car was trying to get medical help as fast as possible. And Detective Shepard will talk about the first steps that he took after being assigned the lead detective in this case, how he attempted to canvass the scene and talk to witnesses, how the crime scene was photographed and processed, and evidence was collected. He will tell you, along with several crime scene vets that responded, about the area And when they arrived, they had to move quickly through the scene because it wasn't safe. There were still members of community. There were still members of the violent protests that night with guns on the scene. So as they are focusing on processing the scene, they're also focused on their safety and making sure that they can do their job in the safest way possible for everybody still remaining out there. And Detective Shepard's going to tell you about the difficulty he had in canvassing and speaking to witnesses, the unwillingness of people to provide information, and how that affected his investigation, and how he had to move through his investigation in different ways and look for evidence in ways that he typically has not done in the past. He will tell you about his interview with Ms. Charmaine Turner that we talked about. He will tell you about his interview with Mr. Ivory. He will talk to you about his interactions with Mr. McCord and his experience that night on July 4th. He will also talk to you about the members of his team in the City of Atlanta Homicide Unit and how they assisted, and how members of Homeland Security, specifically you'll hear from Investigator T, how he assisted in the process, how he utilized all different units throughout the City of Atlanta Police Department in order to get justice for little 8-year-old Secoriea Turner. He started because of the resistance that he was receiving that night as it relates to witnesses speaking, as to finding people willing to make statements. He did a Be on the Lookout, a flyer that was distributed through the media, through news outlets, on social media, asking for anyone to come forward to assist in any information as it relates to the death of Secoriea Turner. He will tell you that he continued to receive information. He will tell you he continued to canvass the area, any video surveillance that could have captured anything that happened during the moments of Secoria's death. And what he'll tell you is that an assisting investigator with Homeland Security, Investigator Jason T, was able to recover and extract several hours of footage from the surrounding businesses through just doing knock and talks, asking for help as it relates to the owners of the All-American Package Store, the owners of the BP gas station, and a warehouse that was just past the area of the second half of the barricade, just past the area where Omar Ivory pulled off to the side as everyone tried to save Secoriea. And what you will see and what you will hear about is the angles and the footage that was able to be recovered. And I know we're all used to CSI and all the other different crime scene shows that are on TV with our 4K and clear as ever video surveillance, rings that seem to capture, ring cameras that seem to capture everything, even if there isn't movement, even though they're supposed to be motion activated. But you will learn, ladies and gentlemen, that's TV. That the camera footage that we were able to locate as it relates to the moments before, during, and after Secoria's death is not 4K. It doesn't capture every angle on the scene. It doesn't capture outside of certain areas where the cameras don't reach. What you're going to notice is that the cameras are not as clear as it shows on Criminal Minds, capturing every angle and aspect of someone's face, clothing, and things of that nature. What Detective Shepard will tell you is that after Detective T was able to locate the video surveillance from the 3 businesses, he then watched hours of footage, having to piece and connect the footage together so we could get a full 360, 180 view of certain angles so he could get justice for Secoriea. This is the view he was able to get from the BP gas station, and just on the left of the screen is just outside of this camera would be the warehouse where he was able to pull a video surveillance and pointed in the direction of the BP. That's what we're seeing here. So what Detective Shepard will talk to you about in his review and hours of review footage, he was able to locate the time in which the McCords pulled into the liquor store parking lot after they had experienced being held at gunpoint, after they had been told they couldn't come through, after they were made to turn around. And you'll see on the video surveillance the McCords get out, confused, scared, wondering what happened, why they weren't able to move through. And you'll see the defendant in his distinctive clothing, his jeans with faded out areas on his thighs and down towards his shins. You'll see that he's in a distinctive red shirt with white writing. You will learn through witnesses the writing on the back of the shirt talks about Piru Bloods, Elm Street. And you will learn the significance as it relates to that and this defendant being a member and associate of the Piru Bloods gang. Detective Shepard will tell you that in his review of the footage, he was able to locate 2 persons of interest at the beginning of the investigation that he identified. The defendant being the individual in the red, and then in the white t-shirt and the black jeans, the co-defendant, Mr. Jerry McKinney. And what I'll say as it relates to Mr. McKinney is that we're here for the trial of Mr. Connolly. Mr. McKinney is not on trial before this jury at this time. Your focus as it relates to the guilt and innocence is on Mr. Connolly. Mr. McKinney is not attached or a part of this trial that is before each and every one of you during the next couple of days. And what Detective Shepard will tell you is that he continued to review footage. And as he reviewed footage, he saw shortly before the shooting a MARTA bus. And through his number of years with the City of Atlanta Police Department, he knew that MARTA buses typically had cameras. And for once, he knew that this was an agency, this was a transportation industry that had great cameras, that had camera footage that we would hope to see on TV. Camera footage that reveals details of your face, of your clothing. So he reached out to members of the MARTA Police Department and MARTA Transportation, and he was able to identify that bus that was on the route to University and Pryor. He was able to identify the driver. He was able to get the camera footage. And from his review and receiving of the camera footage, he was able to get the photographs of Mr. McKinney. He was able to use the video footage to take screenshots of the details of Mr. McKinney, of Mr. Connolly. His red shirt, his rifle, his black bag that he had over his body.
Can't miss that.
Then put that in a BOLO, or Crime Stoppers Tips flyer, in which he again released throughout the city, through the media, through canvassing, going from person to person, house to house, asking if they recognized the person in the flyer. And as he did that, he did the same as it relates to Mr. McKinney, as he was able to get clear footage or clear pictures to distribute as it relates to him as a person of interest for the murder of Secoriea Turner. What you will learn and what you will hear and see is that as a result of these flyers, as a result of the media blast of the BOLO related to this defendant, Julian Connolly, he came forward on July 13th of 2020. When I say he came forward in a press conference that he had arranged with his counsel at the time in front of several news outlets, one being in front of Tom Jones with WSB-TV, other media outlets, Fox 5 with Angelique Proctor, where they all met in a central location, a central area, and he made statements while on or during the press conference that his counsel made statements on his behalf as it relates to his picture being distributed as a person of interest. He admitted that the person in the red shirt with the white writing, with the AR-style rifle hanging from his body, and that black bag was him. That picture was of him. That he was on the scene at the time Secoriea Turner was killed. You will see distinct differences just a few days later in Mr. Connolly's appearance. You will see that he's changed his appearance. He's cut his hair.
Wow.
It's nothing like the photos that you see, that you saw previously, where he had longer hair in twists that were coming down.
Wow.
And like I said, he made statements as it relates to identifying himself in the video that had been distributed by the City of Atlanta Police Department. And what Detective Shepard will tell you, again, the distinct difference in his appearance on July 4th and July 13th during the press conference. And as Detective Shepard saw, like all of us, we happened to be watching the news, watched it live, learned information, and took that information and added it to his investigation. Added it to the hours and hours of video footage that he had watched. Because he now identified the individual that he saw shooting at the vehicle in the red shirt with the white writing and the large rifle as Mr. Ivory passed through and around the barricade. And what Detective Shepard will tell you is that a day and a half later, from the conference that the defendant held, he took out arrest warrants. And what Detective Shepard will tell you is that a common practice is once arrest warrants are taken out, they're turned over to the Fugitive Task Force team for assistance in locating and apprehending a suspect in which warrants have been sworn out for. And what Detective Shepard will also tell you is that as that was done, as the Fugitive Task Force began to do their part of the investigation in locating the defendant, the defendant's attorney, Jackie Patterson, who now goes by the fly lawyer Patterson, as you will hear. During that time, he reached out and arranged for Julian Connolly to turn himself in. And then on July 15th, 2020, the defendant was taken into custody and placed under arrest. Now, you are also going to hear from experts that will be utilized during the state case in chief. You'll hear from the chief medical examiner, Dr. Karen Sullivan, and she will talk to you about the autopsy that she did on 8-year-old Secoriea Turner. She'll talk about the cause of death, which was the gunshot wound that she received in her back. She'll talk about the manner of death, how she classified it as a homicide. She will describe to you, and you will hear about a rifle projectile that was removed from Secorea's little body. And she'll talk to you, and you will see photographs of the hole and how large it is. And she'll tell you that's typical, not unusual, an individual shot with a high-powered rifle round, like Secoriea was. You will hear, toward the end of this trial, from Sarah Van Holm with the Georgia Bureau of Investigations. Ms. Van Holm will talk to you about her expertise and what she's been doing at the GBI for a number of years. That she's a firearms examiner, and that she has examined, analyzed, and made determinations about hundreds of different projectiles and ballistics evidence that she has compared. She will tell you that she received a number of ballistics evidence collected from the crime scene where Secoriea was shot. She will tell you she received that projectile that was removed from Secorea's body. And what Ms. Van Holm will tell you is that in her comparison of 7 shell casings, cartridge casings, as Ms. Van Holm will call them, her comparison of those shell casings, she will be able to tell you that all of them came from one gun.
Wow.
And that they were all fired from an AR-15 rifle. He will also tell you that the single bullet that was removed from Secorea's body is consistent with being fired from an AR-15 style firearm.
Bro, people don't even get shot with that on the street.
Ammunition, 5.56, 45.
That's for
7
war.
shell casings that were collected from the scene. You will also hear from another member of the GBI back in 2020, Jared Coleman. You will hear about his qualifications. You will hear.
I'm sorry. Like, civilians do not need to be getting shot with no assault rifle weapons, bro. That's stuff that people get shot with. That's for soldiers and stuff to get shot with. Like, you don't, civilians not supposed to be getting shot with this stuff. Not a 8-year-old girl, civilian. that's not in a war zone, that's not a part, their country not at war. Why are they getting shot with these type of bullets? It don't make no sense.
His experience and his training in gangs throughout the country, throughout the state of Georgia, and the number of years that he has worked and documented different gang members, identified different signs, and things of that nature. And he will tell you about how he's able to make this determination about gang evidence that he reviewed, about how the gang element is connected to and part of the cause of Secoria's murder. He will tell you about what we talked about here today, that members of the Pyru Blood gang seized control of the intersection of University and Pryor. He will tell you that that seizure of that intersection was to admit a dominance, gain a position of dominance of that territory, of that area where Mr. Brooks was killed, and his connection, God bless you, to the Pyru Blood, and how that this seizure was done via the armed checkpoint. And he will talk about the importance of a refusal to submit, a refusal to recognize the authority of these gang members, and how that refusal is met with violence, and here specifically gun violence. Now, as the judge mentioned earlier, again, this isn't like TV. The technology, as you've seen throughout this presentation, is poor. What I want you to keep in mind is that we've given you pens and paper, old school style, where you can take notes. I would encourage you to take notes, because though Madam Court Reporter is constantly typing and having to take down all the things that we say that don't make sense, the things that she can't understand, we can't give you a transcript of that as you go back to deliberate. Your transcript will be your notes. Your memory will depend on each and every one of your collective taking of notes. So I encourage you to take notes and to pay attention during the testimony of this, because everything that's presented to you is important. Everything that is presented to you is to get justice for 8-year-old Secoriea Turner. And what I want you to remember is that 8-year-old Secoriea, her family, the Cords, Mr. Camber, other witnesses who will testify throughout this trial, they're not on trial. He is. He's on trial for his actions on July 4th, 2020. And what the evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, there was no excuse, there's no mitigation, and there's absolutely no justification for what this defendant and the members of his gang did to little 8-year-old Secoriea on July 4th, 2020. Their actions show nothing more than the fact that they have no regard at all for human life. No regard for a precious little 8-year-old Secoriea Turner who was just trying to get home. The only thing that the evidence will show as it relates to this defendant and what he wanted and what he was concerned about was escaping the responsibility for his actions, to not being held accountable for the things that he, ladies and gentlemen, is responsible for from July 4th of 2020. And that's your job, ladies and gentlemen. Your job is to listen to the testimony and evidence. And at the end of this trial, hold this defendant accountable. Hold him responsible for the things he did on July 4th of 2020. For cutting Secoria's life short. For only allowing her to live a very short 8 years. Making her hopes and dreams of Spelman a reality that will never come true. Making it so Ms. Turner will never hear her daughter laugh, see her dance, do the things that she loves. And the evidence will be clear during the course of this trial that this defendant acted intentionally, he acted deliberately, and consciously made the decision to point, shoot, and pull that trigger at the vehicle that Secoriea was just trying to get home. The evidence will be clear. And at the end of this trial, ladies and gentlemen, myself, my co-counsel, Ms. Young, will have the opportunity to address you again, have the opportunity to talk to you about the injustice that little 8-year-old Secoriea Turner had to endure at the hands of this defendant. And we will have the absolute privilege to stand before you and ask that you return the only verdict that speaks the truth, and that this defendant is guilty of each and every charge in this indictment that you've heard about during the beginning of voir dire. We ask that you hold Julian Connolly accountable for his deliberate acts that caused the death of Secoriea Turner, and find him guilty on all counts. Thank you.
Do you all need this stretch before you hear the other side's argument? Fine. Okay. All right, who will be making the opening statement for the defense?
I will, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Go right ahead, Mr. Regas.
9 days.
Okay. I really gonna listen carefully to really understand where the defense is coming from. Okay. I really got to hear what the defense got to say, because so far what we know is they were on the scene. He had one of those rifles. He had a red shirt on that people are going to remember you had on if they came in contact with you. He had hair on his head, which he cut off when he found out that he was a suspect. Red flags. All I'm saying is, I'm going to listen very carefully to understand where the defense is coming from. I really need to understand.
The investigation into 9 days. The investigation into that precious girl's life lasted 9 days. On July 4th of 2020, her precious life was taken. And on July 13th, Officer Shepard said he was sure he had his person. He said he was 99.99% sure. 9 days later. And when you rush to justice by rushing to Julian, you inevitably land somewhere far different. And when you rush to justice by rushing to Julian, sometimes you just find yourself sitting in a seat charged with a crime you did not commit. And make no mistake about it, the evidence will prove that he did not commit this crime. And we are going to prove it. The math, the mother, and the man behind the wheel all agree, or at least they did, that Julian didn't do it. The math, the mother, and the man behind the wheel, they all said it, or at least they did, that he did not do it. We're going to start with the math. The state is saying that Julian pulled the trigger that killed that precious girl. They're going to say that she sat in the back seat in the middle of that car as it drove through the barricade. They are going to say that Julian was standing by the driver's side door as the car drove by. They are going to say that he fired into that car. And you are going to see video, and they are going to point to a person they are going to say was Julian. Well, what the math will say is that if Julian is the person they say he is, he didn't cause that girl's death. She was And there'll be no dispute about this. A beautiful, beautiful 8-year-old girl. And that did not deserve to happen to her. More than one thing can be true at the same time. What happened to her as she sat in that car seat should not have happened. And what is happening to him as he sits in that seat should not be happening. What the math will tell you is that if that person is him, he could not have caused that girl's death. Because if he is firing, as the evidence will show, and they'll have a medical examiner to testify about the fact, if he's standing and firing at the driver's side door, their medical examiner is going to tell you that the bullet entered that beautiful young girl from right to left, from low to high, from back to front. What that medical examiner will tell you is that the person who fired that shot, that trajectory is consistent with a person being on the right side of the car or near the back right side of the car to create a low to high, back to front, right to left trajectory. The evidence is going to show that a person standing by the driver's side door could not create that. But beyond the math, on that night, as they rushed to the hospital, and that beautiful girl's mother was in that hospital, and she was talking to officers. She told those officers, "Help me, help me, help me." They said, "How can we help you?" She said, "I saw the person who killed my baby. He was wearing black mask, black vest, dressed like y'all, all black, with a long gun." Later, as she was in the hospital, she told officers again, "I saw the person who killed my girl. He was wearing black mask, black vest, dressed like y'all, carrying a long gun." You are going to see pictures of a person wearing all black, carrying a long gun, kneeling and firing upward. You are going to see that picture. Rush to justice by rushing to Julian. Sometimes you don't bother looking at the evidence along the path. Because, as the evidence will show, the math, the mother,
the evidence is going to show,
will say they didn't do it, or at least they did. In addition, they talked to that young woman the next day, the next couple of days at her home, and she repeated it. She repeated it. She repeated it. "I saw the man, black, dressed like y'all, bounty hunter, black vest, long gun." That's what she said the night of. She said the day after. She said the day after. And so did the man behind the wheel. They talked to him. And he said, "I saw the people who fired into that car. They were wearing black. They were dressed like bounty hunters. And they had long guns. That is what he told them. That is what he told them. But not only did he tell them that, he gave Officer Shepard pictures. He gave Officer Shepard a picture of people in some crew. And he said, these are the two people. He talked about one guy being darker with a beard and another guy being short with dreadlocks. Those are the two people who shot into that car. Dressed in black, dressed like bounty hunters. He said the same thing that young woman said. But when you rush to justice, by rushing to jury, you ignore. You ignore evidence along the way. July of 2020, that was a different time. People were home. That was in the height of COVID. And as the state indicated, that was what the police called an autonomous zone. And what the evidence will show, that would be a very generous description, for they just gave it up and said, y'all good over there. They provided no protection. They provided no security. They provided no peace. They allowed that area to police itself. They call it an autonomous zone, but again, that's very generous. They abandoned their responsibility. They abandoned their duty. It was July 4th. It was Independence Day, as the state said. But the evidence will show it was more than Independence Day. The evidence will show it was almost Independence Month. They were independent of law enforcement. They were on their own, not by choice, but because they were left no choice. That came at a time you had George Floyd in Minnesota, and witnesses will talk about this. You had George Floyd in Minnesota. You had Ahmaud Arbery down in Brunswick. And you had Rayshard Brooks right there at Wendy's in June. And when that happened, when all those things happened, people congregated at the scene of the Rayshard Brooks shooting. They congregated at that Wendy's for one night, for 1 week, for 2 weeks, for 3 weeks. They stayed, many of them stayed overnight. And in that autonomous zone, as they call it, it wasn't about gangs taking over. And the witnesses will tell you, it had zero to do with gangs. In fact, as it was Independence Month, what you had in that community was, in their eyes at least, and they'll tell you, the community felt like it was winning. And not just winning, it was winning finally. They saw George Floyd. They saw Ahmaud Arbery. They saw Rayshard Brooks. And in that area, they had tents. They had grills. The community was feeding itself. You even had people who planted a garden. They were trying to provide haircuts for kids. They even had a porta potty they had there by the Wendy's because it was Independence Day, but it was Independence Month. Not by choice, but because they were left no choice. And as they took care of themselves and stayed there and tried to, as they'll say, have their voices heard for once. Be seen. Be seen. They started hearing the rumblings. They started hearing the rumors of outsiders coming in, of the Klan coming in, various other things, the rumors that they'll tell you they heard. They're not going to show you any evidence of any defendant bringing in a barricade. The barricade was left by the city. Because it was Independence Day, but it was Independence Month, because law enforcement said, nah, y'all good over there. So they brought barricades. And as the witnesses will tell you, under the influence of all of what was happening in June of 2020 of the George Floyd and the Ahmaud Arbery and the Rayshard Brooks, also, they were cognizant, they knew of, they were aware of, and they were frightened about Heather Heyer, a woman protesting in West Virginia, Charlottesville, Virginia, where a car rammed the protesters. Because on this scene, on this night, as it had been the case for previous month almost, you had kids playing in the street, you had people cooking out, kids doing cartwheels, and families cooking and sharing food. This area is about 50 yards. It's less than a football field, 50 to 100 yards from beginning to end of that barricade. And that was the area. You'll see the video. Because it was Independence Day. That was the area where they wanted to keep their piece of America safe. The witnesses will tell you it was not about harming anybody. It was about healing everybody and protecting the community. So what you'll see is, you'll see that car go barreling past that barricade. You'll see that car hit somebody as it tries to jump out of the way. And you'll see somebody who's hit raise up and start firing. And you'll see that car keep going. And then you'll see somebody at that second barricade kneel in fire.
Really? I want to see this.
All they wanted to do was keep that area safe. Because when that car came by, nobody at that barricade knew who was in it. They didn't know that beautiful young girl was sitting in the back seat. All they knew, and they'll tell you, was that car come barreling past. And they knew there were kids in the street and people in the street in the community. They had to keep safe because it was Independence Day. As the evidence will show, 9 days into what should have been a thorough investigation, Officer Shepard said that he was 99.99% sure that Julian Conley fired those shots into that car. But you will see, as you've heard, that Julian Conley had on what they have called, and what the evidence will show, and what the picture will show, a distinctive red shirt.
He did.
Julian Conley had on a distinctive red shirt. But when you rush to justice by rushing to Julian, you ignore the fact, as the evidence will show, that the mother, and the man behind the wheel all said something different. Because what the mother said was all black, dressed like a cop. What the man behind the wheel said was all black, dressed like a bounty hunter. What the man behind the wheel showed pictures of were people in all black, dressed like a bounty hunter. But he had on distinctive red. But what happened? The evidence will show that they got his picture. They got his picture when he went to that MARTA bus. Didn't threaten anybody, but they got his picture right there on the camera provided by the MARTA bus. In his red distinctive shirt, not black. And the evidence will show they put that picture on TV. And the evidence will show that when they put that picture on the TV, that man said, I want to go clear my name. And he called a lawyer. I am not responsible for him calling himself the fly lawyer, but he called a lawyer. He wasn't the fly lawyer. He called a lawyer who was a friend of his mom. He called a lawyer that he knew was in law enforcement with his mom when they worked at Clark University Police. So that was the person they called, Jackie Patterson. Jackie, can you help my son? And that man, to clear his name, I'm wearing red, because at this point the evidence will show flyers had already gone out. Black, dressed like a bounty hunter, but he saw his picture on the screen and said, let me go turn myself in. Let me clear my name. And when he did that, rush to justice by rushing to Julian. He disregarded a lot of facts along the way. He turned himself in, thinking he would clear his name. When Officer Shepard made that statement 9 days later about being 99.99% sure, that was before he'd even requested to view the results of the autopsy. Because, again, when you rush to justice, you don't have to wait for details. Before he got the results, before he'd seen the results of the medical examiner, he already made up his mind. I'm so happy you're here. At some point, the state is going to tell you that you get to use your common sense and don't check it at the door. I'm so glad you're here. Because the common sense will tell you that when you are 99.9% sure, what you're looking for after that.
So glad you guys are here.
So when he made that
Hit the like
statement
button if you haven't
about
already.
being 99.9% sure and saying that Julian was standing by that driver's side door firing into the car, he didn't know at that point that the bullet entered from right to left, low to high, back to front. They get to the hospital that night. It's about 10 o'clock or so, Atlanta Medical Center. And while that mother is in the hospital with their daughter, the man behind the wheel is outside in the parking lot. And he's telling them from outside in that parking lot, I'm going to have a lawyer tomorrow. His exact words were something along the lines of, I'm going to have a top flight lawyer tomorrow, zero money down. We're talking hours from the time that beautiful girl was shot. I'm so glad you're here. So glad you're here. Because although, as the evidence will show, that I guess they call him Detective Shepard, concluded his investigation in 9 days, it's not over. It is not over. Because he doesn't get the last word. He doesn't get to say that you're 99.9% sure. You will get to examine all the evidence. You will get to hear all of the witnesses. You'll get to do something they didn't do. When you rush to justice by rushing to Julian, you ignore the fact that the mother, and the man behind the wheel all agree that he didn't do it. You'll get to finish the investigation. You'll get to find him not guilty of all those charges, and I thank you for your attention.
Thanks, everyone. Do you need a break before we start with our first witness? You need a restroom break? Okay, go ahead and step out.
All right, well, they definitely going to have to show me something. He definitely going to have to show me something, man. What he's saying is that they got evidence.
The evidence is going to show.
He's saying they got evidence that is going to show that there's another shooter dressed in all black. And he said that there's video of this. And listen, he made some claims. So being that was his opening statement, I'm looking to see him prove what he said. The prosecutor pretty much got a case, and I want to hear exactly how they came up with identifying him as the actual shooter, what witnesses said, and all that. I want to hear everything, you know. And I really want to know what video is he talking about.
Okay. Ready to call your first witness? Thank you. Everybody be seated.
Detective Jason Tigg, JASON, City of Atlanta Police Department.
Good afternoon, Detective Tigg. Can you tell the jurors how you were currently employed, sir?
I'm a detective in the Police Department's Homeland Security Unit.
And how long have you worked with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
27 years.
And can you tell the jurors 27 years briefly where you've been assigned?
When I came on the police department after police academy, I was assigned to Zone 3 as a patrol officer for the first 5 years of my career, at which time I was promoted to detective in 2004, at which I was a robbery and aggravated assault detective, mostly concentrating in the downtown area. Then I was transferred to the intelligence organized crime unit up under our Homeland Security unit. And I specialize in investigations dealing with organized crime, hiring, narcotics, and things of that nature. After which I was moved within the unit to our electronic surveillance unit in 2009, when I was sent off to training to specialize in basically everything from taking video, installing covert cameras, GPS tracking, wiretapping, recovery from digital video systems, radiological detection, and things of that nature.
That you were assigned to that division of Homeland Security in 2009. You've been there.
Yes.
And can you describe your training that you received, started, and you continue to do it in technical Homeland Security?
Well, just continuing training in different places. A lot of training we've had to go to Regional Counter Drug Training Academy in Meridian, Mississippi, where I went through my basic tech school, which was an 80-hour course, and then teaching you how to deal with cameras, installations, dealing with GPS trackers, and things of that nature. Then there was another week class right after that, teaching you how to install in vehicles, semantics of dealing with sound capturing video in vehicles and things of that nature. Then specifically for video recovery training class, Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Glencoe, Georgia, where the state, local, and federal police officers train in technical issues, dealing with video recovery, and basically just getting that more extensive training at Ocean Systems up in Silver Springs, Maryland, dealing with video and video recovery. I'll be here for a long time if I go into various aspects.
Let me focus in. You've talked about your training as it relates to video recovery. Is that training something that you have received, as you talked about, and that training you continue to receive because of changing technology?
Yes.
And in what you do with Homeland Security in the technical unit, can you explain to the jurors, are you requested to assist on many different cases with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, whenever crimes occur and there are people who have digital video recording systems, and people generally don't know how to export the video so we can put in evidence. Me and 3 of my co-workers were called out to the scene to recover the video. The investigators who will lead on the case tell us the time frame of video that is needed, and we pull the video for them, make sure the video plays, and turn it over to the detectives so they can watch and study their evidence.
And the video recording systems that you encounter when you're assisting many different detectives within the police department are, in your experience, all the video equipment that you encounter, is it the same, is it different?
No, there are many different kinds. Basically, the main thing that's focused on in the training, you have to learn the methodology of how to get the video. You go into some systems, they have different terminology in them, like you have to pick the video, some of them you have to click export, some of them you have to click backup, some you have to click download. You have to know how to get to the time frame needed and things of that nature. And that's pretty much the main part of the training. We had down in Flexi, there's a whole lab of just many different video systems, and during that week of training, even though it was a 40-hour course, we were in there 9 to 10 hours a day, just in those labs, just going through different video systems and just exporting the video so it can be given over as evidence and presented. So it's, like I said, it's just you have to get trained on the methodology.
And as part of your training in the methodology, is there ever a time, because of the different types of video equipment that you encounter, that the equipment actually has to be taken from the location and export what you've talked about that way?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the fact that
appreciate it.
Bottle of water.
Thank you.
Now, let's talk about, as it relates to the different systems that you encounter, do all of them keep time or the timestamps that are associated with the video surveillance footage you're able to extract or take off the system? Is that all on one central time or network, or is it different?
It depends on the system. Some systems are network video systems that are pretty much tied in with the internet and run like computers. So generally those time frames stay the same. Standalone digital video recorders, just the best description I have, kind of look like old school VCRs, but just all digital with a hard drive in them. Those things are, you have to go in and manually change the time. So time gets off on those things generally depending on how long the system's been there. Things like power outages, daylight savings times, and things like that you have to account for. And most of the time, most people, once they put it in, they leave it alone. If they don't have incidents to go on, it's just there. So the time over time gets off a little bit, but the video recordings stay consistent. So when we go into there, we have to look at the date and time offset and account for that when we're pulling the video.
And based on kind of what you just described, when hypothetically, if you're helping an investigator, you're in homicide or in a different department or unit within the City of Atlanta Police Department, and you pull footage from several different video surveillance systems from, let's say, a BP at one location, a warehouse camera, is it possible that the timestamps on those two independent video systems are different but covering the same time period?
Yeah, because generally you can even, their times generally never match up. Even it's kind of like even with you and your cell phones, a lot of times you might have a cell phone on Verizon or a cell phone on AT&T, they might not even match up perfectly. And when you're dealing with video systems like that, they generally never match up perfectly.
So in those instances, when you are able to locate different video surveillance systems in an area, that there's the potential that evidentiary value is of each system, how are you able to make sure that you pull the same time period for each system if they're running on different times, or they have different timestamps?
Well, you look at the time on the live screen right there, and you make the changes, you account for that and just pull back. On homicide investigations, usually, though, we're pulling a massive amount of video. We're going back sometimes hours, if not days, sometimes to pull video. So we account for that. And generally, when we pull video, the defining thing we like to do is to most of the time catch when the patrol cars are there, because of the in-car video systems and the body-worn cameras. Those times are usually correct. So that's way, once we have them arrive, that's how we can gauge if we're watching the video approximate times.
Okay. And coming this back on July 4th of 2020, were you requested, or was your assistance requested by the lead detective, Detective Shepard, as it relates to the death of Secoriea Turner between the hours of 9:30 and 10 o'clock, July 4th?
Yes.
And once you receive that request or that call for assistance, can you tell the jurors kind of the first steps that you take in order to assist Detective Shepard?
Well, Detective Shepard directs me which businesses he wants me to pull the video from, and generally they've already made contact with the people that I need to talk to go in there. Identify myself, and they show me to where their video system is. If there's a password or not, they give me the password, go into the system, designate, see what time the system shows, and starts pulling the amount of video that Detective Shepard has asked for.
Okay. And the area, the general area that you were requested to come to you and provide assistance. Was that near the intersection of University and Pryor?
Yes.
And is that location that you kind of, that corridor that you canvassed and intended to extract video surveillance here in the city of Atlanta, Fulton County?
Yes, it is.
Now, once you arrived to the scene, can you kind of describe what you observed, the environment?
Well, there had been ongoing protests out there for a bit, and the area had, best description was kind of like in disarray in the area, because basically overnight there was like hardly any, law enforcement presence out there. So it was kind of a interesting scene.
When you arrived on scene, were there other officers and detectives on scene?
Yes.
And is one of the primary concerns when you arrived and when others arrived the safety of members of the police department and the general public that's still present and out there?
Yes, because we have to hold the crime scene.
Okay. And let me ask you this question. During the summer of 2020, you were working in Homeland Security?
Yes.
And as it relates to your specific division or unit, Homeland Security, were there, to your knowledge, based on being in the unit, officers or detectives with that unit present throughout the summer?
Present, yes, present in the areas generally until certain times when things started going south at night.
Okay, and can you explain, what do you mean by that? The present generally, and then at night, their presence was, it sounds minimal?
At that location, generally at night, people started showing up.
An objector, Ron. I don't know that the officer is testifying from personal experience.
I am.
Okay, well, I'll withdraw the objection. Thank you.
People started.
Sound like that place in The Wire. Yeah, I ever seen The Wire where they had where they just let people just do drugs and sell drugs and just do whatever they want as long as they keep it right here? Like it's, what they call that, freedom? I forgot what they called it, man. freedom land. I don't remember, but something like that was in The Wire. Man, it sounds crazy.
Showing up carrying long guns, walking in the area, blocking the street and confronting vehicles as they passed through. Generally around those times, we were basically told to go ahead and leave the area, because when you're dealing with undercover police officers and people open carrying of weapons, you increased the possibility of confrontations between the two.
And is it fair to say that withdrawing, the presence of uniform officers during that time, and as well as you said undercover officers at the evening, is that for the general safety of everyone?
Depends on someone's point of view, but generally, yes, you're just lessening the potential of an armed confrontation.
Okay. That's a bad question. I should ask, does that minimize, based on your training experience, the risk of confrontation with law enforcement being withdrawn with people open carrying rifles and things of that nature?
In a sense, yes.
Okay. Now, when you arrived to assist Detective Shepard in his investigation, can you explain to the jurors the video surveillance systems that you encountered and your success in being able to extract or take data from the surrounding area?
Yes. Different systems. The BP gas station had a specific system that uses a proprietary player, and the other two had regular DVR systems except for the digital. The system at the diesel place that was actually, at the time it was vacant, they had their cameras outside on poles recording.
Okay. And is that the area that can be described as a kind of a warehouse that's kind of past or across catty corner from where the Wendy's used to stand?
Yes.
And were you able to get any video surveillance footage from the liquor store or the package store at the top of the street where University and Pryor intersect?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors when you encountered that system, was there anything different than what you described as it relates to the systems you encountered with the what I'll call the warehouse and then the BP gas station?
Just different brands.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors when you examined the systems and you were able to, well, were you able to extract footage from each one of the systems and each one of the locations?
Yes.
And in your review of the cameras and the footage, were all of the timestamps that you encountered from each system, were they the exact same?
No.
And were you able to do what you described, look for uniformed officers or events that you have been that you've talked about here with Detective Shepard and locate the footage for what's been described?
Yes.
Okay. And in each instance, as it relates to the footage or the system from the BP, the package store, and then the warehouse, were you able to actually download the requested footage from Detective Shepard?
Yes.
And I want to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 2. Here on the map, first look.
Yes.
We'll take a look at State Exhibit 2 and let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, this video from the incident.
And the video, is it contained on a USB?
Sorry, she couldn't
Yes, video from the incident.
The video that you described from the incident in State Exhibit 2, had you have an opportunity to review all the video footage contained or the video footage that's contained on the USB drive?
Yes.
And is that video footage a fair and accurate copy of the footage you were actually able to pull from the BP, the package store, and the warehouse?
Yes.
And in addition to looking at the footage you actually pulled, did you also look at footage on State Exhibit 2 where it was a compilation in the sense that the footage from each one were merged or put together?
Yes.
And after you reviewed the compilation, did it fairly and accurately depict all the footage that you looked at previously when you assisted Detective Shepard on July 4th, 2020?
Yes.
Yeah, at this time, the state would tender what's been marked as State Exhibit 2 in evidence.
Any objection?
We don't know right now. We don't know exactly what video we're talking about. I know he mentioned the compilation because I think we will object to the compilation. But
I can lay a greater foundation if that's
fine. Go
necessary.
ahead.
So when I say compilation, in your review of what I'm calling the compilation, is that footage all taken from, for example, the BP?
Yeah, compilation, all of it from the VP. It seemed like the compilations from different videos there, but it looked like some of it was zoomed in.
Yes, let me be more specific. The compilation, was it specific time periods from each one of the video surveillance camera systems that you encountered and have described today from July 4th of 2020?
Yes, you should be able to match up the compilation to the raw video.
And in your review, is that what you were able to do?
Yes.
At this time, I'm in the state defendant with remarks in State Exhibit 2.
I'll object to if it's the altered video where there are marks, and I'll object to that. And I'm just not certain if that's the video we're talking about in terms of compilation where there are circles and highlights. I object to that.
Are there circles and highlights?
And zoomed in, as the witness said.
But there is.
Okay, are you going to submit the original videos too? Are you going to put those in evidence in case the defense needs the original videos? It's all there?
Did State Exhibit 2 contain every video that you were able to pull from the extractions of all three systems?
Yes, it had the raw video.
And in addition to the raw video, did it have a compilation of the raw video from each of the systems you described, but for specific time periods, and let's say for an example, 9 to 10 o'clock from the BP, from the warehouse, and from the package store?
Yes.
And was any of the footage altered in a way that changes the substance of what you were able to extract and pull?
From what I watched, no.
Okay. I would tender State Exhibit 2.
We object to the altered video.
On what ground?
It's altered, Your Honor. It is testimonial. There are circles, there are highlights, I think, zoomed in parts are dark. It's enlightened. It's testimonial. It's drawing conclusions that should be in the province of the jury to determine if that person is the person they're saying it is.
Okay, I think that these may be arguments for whether the video would go out later in the trial with the jury. Do you want to talk? You can talk. Go ahead.
Well, Your Honor, I believe this is an issue that we need to discuss outside the presence of the jury. We
Okay.
need to understand that they were going to try to admit this right now.
Okay. So members of the jury,
Makes sense.
can I send them to lunch now?
Makes sense that they do it like that.
Okay. Will you guys step in the jury room for just a minute?
All right for the jury. Yeah, it makes sense that they do it like that because they let them talk about it because you got to be careful with altered video, man. We got a lot of technology, and some people are real good with editing and stuff, and you got to be careful. So especially when somebody's life on the line, I wouldn't want to take the risk. Let's do the original video, make sure. And if after we do the original video, if you want to do the altered version so that they can at least see if there's any differences, maybe I'll go for that.
Or zoomed in. Do we know that?
Our graphics department.
Graphics department, okay.
Maybe.
Yes.
There's no changes to the video, sorry, Mr. Biden. I don't think that's the admissibility. If you go to the weight that the jury gives it, but it's nothing that changes or alters the video in any type of way, except for it's a circle.
And it doesn't remove anything from the province of the jury because Detective Teague is not saying that he has any idea who the person, any of the people in the video are. He is indicating it is video that he pulled that is being tendered as evidence that has circles around it.
Okay, go ahead.
The circle says this is Conley, and that circle follows that person, and it follows that person into a shaded area where you can't even make out who the person is within that area. But that circle is still there. It is suggested that the same person you saw here in circle is the same person you saw here. Clearly, Mr. Conley's circle is the same person you see here. Not clearly, but it's the same circle, so it's testimonial. It's drawing a conclusion for the jury that person A is person B, and that's what this whole case is about to some extent.
Okay, is he going to testify about the video, or is he just laying the foundation for the video?
Well, he's not going. None of the video is going to be shown with him. If that's your question, he is laying the foundation, and I'm tendering it.
Get it in. And is another witness going to testify about the marks on it and anything that would be testimonial, like arrows saying that that's the defendant? Will somebody else testify to that?
Detective Shepard will be the one who testifies about the markings on the video because he did the markings as it relates to a set of the videos, and then our graphics department used the same markings when we combined. So there's a 360 or 180 view of the entire area. But
okay.
The raw footage is the raw footage. There's no way to change that.
Okay.
And no objection to the raw footage.
Okay.
I have an objection, Your Honor, just to clear everything up. For the record, Sean Hoover on behalf of Mr. Conley. The reason I said this had to be outside the presence of the jury because I didn't believe this was going to pop up this early. So in regards to what the state is trying to do with this officer or this witness is literally bring in all of the surveillance evidence collected and altered by multiple people through him. Once we allow that tendered in, there's no second step for us to say, no, we didn't know what that was. That's the problem. So, Your Honor, in regards to this officer, if they want to tender the surveillance that he received from those locations, period, that's it, that he gave to Detective Shepard, we have no objection to that. However, Detective Shepard, now we know someone in the district attorney's office, which now there's a foundational issue because we need to know who took the videos, who are they an expert, are they not, what they used to alter or change the videos. He can't say they're fair and accurate because we know someone in the district attorney's office did something to it after. So not only is there a foundational issue, there is also an identification issue. The identification issue is once somebody altered that video, now it sounds like they're going to try to use Detective Shepard to come in and say the person that we zoomed in on, the person that we put the circle around, the person that we're following, I believe that to be Mr. Conley. There's case law in Georgia that explicitly says an officer is not a person that can identify a person on a blurry video like that. And I can quote some case law now, or we can wait till Detective Shepard gets up here, Your Honor. But what case law says is In these situations where the video is blurry or the video you can't 100% see a person's face or who that person is, a witness that was on the scene can testify to who they believe that person is. The victim that was on the scene can testify who they believe that person is, or someone who personally knows Mr. Conley, who's seen the video and knows his mannerisms, knows his gait, knows how he walks, knows how he talks. They can use their personal information, if called, to bring that in. What the state is trying to do is take surveillance video that was not altered, was not changed or deleted in any way. They gave it clearly to someone in their office who we don't even know who that person is because they never told us about it, which is a violation on its own. And now they want to bring a detective in to identify Mr. Conley when the video shouldn't come in, the still shot shouldn't come in, anything altered shouldn't come in, and that witness is not the person that is supposed to or that's qualified to identify Mr. Conley on these types of videos. So for all of those reasons, we cannot allow this whole USB drive to be tendered in. We got to go piece by piece because now we know the district attorney's office did something to change the original video. So he can't say it's a fair and accurate representation of what he downloaded because they just admitted that it's not because of them.
No, that is not the case.
You just said somebody in your office.
I let you argue. It's my
Let him speak.
So, but what happened, what just occurred with Detective T was he said he reviewed the compilation, that there were no alterations or deletions to the footage in itself, and that there are circles around it. The circles are not, he is not saying that they're Connolly. Detective Shepard isn't saying it's Connolly. The circles indicate that it's the person with the red shirt on, which you can see, the person with the jeans that are lighter than everybody else, which you can see. We can make that argument in closing that the person in the circle with the red shirt on, with the jeans on, that are light colored and not black like everybody else, is Mr. Connolly, because he was the only person out there with a red shirt, white writing, and the light colored jeans. And then he identifies himself on the footage from the press conference as that him being the person in the bolos or the Crime Stopper flyers.
Is the detective going to say he participated in that preparation of the video, that he was part of that?
100%.
Okay, so point well taken. I'm going to admit this subject to the continued foundation being laid. So right now it can't be played for the jury, but I'm going to allow that he has laid a foundation for identifying that as the raw video that has been placed in another format that he recognizes and hasn't been changed. But before a jury sees that, we're going to hear additional testimony, and it's fine for that to be out in the presence of the jury.
And before Detective Shepard takes a stand, Your Honor, I would like to present the case law that I have.
That's fine. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Right now.
Okay.
Okay.
What time? When do you think you're going to present the detective? Is that today or a different day?
It would not be today.
Okay.
Tomorrow. Friday.
Okay, that's fine. And if you want to submit something, if you want to go ahead and give us the case law during one of the breaks, that's fine. Okay. Okay. And are you also going to tender just the raw footage? Are you going to put the original videos in or no?
They're on
The original videos are all on that as well. So it's the original videos plus a kind of compilation.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. All right, we can bring the jury back in.
All right, let's bring the jury back in.
Do you want me to make that ruling again in front of the jury, or do you guys want to let them go to lunch?
Well, how much more I don't know how much more they have.
Do you have any more?
With this witness.
I may have one question.
Okay. All right, well, it's been tendered outside their presence, so if you want to take it back up in front of them, that's fine, but if not, it's settled.
Well, I guess, is Your Honor going to rule on, I guess, the...
I'll rule.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All rise for the jury.
All rise for the jury.
And the remainder, heard the arguments of the parties, you can be seated. Having heard the arguments of the parties as to exhibit number 2, at this point the proper foundation has been laid for the raw footage that's on that jump drive, and the remainder, any compilations, are admitted but subject to the continued foundation being laid through a later witness. So, everybody understand the ruling?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, thank you.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for Detective.
Okay. Cross.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
I think you talked about in your direct testimony the area being in a bit of a disarray. Is that fair to say?
That's to put it lightly.
when was your first time going to the scene or to the area?
To the area?
Yes.
Was right after the Rashad Brooks incident. The next morning, we were already at work constantly around 16 hours a day dealing with the riots that were going on at Marietta and COP.
And how many times thereafter? Do you have notes to indicate how often you went after that first appearance?
We were down there daily, passively monitoring just to see the goings and comings and things of that nature, trying to passively monitor the crowds through basically non-engagements just to see what's going on, generally to report back. Because we were running a joint operations center at the time, at police headquarters, monitoring all the unrest in the city.
And I guess I'm asking specifically about you rather than the collective we. About how many times were you present?
Present at their location?
Yes.
I was present at their location generally going back and forth between COP and Marietta at least 2 to 3 hours a day at different time frames.
And when you would be there, isn't it fair to say that I think you testified to police, correct me if I'm wrong, that there were many people carrying long guns, correct?
Yes, they would show up at different times. We had different incidents out there, including a couple of gunfights. We had an officer assaulted, and several different people just hit with random gunfire.
But now, as we move closer to July 4th, were you still going to the area then?
Yes, still randomly when I was at work. We were still tasked with monitoring everything that was going on, reporting back.
Now let's talk specifically about July 4th. Isn't it fair to say that there were kids and families out there as well, correct?
Yeah, there's some people brought their kids out there. Some people brought their families out there. Even some people went so far as to set up stands selling T-shirts and barbecue.
Right. People were cooking out. People were living in tents, correct?
Yeah.
Did you notice the garden out there?
Why are people living there?
They set up many things out there. I wouldn't call it a proper garden, but they set lots of things up there.
But generally, talking about July 4th, that was a more festive atmosphere, correct?
I would not be the person to call any of that stuff that was going on out there during that time frame festive.
When you say you would not be the person, I guess you have.
I would not use that term as being festive, because generally when I refer to something being festive, it's not next to a burned down restaurant. It's being festive.
And children in the streets doing cartwheels, that don't qualify as festive, in your opinion.
That's the opinion of whoever parents brought them out there. I wouldn't bring mine.
Well, you are entitled to not bring this out there, correct?
Like I say, that's everybody's personal right as a parent to bring. Each parent judges where they would bring their child at. But I can't be the one to say this parent was correct for bringing their child.
Not my kids.
Correct.
Not my kids,
he said. Also, again, fireworks as well happening that evening, correct?
Yeah, people were shooting fireworks also.
Isn't that illegal? Is that legal?
You ever been to a block party?
Many.
This was sort of like a block party.
I would not call this a block party.
You wouldn't call it festive or a block party, right?
No, I would not.
Now, you indicated something about the COP.
What? Olympic Park Drive, by the CNN Center.
Okay. And you said you were in that area as well?
Yes, we were monitoring both areas.
Okay. Now, and talking about the many people there who had long guns, there were no arrests of those people with long guns just for carrying those long guns, correct?
Not that I'm familiar with.
Are you familiar with the term autonomous zone?
Yes, I'm familiar with the term autonomous zone.
But
I do not recognize the authority of an autonomous zone as a police officer.
Well, with that zone being autonomy, isn't that almost indicative of there not being authority?
Well, not being authority was still in the city, but authority was ordered out of the area.
Wow.
And you didn't like that, did you?
Not particularly.
That's crazy.
So someone above you ordered that there be no police presence in this area at particular times. Isn't that correct?
And object to hearsay as well as speculation.
That is a question.
Can you reframe the question?
Did they do that for real? Well, I guess so. What? My goodness.
Police were ordered not to be in that area, correct?
Yes.
That's crazy.
And the term autonomous zone, that is a zone that was given to that area by law enforcement, correct?
I wouldn't say because you could pull police out that it was given.
Like, listen to what I'm hearing is they're saying that they ordered for police to not go or be in a certain area. What if there's an emergency? I mean, what? What?
To someone.
So even if there were police there, they were pulled out.
Yes.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
Very briefly,
Okay.
you talked about other areas that you had monitored or were monitoring on across. Did you also respond on that same day, July 4th of 2022, the Edgewood Auburn Avenue area where shooting occurred?
Yes.
And in relation to the shooting and death of Secoriea Turner, was that after that occurred? You can recall?
I think so. That day was kind of chaotic with shootings all over town.
On that.
Okay, any recross?
I have no more questions for you. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Actually, can he be excused or do you need him later?
Yeah, so it can be excused.
Okay, thank you.
I have no objection, Your Honor, either.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your testimony. Okay.
No, I'm good. Going back to training.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm good. Appreciate it.
Okay, members of the jury, here's one surprise. We're being moved down to 1D. This courtroom is crowded. There are a couple tech issues, so we're going to be in still a different courtroom after your lunch break. We're going to move everything down there, including some of the equipment back in the back, because it's a much larger, fancier courtroom than mine, but your jury room's a little smaller.
Are we going to a fancy courtroom, y'all? We going to a fancy courtroom.
So, do we have instructions for where they should report after lunch?
We're going to skip all of it.
Okay, I need to try to keep that person as a witness.
What?
We've received correspondence from your media witnesses counsel. When do you anticipate calling that person as a witness? We need to set up a hearing on that.
Tomorrow, Your Honor.
Tomorrow. Early in the day?
Can we get back to you after lunch?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, we just need to give them notice about when to show up. All right, thank you.
I guess it'd probably be better if we can handle that before we start the proceedings tomorrow. So
I agree. First thing. In fact, we could let the jury come in like 30 minutes late or something. Okay. All right, thanks everyone.
All right, we're going to lunch, y'all. Let me let's skip all that. Let's skip all that till we get back to get back from lunch. To the chat. This autonomous zone sounds like a breeding ground for violence and criminal activity. And once people hear that there's no police presence and no police is gonna be there, and they announce that the police will not be present there, then I expect everything I heard. People to be setting up tents, people to be selling stuff. Could you imagine how much illegal activity is taking place at in this area? I'm sure there's a lot of positive people there for the cause, but what makes somebody want to spend the night there and build and set up a tent and all that type of stuff? This sounds a little extreme. Sounds a little extreme. Sounds like some people saw some opportunities and they were taking advantage of it. People saw ways to make money, and so they. It sounds like people was finding all kind of ways to benefit from the fact that there was no police presence, and that's crazy.
Mr. Campbell, you're going to need to speak up a little bit.
All right, state your name for
Gerald Campbell.
Mr. Campbell, you're going to need to speak up a little. The court reporter's in front of me, and
Okay.
she's got to take down everything you say.
Gotcha.
Perfect. Thank you.
Gerald Campbell, GeraldCambor.
How you doing this afternoon, sir?
I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm all right. How old are you?
50.
And where are you from?
New Orleans born, ATL living.
All right. And when did you move to Atlanta?
93. Yeah.
And what do you do for a living?
CDL, commercial driver.
Okay. And tell the members of the jury what a CDL is.
It is a commercial driver's license. You got two different kinds. You got the kind that drives buses, and then you have Class A, which drives buses, trucks, everything. I'm certified to drive anything you see on the road. Yeah.
And
Lord of mercy.
How long have you had your CDL?
Since 2014, July 2014.
Okay. I want to draw your attention back to 2020. Who were you employed with?
MARTA.
And what does MARTA stand for?
Metro Atlanta Regional Transit Authority.
And can you tell us what some of your job duties were?
Say that again.
I said, can you tell us what some of your job duties were?
To drive the bus.
Okay. So you say to drive the bus. Does that mean like the big transit bus that comes and picks up passengers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what shift do you normally work?
Second shift.
Okay. And back on July 4th of 2020, were you employed with MARTA?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on this particular day, what shift were you working?
Second shift.
Second shift. What's the second shift?
It fluctuates between, you can go in from noon to about maybe 2 or 3 o'clock. It just depends on what route that you had. And I was like a floater, so I did whatever. Yeah.
So would it be fair to say that you went wherever you were needed?
Yes,
okay.
Absolutely.
And back on July 4th of 2020, what route were you driving?
I think it was the 55.
The 55? And tell
Jonesboro.
Where's the 55?
5 Points is where it started off. That's where I relieved the first shift driver at 5 Points, and it goes to Forest Park somewhere. Yeah.
If you remember, how long does it take to from start to finish?
That was my first and only time that I driven that route, so I believe it was a longer route, so I believe it might have been like anywhere from an hour to an hour and a half.
And what does it mean for a route to be outbound?
Outbound, 5 Points was the main train station. So when you leaving 5 Points, that's going outbound. When you coming back to 5 Points, that's inbound to 5 Points.
And were there cameras installed on the bus?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
And where were those cameras located?
You got some inside. I think you got a couple of them facing me. A couple of cameras facing the street. One straight ahead. I think you got one behind the bus. It's probably like 8 or 9 cameras on the bus.
And back on July 4th of 2020, that bus you was driving have cameras?
Yes, sir.
And were those cameras fully functioning?
Yes, sir.
Pursuant to 24-803 and 24-903, state tenders certified business record.
Any objection?
Objection.
Okay. What exhibit number is that?
This is going to be 3A.
3A is admitted.
Now, permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 3. You can take it off. Do you recognize that flash drive?
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize that flash?
Just by being showed it, and I have my initials on it.
Do you also have a date on there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to watch that flash drive for its entirety?
Yes, sir.
And was it a fair and accurate depiction of what took place on July 4th?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, State. Well, did you also have an opportunity to watch a compilation video of all of the raw footage that was from July 4th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Was that a fair and accurate depiction of all of the raw footage from this particular day?
Yes, sir.
Were there any markings on these videos?
No, they was pretty clear from what I saw.
Your Honor, at this time, State will tender State's Exhibit 3 into evidence.
Any objection?
What's Davis? When you reviewed the footage, was it where did that footage come from?
From the bus.
Would that be the MARTA bus?
That's it. I didn't see any other footage.
Did you say I did not see any other footage?
But the bus, that's it.
Your Honor, there are no. So, State tenders State's Exhibit 3.
It's admitted.
Permission to publish?
Granted.
Let the record reflect that we are starting the video at 00. That was in front of you.
Towards the end, down.
Technology is still not on our side. Where we go. So, Mr. Kemper, can you tell me where we're watching at this particular point?
That is me coming down Prior Street, about to make a left turn.
Okay. And when you make your left-hand turn, where are you going?
I'm going outbound towards the end of the line, but that is University right there.
All right. So prior to the pause, there was a store that was in front of you. What store was that?
The name of the store, I don't know. I think it was a liquor store, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And what are we looking at right now?
That's me.
Is that you back on July 4th of 2020?
Yes.
Did you just hear what you just said?
It's blocked off.
Okay. And what is it's blocked out? What's blocked out?
I didn't hear anything.
Okay. And why did you say that the streets?
I didn't hear anything.
You said And what are we looking at? The store that was in front of you. What store was that?
The name of the store, I don't know. I think it was a liquor store, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And what are we looking at right now?
That's me.
Is that you back on July 4th of 2020?
Yes.
Did you just hear what you just said?
It's blocked off.
Okay. And why? What is it's blocked out? What's blocked out?
The street.
Okay. And why did you say that the street was blocked out?
Because it was barricades, and I couldn't make it through.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, was this bus empty, or did you have passengers?
Yeah, I had passengers. I don't remember how many, but I know I had a few of them on now.
And what are we watching now?
That is me looking like I'm about to back it up. The lights just went out, so I'm backing the bus up. Because whenever you put the bus in reverse, the lights go out so you can see. And I'm tapping the horn, letting people behind me know that I'm coming back.
And why are you backing up instead of going forward?
Because the street was blocked off.
Hold up, stop. You can come through. You trained.
Wow.
You're part of the community. You're not doing that. Y'all stay on. They're gonna be all right. Come back down. I got you through. Come on.
Wow.
So prior to this person coming up to tell you that you can go through, were you allowed to go through?
No.
Wow. Thanks, sir.
You know what I'm saying? You right?
Now,
Thanks for giving me permission to drive the bus down. Thanks, sir. So nice of you.
do you see someone wearing a red shirt in this particular video?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you tap the screen for me?
Oh,
And can you tap it?
he part of the security team that's letting the. He part of the security team.
Can you circle that person wearing their red shirt? And what, if anything, do you notice about what this person has on?
Got what looks to be a AK style, a AK style firearm.
Okay. And did this person ever approach?
I'm sorry, AR style.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how do you know this is a AR style firearm?
Because it's long and it's hanging off a shoulder strap.
And did this person happen to approach the bus at any point?
I don't believe any further than you see in the picture right here.
Wow.
Did the person in the red that you previously circled just say something to you? Writing upon the statement. At this point, we have no else. A effect upon the listener. I'm not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted out there.
I'll hear the statement. Go ahead. I overruled you since it's in the recording.
Now, do you see another individual that just came from screen prior?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And can you circle that person for me? And what, if anything, did you notice about this person?
His pants is sagging. He look like he's holding the firearm, but I can't really tell from this angle.
Man, these kids got Call of Duty guns. Like like they customize it and everything with colors and all kind of stuff like Call of Duty. Like they over there putting. Oh my God.
I got y'all, my bad, y'all. No disrespect, y'all. We got y'all. You hear me? Man, I sent this motherfucker to the max. Yes, sir. Hey, come back in here.
So they just got this on lock. They controlling this whole thing. Man, what a criminal's dream come true, huh? To be able to just what? This is like what they do in the third world countries, like with the cartels and places that have like drug lords and stuff where they take over a neighborhood and the police can't come through. Like that's what they trying to do here. Like this is what they really and the cops allow this? Oh man. The in America? Oh man. Okay.
Hold up, stop. You can come through if you train. You're part of the community. You're not doing that. Y'all stay on that. Come back in. I got you.
You know, this reminds me of if y'all ever seen Damian Marley got a song called Welcome to Jamrock. He literally sings about this type of stuff happening in Jamaica where they block off the streets and the police can't come there. And if you're not from around there, you can't. And I'm like, that's what this sounds like. It sounds like that song. Welcome to Jamrock. Like, what?
Hold up, stop. You can come through if you train. You're part of the community. You're not doing that. Y'all stay on that. Come back in. I got you. Right here. Right. Stop saying. You right? No, him right there. We again. Right.
So he part of the security team. He working with the other dude. He a part of this. He not just somebody that's just on the scene. He actively working to make sure this thing of ours. Look at him. He over there congregating. They literally guarding this and making sure. Look, the other guy with the gun.
So now, that same person with the white shirt that you mentioned earlier, you can tell he had a firearm. Can you tell better now?
Yeah. Yeah.
And what is the, based off of your personal experience, what kind of firearm do you believe that to be?
Look like an AR style rifle.
Now, which angle is this that we're looking at now?
That's towards the BP, cause I started to turn around, but I was halfway through it when I was stopped. So since I was given permission to go through, I'm backing up again, so I can not run up on the curb, and then I'm proceeding to go
Look at the people out there.
through.
Oh, they out there partying for real. Look at all the cars. They let them go through. Look at all, bro. They got this whole thing. It's like border police.
Now, do you see the individual with the red shirt?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that the same person that you circled earlier?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is that person doing with his body?
Motioning me through.
Okay. And based off of
Oh, he is. He is.
And when you say he's motioning you through, what do you mean?
Kind of like telling me which way, come on through, go through right there.
All right. And did you ever return back, I guess, going inbound towards 5 Points this night?
Yeah, but it had to be over an hour before I came back through.
Okay. And were the barricades still there?
I don't remember. I think they were, but I'm not really sure. Yeah.
1 second. And just, can you explain to the members of the jury, since you were there this particular day, what did the environment look like?
Very tense.
Okay. Tell me why you used the word tense.
Because it was a lot of tension because of the other situation that had happened. It just was, the intensity was thick going through there.
You see multiple people with guns?
Yeah.
Long guns?
Yes, sir.
The state will pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Hello, ma'am.
How many times would you say you went through that area that day?
That is a longer route. So it had to be either 3 or 4 times.
And you testified a few minutes ago that you saw multiple people with long guns.
Yes, ma'am.
So it was more than 3?
Absolutely.
More than 5?
Yeah,
More than 7?
probably.
Wow.
The state asked you about seeing somebody in a red shirt.
Mm-hmm.
But you saw people in black too.
I believe I saw one person that played. Yeah.
Saw children out there?
I don't recall.
I don't recall.
See tents out there.
Tense, yeah, it was tense.
I'm wondering if this is the lawyer that they were talking about when the defense made his opening statement. The defense said that he said his mom worked with a lawyer when she was part of the police force, and he got top flight lawyer, and her name is such and such. I forgot the name, but I'm wondering, is that her? Is that the person that they was referring to? I'll find out eventually.
So as you're operating the bus, what's your responsibility?
To get my passengers from point A to point B, make sure they protected. In order, everybody on my bus is my responsibility. Whether it's a part of the job description or not, I take it on as my responsibility.
And you're not responsible for taking the inventory of everything driving, are you?
No.
So you only know what happened on your bus, right?
And around my bus.
Okay. So what was happening outside of your bus before you got there? You don't know.
No.
And you said you went through the area.
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing in those trips that you made, first 2 trips, like you didn't.
I get paid to do a job and I'm gonna do it. So I wasn't intimidated, you know. I'm gonna do my job.
Can you redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
So you talked about on cross that there were multiple. You remember that conversation?
Yes, sir.
How many people with long guns came to that bus?
Came to the bus as they were getting on it. Approached the bus like in the vicinity. I think I saw 2 or 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
And let's talk about the 2 or 3 you saw. One of them, would it be fair to say that the one that had on the red shirt, one of them?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that the one that had on the white shirt is another one?
Yes.
Okay. Also, did you see kids doing cartwheels?
No, I didn't see that.
Did you, based off of your own personal thought process, was this a festive environment?
What you mean festive?
Festive.
Like a party or something? No.
Also, the shirt that this person had on, what color was it?
It was red, but it had some designs on it.
Okay. What color were the designs?
Looked like white and black, I think I saw.
Okay. Was there something going across this person's body?
Yeah, looked like a bag, a little shoulder bag or something like that.
What color pants?
Looked like blue jeans. Wasn't paying attention to the pants. Play it, can you?
Just play it again for you.
Yeah. Blue jeans.
Yeah. The one said he right. Yeah. Yeah. I want y'all to represent these kids to the max. Y'all, no disrespect, y'all. We got y'all. You hear me? Represent this motherfucker to the max. Yes, sir. Hey, come back in here.
So, after watching that video, do you now remember how many people came to the bus with the long gun?
Looked like 2.
And were those the same 2 people that you tried? 1 and 2, the one with the red shirt and 1 in the white shirt.
Right.
Nobody
Yes.
in all black.
No.
No further questions, John.
Any recross? Okay. Okay. All right, can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, sir, thank you for spending your time with us today. You're excused. That means if you want to stay and watch, you can, but you don't have to. Ready with your next witness?
Statement called Chris McCord.
See who this is. I wonder who was his lawyer. That's the person. Let me see if I can find
Yes, I can't see what's in front of me. Can you, the room?
some of this. Hey, we got Obama on the stand. What's up, Obama?
Christopher McCord, ChristopherMcCord, I'm fine. I am 47 years old. I live in Southeast Atlanta, which is right off of University Avenue.
Okay, so seems like Jackie Patterson was representing him in 2005. Let me see if she's representing him now. I mean, in 2020. Sorry.
10 years.
So are you familiar with
I am. That is Fulton County. I do. A lot of unrest. There was a gentleman that unfortunately had a situation with Atlanta Police Department. A lot of folks were riding in that area at the time.
is that an area that utilized
It is.
during that time utilizing to go
In some instances, yes.
and during that time
Low, unfortunately. Yes. Wish we had a little bit more support.
when you say rioting, what type of rioting?
Once again, our Wendy's was burnt down. There was also some heavy crowds that were there at that Wendy's as well, and some individuals that were also shot before in that area as well.
Was that
Prior. It was. I know of at least one or two. I don't recall all of them.
Did you observe anything
going on here?
No. Yes.
I can't hear her. So I need to fix your mic, man.
At least once or twice. Yes, I recognize that area. Yes, it is. It does fairly.
Okay, it's admitted. And you said that is 30A? Yes.
What's going on with her? What's up with them over there?
If you need to move to see it, feel free to.
Can't hear nothing that she said.
Sure.
It's like she's not talking. Every time she talks, it just cuts off.
travel to and from your home the direction?
Oh, the whole thing is messed up.
When you 54, what is that enough? Ramp, do you come off of a ramp?
Oh, yes, I do.
Off of which
Yeah, another stream. Fox is the only one that's
And did you
streaming.
happen to be in the area on July 4th? And what was going on that day? Were you celebrating at home or something? And about what time? When you left your home, travel.
I'm sure the people in the street telling them like, "Yo, bro, nobody can't hear this." What day is this? This is the first day.
So when you would be coming from and during that time, July 2nd, were there any barricades
You're robbing the people, man.
located did you observe any individuals out? Can you kind of describe was it still that unrest environment? And at some point, about what time? When you were returning home, which way?
Bro, this whole thing is. Are they serious? Man,
When you made that left on Avenue, the barricades and tunnels,
are they serious right now?
I did not.
how would the gentleman look like that?
It was a light-skinned black male. Correct. I do not recall anything about what he had on. That's correct.
Yeah, that's what she said.
At that time, yes.
And I want to state already published with Bob from Parliament.
So that's from this morning, but you're just using the raw footage? Any objection?
How come I can hear her?
That part's been admitted.
Oh,
Who's handling it?
oh, it's like while they talk, the volume like drops and cuts out. They need to fix that.
Portion
Raw.
raw.
Footage.
Let me double check. That is ridiculous.
On it. Which part do they plan on playing with him? That's the issue, because this is
What you utilizing to get off on that exit?
I would typically be traveling southbound.
Oh, all right. So it might be clear. It's actually clear.
It's right off of University Avenue.
And how long have you lived in that area?
18 years.
And so are you familiar with the area of University and Pryor?
I am.
And that's Fulton County?
That is Fulton County.
And do you recall the summer of 2020?
I do.
Can you kind of explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury kind of what was the climate of that particular area in the summer of 2020?
A lot of unrest. There was a gentleman that unfortunately had a situation with Atlanta Police Department. A lot of folks were riding in that area at the time.
And is that an area that you utilize to go to and from your home?
It is.
During that time of unrest, were you utilizing that area to go and come?
In some instances, yes.
And during that time of unrest, was there any police presence in the area?
Low, unfortunately.
You said low?
Yes. Wish we had a little bit more support.
And when you say rioting, what type of rioting was going on in the area?
Once again, our Wendy's was burnt down. There was also some heavy crowds that were there at that Wendy's as well, and some individuals that were also shot before in that area as well.
Was that prior to or subsequent to the Wendy's being burnt down that individuals were shot in that area?
Prior.
And was that prior to the 4th of July?
It was.
Do you recall how many shooters were in the area at that time?
I know of at least one or two. I don't recall all of them.
Did you observe anything that appeared to be, let's start with the date, June 12th of 2020? After that date, were there festivals going on in the area?
No.
Did you observe during that time individuals with guns in that area between June 12th of 2020 and July 4th of 2020?
Yes.
About how many times did you observe individuals with guns in that area?
At least once or twice.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 30A. Do you recognize what's in State's 30A? It's been previously shown to council.
Yes, I recognize that area.
And is this the area that we've been talking about?
Yes, it is.
And does it fairly accurately depict the area of the University of Pryor?
It does fairly.
David, that's in State's 30A.
Is it demonstrative?
No, Jennifer Evans.
Okay, it's admitted. And you said that is
30A, Your Honor.
30A? Okay.
And may it be published, Your Honor?
Yes. If you need to move to see it, feel free to move around as you need to.
Ms. McCord, I'm going to ask you to step down for us. Would you think?
Sure.
When you would travel to and from your home in this area, can you kind of point to, ladies and gentlemen, the directions that you would take?
I traveled down 54 and around to the bend, and then my house is right on the other side.
When you 54, what is that coming off a particular highway here in Atlanta?
Yes, that's the state highway.
Okay, what highway is it? Besides the ramp, do you come off of a ramp?
Oh, yes, I do. I come off of University Avenue.
Off of which, you got 285, 75, 20, which highway would you be utilizing to get off from that exit?
I would typically be traveling southbound on 75.
And did you happen to be in that area on July 4th of 2020?
I was.
And what was going on that day for you? We all know it was 4th of July. What were you doing that day?
Celebrating.
Okay. Were you celebrating at home or somewhere else?
Somewhere else.
And about what time did you leave your home?
I had left my home several days before that, so it should have been July the 2nd or so.
Okay. When you left your home on July the 2nd, did you travel on University Avenue?
I did.
Okay. And which way were you coming from your home on University Avenue?
I would have been coming, that's going to be eastbound, which is past the Wendy's, BP, and then the highway entrance is here to the right-hand side.
So when you would be coming from your home, the Wendy's would be on your right-hand side?
That's correct.
And during that time, July 2nd, I believe you said, were there any barricades or cones located on University Avenue?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you observe any individuals out in that area as you traveled from your home?
It was a low amount of individuals at that time.
Can you kind of describe what that looked like for you?
Typically, there's individuals that will hang here at the corner of the Chevron. Maybe a little bit of foot traffic at the BP, but that is typically it.
Was it still that unrest kind of environment that you talked about earlier?
Not on that day, no.
And at some point, did you return home?
I did on July 4th.
About what time was it that you returned home on July 4th?
Based off my knowledge, it's probably around 9:30, 10 o'clock.
And when you were returning home, which way of travel did you take?
Once again, came off the highway 75 southbound. I made a left-hand turn to get on 54, and I'm sure that I was probably on the right-hand side at that time, and continued on until couldn't anymore.
Okay, and you can have a seat, thank you, sir. And you said you, you said until you couldn't anymore. Did something occur that impeded your ability to continue on to your home?
Yes, there was a gentleman that stepped in front of my vehicle with a long gun.
Let me ask you, when you made that left on University Avenue, did you see any barricades or any cones at that time?
I did not.
Do you recall what the gentleman looked like that approached your car?
It was a light-skinned black male.
Light-skinned black male?
Correct.
Do you recall anything about the clothing at all?
I do not recall anything about what he had on.
And I think you indicated that he had a long gun.
That's correct.
Was that the only individual that you observed that had a gun?
At that time, yes.
And I want State's Exhibit 2 that's already been tendered, Your Honor. I'd ask that State's Exhibit 2 be published with just the raw video footage from the All-American Leaders.
So that's from this morning, but you're just using the raw footage?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection? That part's been admitted. Wait, who's handling this?
I will, Your Honor.
He's handling that.
Okay.
So my particular issue is that USB drive has a bunch of different surveillance from a bunch of different locations on it. Which part do they plan on playing with him? That's the issue, because this isn't separated. This is all bunch together.
The portion that came from the All-American Liquor Store.
Raw footage.
The raw footage from the All-American Liquor Store.
And then we have no objection to that.
Okay. Was anyone else in the car with you as you were traveling home on the 4th of July?
Yes, my wife.
And what's your wife's name?
Her name is Samantha McCord.
Who was driving?
I was.
And where were y'all coming from?
Once again, celebrating 4th of July. It was 5 years ago, so I'm not quite sure if I remember which type of celebration we were at.
And you indicated that an individual approached you with a long gun. Did you recognize that individual at all?
I did not.
I'm going to show you, you can look at the screen. Do you recognize one of those vehicles in State's Exhibit 2 as the vehicle that you were driving?
Yes.
If you could tap that screen and circle it, if you tap the screen in front of you, it should allow you to make a circle around your vehicle. Tap it a little hard.
You want to help him? There you go.
And what type of vehicle was that you were driving?
That's my family vehicle, Nissan Altima, 2-door.
And as you approached this area, had you seen the gentleman with the long gun approach you at that time?
He approached me right a little bit further out of view, once again hindering my ability to continue down.
So that's you traveling towards further up university.
That is correct.
And after you pass that point is when you encountered the individual with the long gun.
Yeah, it's just out of screen, but once again, that's one of the main reasons why I stopped in the first place and was not able to continue down.
Besides that gentleman with the long gun, did you observe anyone else that had a long gun?
No.
And what side of the vehicle was that individual with that long gun standing?
He was standing right in front of my vehicle.
In front of your vehicle?
Yes.
And did you continue on through the barricades? Well, past the gentleman.
I couldn't. He was standing in front of the vehicle. Yeah.
And if you could turn your attention back to the screen.
Sure.
If you could double tap the screen, Mr. Record, where that red circle is, so it'll move.
Double tap.
Is that your vehicle that's approaching on the top left-hand side?
It's on the right-hand side, but yes.
And is that you moving on that further up as you described to us before?
Yes.
Further up university?
Yes.
What happens when you get past the camera viewpoint that day?
I had a few words with the gentleman and asked him to eventually allow me to turn around. His biggest thing he said to me was that I was being disrespectful. And I told him that I wasn't trying to be disrespectful, but if you'll allow me to turn around, please.
Where was that weapon that you mentioned earlier at that time when you were having this, was it a conversation like you and I?
It's literally, it looks like a checkpoint. Like they're stopping and talking to cars as they're stopping cars.
I would say that it's not like you and I are having right now. So definitely a little bit more, what would be the right word?
Were you using
I
your
guess
outside voice?
I was using my outside voice. Yes, that's correct.
Wow.
About how long did that interaction occur?
It was several seconds. It wasn't long at all.
What was that individual doing with or where was that handgun at the time that y'all were having this interaction?
It was a long gun.
Where was it at? Was it down by the side? Was it up? Like, how were they holding it?
It was in his hand.
What direction was it pointed?
As he stepped up, during our interaction, it was pointed at my face.
Wow.
At your face?
Yes.
And where was your wife at that time?
She was in the passenger seat.
Were you still seated in your vehicle at the time of that interaction?
I stepped out to have a conversation with the gentleman.
Wow.
You stepped out of your vehicle?
Correct.
What side of the vehicle did you get out of?
Driver's side.
And where was that individual? Were they still at the front of your vehicle?
Yes.
He lucky.
Did they ever move any closer to you besides being at the front of your vehicle?
No.
When you say the front of your vehicle, was it dead center of your vehicle or closer to the driver's side or the passenger side?
From my recollection, it was dead center.
And did you see any other individuals at that time with firearms?
No.
And you said during this time, y'all were still down there, correct?
We were still down where?
Down further down university.
Yes.
Okay. And now in states number 2, is that your vehicle coming back up?
It is because I asked for the turnaround.
And were you allowed to turn around?
He did allow me to turn around.
And where are you going now?
I'm doing a turnaround to head back to my house, but through a different direction.
What direction were you then going to head to get home?
I would be traveling down Pryor Road at that time.
Did you stop in that parking lot, to your recollection, for any period of time?
Not to my recollection. Once again, 5 years ago, I'm not quite sure.
Do you see a gentleman with a handgun in State's Exhibit number 2?
I do now. That night, I did not see that gentleman.
What is he
And if
doing?
you could tap the screen, hopefully it works this time, and circle the individual that you see with the gun.
Once again at this time, but I wasn't aware of him being there. After conversation with the detective, I realized that there were guns pointed at me, but at that time I did not.
So the only time that you
They was ready to shoot this man? No. They was ready? Because this man...
recall a gun being pointed.
There were guns pointed at me, but at that time I did not.
So the only time that you recall a gun being pointed at you is when you had that interaction outside of the camera view with the individual with the long gun, the light-skinned gentleman with the long gun.
That's correct.
Is that the gentleman that you had the interaction with? Does it appear to be that individual that you had the interaction with down outside of the camera view?
Not quite sure. To my recollection, I'm not sure.
Guy was preparing to shoot. He cocked the gun back and everything. He getting ready to shoot something. Look at him positioning himself to...
Do you see other individuals with guns at this point?
I do now, but that night I did not.
And could you tap the screen again and circle the next individual you see with the gun?
I see this individual at this time, but not that night.
And when you say that individual, can you describe what that individual appears to be wearing?
I can't make it out. But it looks like blue jeans, or at least white jeans, maybe.
Is that your boy with the... Is that your boy with the chest strap with the AR with the red on?
Do you see any other?
Look at the other dude right there, crouched down with like... Yo, these guys think they in a video game.
Individuals with the gun.
Look at this guy.
Do you see any other individuals with the gun?
I do now, but that night I did not.
And if you can probably try to clear out those other circles and then circle that individual that you...
I see this gentleman here with the gun, and it looks as if there's one more person right to his left-hand side, or right-hand side, I'm sorry.
Does that person appear to be the person that you had the interaction with outside of camera?
No.
Mr. McCord, do you own a firearm?
I do.
What type of firearm do you own?
I carry a .380.
Did you have your .380 on you that evening?
I'm an ex-police officer, so yes.
Yeah, your 380 wasn't gonna be able to 380 with that 5.62 or whatever, 5.56 or that. Man, that AR, man, that 38 would have looked like a 5 in front of that AR.
Do you have a license for your .380?
I do.
Yeah. You know, he would have to be John Wick, right? You see them guys, they got handguns, multiple machine guns. He would have let off one shot out that 38. He would have looked like Swiss cheese. They would have opened fire on that man. He would have had probably 100 bullets in him. They would have Swiss cheesed this man. They was looking to shoot something. They was ready to shoot, like, man.
Oh, can you tap this to clear the screen? Is that your vehicle pulling back into the parking lot of the liquor store?
Yes, after being allowed to turn around.
I mean, I understand it was 5 years ago, but is that you stopping in the parking lot, although you may not recall it today?
It is me.
Are you the individual that's getting out of the car?
Yes.
Wow, he got his gun in his hand.
Who you're talking to at that point?
He got
I
his
do not
gun.
recall. That was 5 years ago.
He got his
At this
gun
point,
on
are
him.
you able to see those other individuals that we saw in the previous video approaching with?
He got his gun and he talking shit. He got his gun and he talking shit. He wasn't scared of them, it don't seem like, but you know, he definitely was overpowered.
Those weapons as we saw?
I don't recall.
Who's this getting out of the vehicle?
That's my wife.
Wow. Wow.
In what direction are y'all headed at this point?
We're going to make a left-hand turn.
Oh,
onto
he's about to
Pryor
get
Road.
shot. Bro, he's about to get shot. He was about to get shot. He ain't even know it. My goodness. That man was about to get shot and he didn't even know it. See, he's focused on talking back to whoever confronted him, but this guy been getting in position to shoot him the whole time. And he drove off just in time to not, bro. This man was going to shoot him. This man was going to shoot this guy. Look at this.
As we saw?
I don't recall.
Who's this getting out of the vehicle?
That's my wife.
If he was to stay just about 60 seconds to 90 seconds longer, the guy would have been able to get in position and just shoot him. He probably would have been arguing with the other guy still and not realized.
In what direction are y'all headed at this point?
We're going to make a left-hand turn onto Pryor Road. Once again, going another direction to get home. Because I was denied the opportunity to go my usual route.
He is so lucky. Look, this guy is walking this way. He about to go over here, and he see this dude. He had to back up like, oh, and the dude was literally trying to get like a good, man, this is dangerous. These people, no.
At this point, do you see individuals that's in the video going towards that same direction?
I do now, but on that night, I did not know.
He's trying to get in position.
Now, at this point in the video, how many people do you see pointing guns in the direction that you and your wife are traveling?
It looks to be at least.
Look at the boy in the red pointing the gun at him. Look at the boy in the red with the blue jeans pointing that big old assault rifle in the same direction that this guy who tried. He was right there. He was a part of that. He was a part of this. He was a part of this. The person in the red shirt with the light blue jeans with the big long gun, he's a part of the crew that was harassing this dude. Whoever that is in the red shirt was a part of the crew.
Now, at this point,
These dudes was going to kill something that night. Somebody was going to die that night. It seemed like they was going to shoot somebody that night.
in the video, how many people do you see pointing guns in the direction that you and your wife are traveling?
It looks to be at least 3, if not 4 individuals.
Can you circle those individuals?
Can't tell if this gentleman up at the top has a weapon, but at this time, this gentleman looks like that gentleman, and I'm not sure, but maybe this gentleman as well.
Now, the gentleman at the bottom, can you please describe what he is wearing?
At this time, he has on a yellow shirt and purple gym pants.
I'm sorry, the gentleman with the firearm.
The first one I circled is wearing all black here.
And the second one?
Second one, is that a red shirt and blue jeans?
And are you able to tell what type of weapon that is that he's pointing in your direction?
At this time, it looks like a long rifle. Potentially could be a AK-47 or AR-15, potentially. Once again, can't make it out. It's kind of blurry.
Do you recall if that is an individual that you encountered further up on the university that was out of view?
I do not recall. That was 5 years ago.
And at the top of the screen, do you see the gentleman with the white shirt on?
I do see a gentleman with a white shirt on.
Are you able to tell whether or not he has a weapon?
It looks as if he's pointing a weapon.
If you could circle for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you could circle that person.
I've already circled him.
I'm sorry, the one with the white shirt on.
Yes, I've already circled him.
That's what about the other one in the furthest view that going towards Pryor Street? Do you see that?
Oh, there's somebody all the way at the top. And a little.
Once again, I can't make it out, but it looks.
There's somebody all the way up here that look like they positioning themselves as well. You see that person all the way up there?
Like that gentleman may or may not have a weapon, but he does have a white shirt on and blue looks like black jeans.
Bro, this man is lucky to be alive.
Or black long pants. But once again, it's too blurry for me to make out whether he has a weapon on him or not.
Bro, look at them getting in position and trying to look. Oh, he got away. All of them stopped once he got away. So that all of them came for him. All of them came for him. The main one that was getting in position, he coming back. This guy coming back. This guy put his gun down. This one. So all you guys had the same target. Because as soon as that one target was gone, everybody said, oh my God, this man lucky. This man is lucky.
Too blurry for me to make out whether he has a weapon on him or not.
Are you able to see that gentleman that we spoke about that was at the top corner closer to Pryor now?
They had guns on this man.
I can't make him out, no.
He didn't even know.
Now that he's coming closer into the camera view, it looks as if that is a long guy.
He didn't even know. They had to drop on him. They had to drop on him.
Am I going to hit X?
He wouldn't have survived that, okay? He wouldn't have survived that.
Time together.
And most likely his wife wouldn't have survived that either.
Only thing I ask is you don't sit in my lap.
Bro, you got away.
Okay, all right.
You got away by the skin of your teeth, bro. Like boy, he don't know what was in store for him.
Your wife left that parking lot area?
Yes, it looks as if we've made our left-hand turn to continue down Pryor Road and go to Slater Elementary, where I made a left-hand turn to go home.
Bro, you almost died that night, bro.
Did you make it home?
I did make it home.
Thank
God.
Goodness.
Once again, unbeknownst to me, I had no idea that many weapons were pointed at us.
Bro, that right there would have humbled me right there. Like, man, as upset as I was, could you imagine seeing that video and realizing how much they could have just killed you? Like, bro, if you didn't move fast enough, even with his own firearm, he would have died that night.
Once again, unbeknownst to me, I had no idea that many weapons were pointed at us.
Listen, whoever that is in the red, he is involved in all the criminal stuff going on here. All right? He's involved. He knows these people. He knows this guy's with the guns and all that because they're working together.
When you got home, what did you do, if anything?
Of course, I had a yelling match with my wife, and then I picked up the phone and called 911.
I want to back up you. In that moment, when you're outside the camera view and you're having that interaction with the light-skinned male with the long gun, what's going on in your head? What are you thinking? How are you feeling?
I'm thinking safety mode for me and my wife.
Once you get home, you said you got home, you and your wife. Was your wife upset with you?
She was not upset with me. I think it was more so of a...
I'm going to object to speculation, Your Honor.
Okay.
It's sustained. You can ask a question differently.
You indicate that you and your wife got into, I don't want to put words in your mouth. What happened with you and your wife when you got home?
Interaction between us, we love each other. It wasn't necessarily crying per se, but definitely more of a so glad that we got through that. And then once again called 911.
And were you able to get through to 911 immediately?
It took a little bit of time, but I was able to get through to an operator at some point.
At some point, did you learn about the death of Secoriea Turner?
I did, but it was several days later.
How do you recall learning about Secoriea Turner's death?
I recall looking at the news and finding out about her death, and then knowing that we came through that way at that time.
And do you recall about what time it was that you were coming through that area?
I believe, once again, that was 5 years ago, but I believe it was 9:30 to 10 o'clock-ish.
And at some point, did you ever speak to the police about you and your wife having guns pointed at you and the interaction that you had with the light-skinned male with the long gun?
I, once again, did not see the second interaction. It was when I got a chance to talk to a Detective Shepard that I learned that there were individuals that were pointing guns at me as we were driving away.
Do you recall seeing a press conference held by a person of interest a few days after the killing of Secoriea Turner?
Several days later, yes.
I'm thinking that their car would have been that car shot up before the Secoriea. It seems like they was gonna shoot this car, and he just got away. It seems like they was dead set on shooting up this car, but he got away, and because I'm thinking like if they was to shoot up his car, that would have been the end of the shooting on their part for the night. They after shooting up that car, they would have went home. You understand? So Secoriea wouldn't have got killed that night. But because they didn't get to shoot up this car, it seems like somebody's car was going to get shot up. The next person that talked to them crazy, the next person that they get into the argument with, because they was already on that time. That's the level they was at already. They was already there. They was already their level, their rage levels was already to the point to where they're ready to shoot something. So the next person that came along while they was already in that rage was definitely gonna feel it. Definitely. Because it seems like they was possessed at that moment. They was definitely possessed with a negative energy to do something to somebody.
And did you talk to Detective Shepard about what you had observed after seeing that press conference?
Well, I mean, it wasn't connected in my opinion, but yes, I did have a conversation in reference to what I saw that night. I didn't necessarily intermingle that information into the conversation with Detective Shepard.
Do you recall having a conversation with Detective Shepard and indicating that you recognize...
Objection leading.
Can you rephrase?
Do you recall having a conversation with Detective Shepard about anyone that may have been involved in the incident between you and your wife and the individuals with the long guns out there in connection to that press conference that you observed?
Not from the press conference, no.
From anything else?
Once again, my conversation with Detective Shepard was mostly about what happened that night.
Were you ever able to make an identification of the individual that held that gun to you that night?
In reference to my conversation with the detective, yes,
And what was that conversation?
that it looked like the gentleman from the press conference.
That the person in the press conference looked like the gentleman that had held you at gunpoint?
That, yes, that is correct. That had the long gun and impeded me from going further down University Avenue.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination?
Very briefly, in your interaction with Detective Shepard, did he ever show you a lineup of multiple individuals?
He did not.
Did he ever offer you an opportunity to just come to the station and look at multiple individuals?
He did not.
So your interaction was you saw somebody on TV and said, that could possibly be the guy, correct?
No, I identified a light-skinned male that had a long gun that night.
Right. But as you sit here today, you don't have any independent recollection of that person you saw, correct?
5 years ago, no.
And as you sit here today and you describe that second interaction, you never was aware that there was a second interaction. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And isn't it correct that when you got out of your vehicle, you had your gun in your hand, correct?
Safety mode, yes.
Safety mode?
Safe mode?
Yes.
What is safe mode?
To keep my wife protected, yes.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to pause it, but I do mean to pause it. Sir, when you drive away, you don't pull up in the parking lot, get out the car with your gun in your hand, talking about safety mode. Safety mode is keep on driving, sir, until you get far away from these people. That's not safety mode, sir. You was pissed. It seemed like you thought about confronting these guys, and your wife probably talked you out of it when she got out that car and said, "Hey, get back in this car now for these guys, for these YNs unalive us." That's probably what she said when she came out that car. She said, "You better get yourself back in this car before these YNs." Like, come on, sir. Do not hit me with no safety mode. Nothing. That was reckless of you to get out that car after you done made the U-turn and you could have kept on driving. No, sir. Don't tell me that.
It's in your hand, correct?
Safety mode, yes.
Safe mode?
Yes.
What is safe mode?
To keep my wife protected, yes.
Is safe mode a feature on a gun, or I don't know what do you mean by safe mode?
I went into safety mode automatically.
And by you going into safety mode automatically, you had your gun in your hand, correct?
Yes.
And as you watched that video, in response to you getting out that car with the gun, multiple people aimed their guns at you, correct?
Based off what the video says, once again, it was unbeknownst to me that those weapons were pointed in my direction.
Goddamn, this lawyer is not bad. He just made a you know what? All those people did start approaching that direction after, because I don't know if they was already pointing the gun at him, but we didn't see them in the camera view until he came out the car, brandished his weapon, and as he got back in the car, that's where we saw everybody move. It might be on to something. Yeah, the lawyer is right now casting doubt. The lawyer's casting doubt. And you know what? That was pretty good. You cast some doubt right there. That was pretty good, lawyer. You cast some doubt.
Getting out that car with the gun, multiple people aimed their guns at you, correct?
Based off what the video says, once again, it was unbeknownst to me that those weapons were pointed in my direction.
Do you know what a bounty hunter is?
I do not.
You don't know what a bounty hunter is?
You mean a TV show or in reference to an individual?
A person, the job title, bounty hunter.
Yes, I know what a bounty hunter is. Yes, that is correct.
And they typically do what?
They chase down individuals.
And they sometimes wear all black, correct?
Yes, I've seen bounty hunters in all black before.
And in that video, as you saw it from different angles, you saw individuals wearing all black, didn't you?
I saw one individual wearing all black.
And that one individual in all black had a long gun, isn't that correct?
Based off the video, that is correct. But there were also other individuals with long guns as well. Once again, unbeknownst to me that those weapons were pointed at me that night.
And when you drove and stopped and parked your car, at that time when you drove and parked your car and got out with your gun in your hand, there were no individuals at your car, correct?
No.
And you don't have an independent recollection of that right now? That is just based on what you see on the video?
No, it's not based off what I saw in the video.
So you have an independent recollection of that, correct?
Once again, I was unaware that those individuals pointed weapons at me that night. And it was 5 years ago. But yes, in the video, it's, once again, so glad that we made it through that.
At the time of this interaction, did you ever describe anybody wearing a red shirt?
To the detective?
Yes.
No.
Thank you, sir. I have no more questions for you.
Any redirect? Just a few. But in this video, you can see a gentleman with a red shirt and white jeans pointing what you would appear to be an AR-15 at you.
That is correct.
In the direction that you and your wife were traveling.
Based off the video, that is correct.
And it wasn't just individuals in all black that had guns that night, correct?
Based off the video, that's correct.
There was an individual with a white shirt on with a gun.
Based off the video, that is correct.
Another individual with a white shirt on and black pants that had a gun too.
Based off the video, that is correct.
And I'm not sure if you can tell that gentleman that did have on all black. Were you able to tell the complexion of his skin at all?
I could not. Once again, I was unaware of those individuals pointing weapons at me that night.
So when you talked about a light skinned man with all black on, it wasn't that individual that was pointing that gun?
No, not that individual in all black, no.
And prior to you pulling out your weapon for your wife's safety and your safety, had a gun been held to your head?
Yes, my initial interaction when I begged the individual to please let me turn around. He told me I was being disrespectful, and I said, well, I'm not trying to be disrespectful if you'll just allow me to turn around. And he did allow that to happen. I believe I made at least 2 or 3 requests, but eventually he allowed me to turn around.
Was that a traumatic event for you and your wife?
Yes, of course.
Any requests?
One question. So this light-skinned individual in all black, he never hit you or anything, did he?
I did not say he had all black, but he didn't. No, he did not hit me, no.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay, can he be excused?
Yes, he can.
All right, sir, thank you for being here with us. You're excused, so that means you can stay and watch the trial if you'd like to, or you can leave.
Now that's pretty interesting.
Ready with your next one?
This guy's testimony
Yes,
here.
The state of Georgia will call Samantha McCord to the stand.
It's very interesting. Oh, I guess this is his wife. I wonder what she's gonna say. She's probably gonna describe her husband was upset and she had to calm him down and made him get back in the car so they could drive off. The lawyer is definitely doing a good job of sowing doubt. It's so much different people there with weapons that how are we sure who exactly did pull the trigger? So, you know, I'm sure the guy in red was involved. No doubt. He was involved with the people there, but I'm not sure if he's the one that pulled the trigger.
McCord, SAMANTHAMCCORD.
Good afternoon, Ms. McCord. How are you doing today?
I'm okay.
Ms. McCord, how are you employed?
I currently work for myself, and I am an event manager.
And what area do you reside in? I'm sorry?
Event manager.
Oh, I'm sorry, hold on one second.
No, I'm just asking while the video was tracking.
Oh, okay.
Video from the last witness.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, sorry about that.
And what area do you reside in?
I reside in historic South Atlanta.
Okay, and how long have you lived in that area?
For about 10 years.
Okay. And does that area include streets such as University and Pryor Avenue?
They would not consider it to be a part of that area, but it is right there on the cusp connected to it.
Okay. So how far is University and Pryor from where you reside?
Less than a mile.
Less than a mile, okay. And do you normally travel on University?
Yes.
Okay. Who is Christopher McCord?
He's my husband.
And how long have you been married?
We've been 7 years, going to be 8 years at the end of this month.
Okay, all right. So now let's talk about April of 2020, right? I want to draw attention back to April. What was that area like back in April of 2020?
Just very regular space with cars. We had a Wendy's. It's a food desert area, so that was really the only restaurant. There's an alcohol package store. There were about 3 gas stations, and they were building another one. Okay. So activity in those places, but pretty quiet.
Okay. Were there any protests in April of 2020?
I don't recall any protests.
Now, let's go to June of 2020. Did that area change?
I believe that year there was more activity out in the streets, but in terms, I'm not recalling anything that's specific.
Okay. Was there something that happened in the area around June 12th of 2020?
I do know that at the Wendy's, there was an incident between an officer and an individual, which led to his death, and then they burned down the Wendy's.
All right. And once it burned down, how did that area change? Did more people start to show up?
Yes.
And
yes,
people showed up based off of your perception. What was the reason for them showing up?
A lot of
based off of her perception, she's testifying from her personal knowledge. She lived in the area, she traveled in the area. So
she can testify what she saw.
Right. So when you traveled in the area, what did you see?
There were protests right at the Wendy's area that had burned down. We avoided University for a bit. We were aware that community members were working in order to get some peace on that street because cars had to go around people and they were trying to avoid the street on a whole. But we knew from community organizers that there were protests happening.
So let's talk about the times. So during the daytime, was it more or less traffic than during the nighttime? Bad question. During the daytime, was it more protesters out, or at nighttime, was it more protesters out?
It seemed for a while as though it was the same, and then it became where an incident where a woman was hurt by a ricochet bullet. There was a lot of protesting happening in the morning, just nonstop people. And then once that happened with that woman, it seemed as though it quieted down in terms of the amount of people.
All right. So now let's fast forward a little bit. So let's go to July 4th of 2020, where you still residing in this area.
Yes.
All right. And was this the 4th of July for you?
Yes.
Tell the members of the jury how you guys typically celebrate the 4th of July.
Well, as an event manager, I always have an event on 4th of July. Or we go to a friend's home or just another party of another colleague who's a promoter for a venue. So that's how we always celebrate the holidays. I'm usually working, and then I bring Chris along with me. Okay,
and do you guys buy fireworks?
Yes, that's another thing that we do. Annually, we shoot off fireworks in our neighborhood. A local building owned by a nonprofit allows us sometimes to use their area in order to do so, and the community comes out from our block.
And what time did you guys leave home on July 4th of 2020?
We left home, it was still daytime. I can't give you the exact time. I know it was light out, and we headed to the downtown area.
All right. And what time did you guys return home?
I know it was night.
It was nighttime?
Yes, I know that definitely sun was down.
Sun was down. At this time, the state is going to publish State's Exhibit 2. It's going to be the video from the All-American Package Store.
Okay, the one that we discussed previously?
Yes. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Go right ahead.
And just for the record, we are going to start at 9:35:48.
Thank you.
Pausing at 9:36:09. Ms. McCord, do you see your car?
That does look like Nisi the Nissan, yes, over there on the street.
Nisi the Nissan?
Yes.
All right. Can you tap the screen? Can you circle your car?
Hit the pencil. I mean.
And who were you traveling with on this particular day?
My husband.
And do you see yourself in this particular frame?
Yes.
Okay. And which side of the car?
I'm on the passenger side.
The passenger side. Now, I want to draw your attention to the back side of your car. Are your brake lights engaged?
It appears so.
And why is that?
Because there are people in front of us that seem to be blocking the street.
Okay. And was this like typical back in April of 2020?
No, it was never typical.
All right. So was this your first time experiencing something like this on that road?
Yes, in my life.
So you would agree with me that that's not the usual flow of the traffic on University?
No, it is not, especially for a July 4th.
Thank you. We're going to go to the next video. It's the All-American Package Store. For the record, we're going to start at 21:37:02. Oh, that's been loaded.
Erase.
Tap the screen. Hit the eraser for me. And then you're going to erase it. Now, what are we watching?
That's my car going past the package store.
Okay. So once your car goes off screen, can you tell the members of the jury what happens next?
At least 4 individuals are in front of our car and they stop us. My husband is confused about what is happening. He gets out the car after rolling the window down. A man is yelling at him. I'm not really recalling what the man was saying, but Chris is saying before he gets out the car, we live here, we're community members here. He gets out and he says that again, we're just trying to get home. We're just trying to go down the street and get home. We live here. They have more back and forth, and then Chris asks, well, can I just turn around? Can I just turn around? And then he gets in the car and he tells me they have guns. And so he lets me know that we can't go forward. So he backs up and then begins to move forward to turn around in order to make the left onto Pryor Road so that we could go home.
And at any point, did you see the guns pointed at your car?
I believe that they had weapons.
Okay.
Yes.
And what kind of weapons did you believe that they had?
Due to the lights from the car, I could see what appeared to be like at least one long barrel gun, but I'm not good with identifying the types of guns.
All right, so we're going to resume watching. Well, let's go back. How was this experience for you during this particular moment?
Terrifying.
Okay. And tell me why you use the word terrifying.
Because it was first time ever that I felt like so just at any moment, any one of them could harm us, could harm him. And there was just nothing we could do. There was nobody around to protect us, and Chris couldn't.
Were you in fear?
Yes.
State's going to take the video to 21:39:19. Pause it. Now, was that your vehicle we just saw come through those cones? We can rewind it.
Yes, please. Yes, that appears to be, Nisi.
Okay. And did anybody move the cones out of the way for you?
To my knowledge, no.
And from here, where did you guys go next?
From here, we would have turned onto Pryor or into the gas station.
Okay.
I mean, into the alcohol package store area. But we had to make that left onto Pryor.
The state's going to switch the camera and go. And we're going to play at 9:30.
Any objection?
Oh, no objection.
Okay, go right ahead.
Who just got out of the vehicle?
My husband, Christopher.
Is he upset?
Yes,
Who just got out of the vehicle just now?
that's me.
What are you wearing?
I'm wearing a dress.
Pause it. Do you see an individual with a white shirt and black pants?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel is leaving.
I mean, that's a direct question about whether she sees someone like that on screen. Do you see someone like that?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I'll allow it.
Can you circle that person for me? And what, if anything, does that person have in their hand?
A gun.
And is that gun pointed in the direction of your car?
Yes, it is.
You can erase that circle for me? You need the play button. Pause it. Now, can you circle all of the individuals that you see with a, oh, I'm sorry. Do you see people with guns in this photo?
Yes, I do.
Can you please circle all of the people you see with guns in this photo? Now, do you see someone wearing all black?
I do see a person wearing all black.
Does that person have a long gun?
From this photo, I cannot tell.
Do you see a person with a red shirt?
Yes, I do.
What is the position that this person with the red shirt is in?
From my training with Chris, it would be a squatting shooting position. My husband trained me in shooting, just in case I had to defend myself.
What about the person at the top screen that you circled? What position are they in?
In a forward motion with the gun out, as in a forward shooting position.
Okay. And the person in the white tank top, what position are they in?
They are also in a forward motion with their gun drawn in a shooting position.
And where are all three of those guns pointed to?
At our car.
Play. Pause it. The person in the red shirt, what direction did they just walk in?
They started walking back down University going east.
Would that be towards the barricades?
That would be towards the barricades, yes.
And would that be the same direction that you just described the guns were pointed at you at?
While we were driving, when we first were driving,
Yes.
when we first entered University heading east, yes.
Okay. And do you see any color, or what color lettering do you see on the back of the person in the red shirt?
I see white.
Do you see a bag of any sort?
Yes, I do. Like a cross satchel bag.
We can take the video down. Thank you. And once you guys left that parking lot, which way did you guys turn?
We made a left onto Pryor heading south.
Your Honor, pursuant to the business worker exception, the state would like to enter the CAT report and the 911 call.
Okay.
Your Honor, I believe that those items need to come in through a person who actually is familiar with the keeping of those documents. I don't think it's with.
Are they certified copies? Or
They are, Your Honor.
Okay, so it's two things. It's certified and it's a business record.
Perfect.
Okay, they can be admitted then.
And that's going to be, the CAT is going to be for A. And then I'll provide the business record. So, once you guys left, did you call 911?
Yes.
And why did you call 911?
Because our lives were just put at risk, and we knew other people were coming down that street. It wasn't blocked off by these people clearly, as if they wanted people to keep coming down. And so we saw other people driving down. Someone was going to get hurt by these individuals. So we wanted the police presence there.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
It's granted.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State Exhibit 5. Do you recognize State Exhibit 5? Yeah.
Yes.
And how do you recognize State Exhibit 5?
It was shown to me, and I also signed it.
Yeah. And did you have an opportunity to listen to that CD in its entirety?
Yes.
And was that a fair and accurate recollection of the 911 call you made on that particular night?
At least one of them, yes.
Your Honor, State Exhibit 5.
Objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Permission to publish State Exhibit 5, Your Honor?
Granted.
And when you call 911, who's with you?
My husband.
And where were you guys at? Like, where were you guys when you guys called 911?
I believe for this portion, I believe we were finally at home.
Did you guys try to call 911 more than once?
Yes.
Were you guys able to get through?
We were on other occasions, yes.
Oh, okay, now you're gonna drop me off. Now you're gonna drop me off? 3 what's the address of the emergency? Yeah. Atlanta 911, what's the address of the emergency? Uber, Lyft, whoever you is that you're working for. Atlanta 911 is disconnected with no response. Atlanta 911 operator 7663, what's the address of the emergency?
Listen, the Wendy's on University. Someone put a shotgun in.
All right, where are you going to meet us at?
I don't care what I meet you, but you, the Wendy's on University. Someone put a shotgun in my face.
All right.
Do you recognize that voice?
Yes.
Well, whose voice is that?
That's my husband's voice.
Shotgun.
I don't care what you where you need.
University Avenue, Wendy's. It is the same area where we are across the shop. There are gentlemen there that are trying to regulate traffic and putting shotguns and guns in people's faces.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to meet with the police?
He pointed it at our. He pointed it at us within our vehicle.
Okay.
Did you just hear yourself say that he pointed it at us?
Yes.
Would this be the same situation that you just described at the barricades?
Yes.
Meet with the police?
What the fuck? You want to meet with the police here at the corner of University Avenue?
I'm sorry, is that a yes or are you talking with him?
Yes, University Avenue.
What's your name?
You can go ahead and put it down as a citizen of South Atlanta.
No, ma'am. Listen, if you want to meet with an officer to do the report, we need someone's name that's going to be there to do the report. Now, we can send them out as a, like you don't want to meet with an officer in reference to someone. But if he's crying in the background and he feels violated, he has the right to file a police report.
Did she say if he's crying in the background and he feels violated? Yeah.
So with an officer in reference to someone, but if he's crying in the background and he feels violated, he has the right to file a police report. So does he want to file a police?
Is that okay? They could say that? Can they say that? If he's crying in the background, that's weak.
To someone, but if he's crying in the background and he feels violated, he has the right to file a police report.
Sounds so bad.
Does he want to file a police report, or do you just want us to go down there to check on those people at Wendy's? Those are two different things.
Okay, and then
I couldn't hear you.
No, you hear me now? Hello? Sorry.
Yeah, no, your phone is cutting out. What now?
Hi, my name is, do you hear me now with what I said my name is?
No, I didn't hear you. Do y'all want to meet with an officer, yes or no?
You said at one point that if we did not want to meet with an officer could come down.
Yeah, you don't have to do that. You don't have to meet with them.
I understand that, but, I would like to know in all likelihood, how just level with me, how much likelihood would an officer go down there? Despite our scenario, what we have gone through.
Right. So I'm a call taker. So my job is to process a call. Now, what they do when they get down there, that's not on my scope of practice. So my question was the guy that's crying that felt violated.
Wow. She said the guy that's crying, yo, listen, I didn't hear that man crying. And she keeps saying that. I think she's being disrespectful. I think she's trying to be condescending. I think that woman is being real offensive.
Was the guy that's crying that felt violated. Do you want an officer to come out to meet with him or not? Otherwise, we're going to have to move the call forward.
Wow.
I would love for you, without taking our name, to send somebody down to University Avenue.
Oh, he is crying. I just heard him. He is crying. Y'all, he crying. He crying. I can hear. I heard him. I heard him. He crying. He crying.
For you, without taking our name, to send somebody down to University Avenue.
All right. And how many is out there?
Thank you so much.
I
would like.
How many is out there?
Because our community members can't get through there and they're becoming agitated.
All right.
Please
We'll
get
get
people on
someone out.
University Avenue.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
All right. He definitely is crying. But she ain't had to rub it all in his face like that. He definitely crying, though. He is hysterical.
And let's kind of talk about further with that. So once you arrive home, you make the 911 call. What happens next?
We made several 911 calls. because we wanted to check that police had actually showed up. Chris wanted to go back on the other end of University to see, since these individuals were closer towards the Pryor Road side, he wanted to go down on the McDonough side to just see if the police had shown up. It's too risky for us to do that, and so we just kept calling to get confirmation from the operator if police did actually show up, and we could not get confirmation.
And once you got the ride home, what was Chris's, as you call him, what was Mr. McCoy's reaction?
Scared, angry. It's his first time. He felt like he couldn't protect me.
Yeah, he was definitely crying. They cried together. But I think he was doing, yeah, see how she saw him at his weakest moment, and it broke him, and it probably broke her too. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what that type of stuff would do. That man didn't feel like a man no more in front of his wife. In front of his wife, he was, yeah, he was broken. He was definitely broken.
Objection, Your Honor. Just heard from a witness, and any information about how that witness felt.
Your Honor, we would object to the speaking objections.
Okay, it's speculative, and so I'm gonna disallow that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. McCoy, have you been around your husband a couple, for, you said what, 7 years?
We've been married 7, we've been together 11 years.
Okay, and have you seen him upset?
I have.
Have you seen him happy?
Yes.
Have you seen him scared?
Yes.
Would you know the difference between those 3 emotions based off of your experience with him?
Absolutely, and because this has haunted us, it's also what he told me.
Okay, and when you said what he told you, did he tell you that night?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, he's testified. So try to ask these questions without quoting him.
Did Mr. McCoy go back out there?
He did not go back out there.
And why not?
Objection, Your Honor. It's speculation.
Do you know of your own accord, or do you have to tell them what he said about that?
Oh no, I know from my own accord. It's not what he said.
Okay, she can answer that.
And why didn't he go back out?
And I have to live with this because I stopped him.
Okay.
He's a protector and he wanted to go, but I stopped him.
Of course he wanted to go. He couldn't let it go because he felt, you know what I'm saying? Like, and she made him get in the car, and she stopped him from going outside, okay? She made him get back in the car in that parking lot, and she stopped him from going back. But it took everything in him not to, because I'm sure he was like, man, looking at your wife in the face, knowing that you just got put in that position where you and her was helpless. And you got a gun. The man had a gun on him, and it didn't mean nothing. They were helpless. And man, yeah, that his manhood was crushed, man.
Told him he had to stay and that it was too dangerous for him.
Did you listen?
Yeah.
How long after this night did you learn about the death of...
The very next morning.
And how did you learn about it?
Through Chris.
And let's go back. On the 4th of July, did you ever speak with an officer?
No.
And why did you not want to give your name on the 911 call?
I was afraid that these individuals or anyone connected to them would retaliate against us.
And once you learned about the death of Secoriea, what was your reaction? Or what did you do next?
I felt guilt. Once again, just that reliving of it, scared, angry, wishing I had done more, wishing I allowed him to do more, but still just knowing that really there's nothing we could have done.
Exactly. There's nothing y'all could have did, for real.
I have no further questions for you. Defense may have some questions, but the state will pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Few questions for you. You mentioned that you have been with your husband for
11 years.
11 years. And we saw a video that was played of you traveling with your husband. You knew your husband had a gun, didn't you?
My husband does carry, yes.
We saw you on the video go past the barricade. Isn't it true that you went past more than one barricade?
And turning around, there was a barricade, but going forward, there was a barricade on the left-hand side of the street, not on the side that we drove down and other cars drove down.
We saw a video that had some people milling about on the street. Is it safe to say that there were people that were there that night that were not shown on the video?
I'm not understanding. I'm not sure if all the individuals that stopped us on the street ended up in the video.
So we heard a 911 call that you made. And we also heard, you said you're not familiar with guns. You know the difference between a shotgun and a pistol?
One is smaller. I'm believing that that's the biggest difference that in my mind comes to. One is smaller than the other one.
You also mentioned that you were afraid when we saw the video. But you got out of your car when we saw the video in the parking lot.
Yes, for my husband, absolutely.
And then once you got back home, you were safe, right?
We believe so until our grocery store got vandalized very close to us.
But when you got home, you were inside of your house, correct?
The feeling did not feel safe even inside of our own home.
You were safe, man.
So was your door locked?
Yes, every time.
Okay. Nobody from that location followed you? They didn't follow you home?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. Just 1 minute, please. I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you so much.
That's it? That's all? Really?
I have just a couple. So on cross, you were asked questions about your husband having a gun. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did your husband ever point a gun at anybody?
No. And Chris, when he was a police officer, yes, he has. But in terms of post being a police officer, no. Our McCord rule is we do not point a gun unless we're going to shoot a gun.
Bad question. Did your husband point a gun at anybody on July 4th, 2020?
No, because he did not shoot anybody on July 4th, 2020.
Also, you also mentioned about your grocery store being burnt down. Do you remember that?
No, burnt down, vandalized.
Vandalized, I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
When was that?
That happened.
What is relevant to that?
Your Honor, she's talking about, well, the first question was why she didn't give her name, and it goes to her particular fear and the result of what transpired on July 4th of 2020.
I'll allow it.
It happened during that month.
And how far was your grocery store from the university in part of the area?
There is one school block and one street between that grocery store and University Avenue.
1 second, Your Honor. State has no further questions.
Any requests?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, can she be excused?
She can, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you can be excused, which means that you can stay and watch if you want to, but you don't want to.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Do you guys need a break before they call another witness? You doing okay? Good? Okay. You need 5? Okay. Will you step out for 5 minutes?
All right, to the jury.
Big 5 minutes. The long 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're ready for the jury in a second. Where'd Adam go? He's your.
You swear investigator R.
Ready to call your next witness?
I am. Your Honor, the state of Georgia calls investigator R. McClure. Raise your right hand for me. You swear affirmative testimony given to the court is the truth, the whole truth, so help you.
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat. The incident mic, state and spell your name for the court.
It's Randall, Randall, McClure, Mcclure.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the members of the jury how you are employed?
I work for the City of Atlanta Police Department
And how long have you worked for the Atlanta Police Department?
since 2010.
Since 2010. Can you tell the members of the jury what your trajectory or progression has been with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes. I started my career as a Zone 1 patrol officer. I was there for about 4 years. I was sent to the License and Permits Unit for a few years as an officer, at the rank of officer. I tested, I made the rank of investigator. I went to the gun assault team. At the time, we handled all the non-fatal shootings that happened, anybody that was struck by a bullet but survived. In 2019, I was transferred to the homicide unit.
And are you post-certified?
I'm post-certified.
And can you tell the members of the jury again, what does it mean to be post-certified?
The state of Georgia certifies me as a peace officer.
And what powers come with being a peace officer?
Being able to make arrests and write and execute search warrants and arrest warrants.
Okay. So now, let me direct your attention to July 4th of 2020. Were you at the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, I was. I was on the homicide unit.
All right. And did you have an opportunity to respond to 1238 Prior Road?
Yes, I did.
And where is it located?
That's located in very close to Lakewood. It's in between Lakewood Amphitheater, Turner Field, Southeast Atlanta, Zone 3.
Okay. Is that in Fulton County?
Yes, it's in Fulton County.
And what was the reason for your response?
We were responding to investigate. At the time, I'm not sure the status of the victim, but it was a shooting that it was believed that the victim was not going to survive their injuries.
Okay. And what did you know about this area prior to responding on this particular day?
These were wild times back in 2020. This was when that specific area right there, there was a Wendy's restaurant on Pryor that had been burnt to the ground after an officer-involved police shooting. And folks had gone down to that area and essentially taken it over. And the police department was given very vague guidelines on how to respond to calls down there and how to enforce the law down there because the area had essentially been taken over by becoming a autonomous zone.
And what time, if you remember, did you respond to the scene?
I don't remember the specific time, but I remember it was later in the evening.
All right. And can you please describe the scene once you arrived?
Once I actually physically got on scene, it was there was nothing out there but other police officers. They had sent in officers that had they essentially cleared the area out. They had officers from all over the city respond and clear the area out, so that when I arrived, there was nothing but other police officers there.
And would it be typical for them to send officers to clear out an area prior to your arrival?
No, this was a completely unique situation.
And what was different about this situation and other situations that you had?
Well, oftentimes we would try to keep as many people on scene as possible because of your ability to gather witnesses that saw what happened. But in this incident, we were entering a very hostile environment, and so that's why the other officers were sent in there first to clear it out, because there were people down there that were well armed, that were not friendly or kind to the police.
Okay. And once you arrived, what steps did you take?
My responsibility on scene was I did the crime scene drawing of the evidence that was found and collected.
And who instructed you to draw the crime scene?
I don't remember anybody necessarily instructing me. If I took it on as a voluntary assignment just to help out.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Granted.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 30B. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 30B?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize State's Exhibit 30B?
This is a blown up poster board of the drawing that I did.
And is this the drawing from the crime scene?
Yes.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of the crime scene back on July 4th of 2020?
Yes.
Have there been any material alterations or deletions?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, State tenders State's Exhibit 30B.
Any objection? It's admitted.
Permission to publish?
Granted.
Your Honor, may the witness step down for the next part of this testimony?
Yes.
What's going on here? What's that about?
And if opposing counsel needs to move to the other side of the seat, you're welcome to.
I'm approaching you what has been labeled as State's Exhibit 30. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Is that the identical of State's Exhibit 30B?
Not entirely, because this has markers where to show where evidence was collected, but as far as the map, yes.
And would that aid your testimony in showing the jurors where the actual markings were found?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, State tenders State's Exhibit 30.
No objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Okay.
You can step down. You can come down with you.
Okay. That's what the step down means.
So, you come over. I'm going to hand you what has been pre-labeled as, well, first of all, let's tell them to the jury, what did you note from the scene?
Sure. So we collected, I say we, the Atlanta Police Department, collected some .223 shell casings, a couple of .223 live rounds that had not been fired, one projectile, and another smaller caliber round that was actually found on the entrance ramp from University Avenue to the connector that probably had nothing to do with the crime scene, just based off where it was, but we collected it as we were looking in the area.
Okay. Now, there are some items that are listed 1 through 11. Can you tell the members of the jury what those items are?
Specifically, number 1 is a .223 live round. Number 2 through number 9. No, I apologize. Number 2, 5.56 cartridge casing. Number 3 is a 5.56 cartridge casing. Number 4 is a 5.56 cartridge casing. Number 5 is a 5.56 cartridge casing. Number 6 is a 5.56 cartridge casing. Number 7 is a 5.56 cartridge casing. Number 8 is a 5.56 cartridge casing. Number 9 is a .223 cartridge casing. Number 10 is a .223 live round. Number 11 is a .38 caliber class bullet.
Okay. Can you tell the members of the jury what a live round is?
A round that has not been fired.
Okay. So is that kind of what you get when you go to the store and you buy a bullet?
Yes, a live round is a bullet that has not been fired. It's what you would purchase from the store.
Okay. And can you tell the members of the jury what a casing is?
Shell casing is what's left over after you fire a bullet through a gun.
Okay. And can you tell the members of the jury what a live bullet is? A live round. Is that the same?
A live round we already established is like if you go to the store and you buy bullets, that would be a live round. Again, once you put the bullet in a magazine or put the bullet into the gun and you fire it, it creates a shell casing that gets ejected from a semi-automatic weapon.
Okay. And what kind of shell casings is a 5.56? What kind of gun is the shell casing 5.56 consistent with?
A rifle.
Okay. And what about a .223?
Rifle.
What about a 38 class bullet?
Probably a revolver or a pistol.
Okay. So based off of this, can you tell me how many casings would be consistent with a rifle?
8 casings.
And can you tell me how many live rounds would be consistent with a rifle?
2.
And can you tell me how many rounds or bullets would be considered with a revolver of some sort?
1.
Okay. So now I'm going to hand you what has been pre-marked as a 223 live round. That's going to be number 1. Can you please place on the board where this round was found from? Was found.
Yes.
And I noticed that it is on the barrier. Is that on the side of University where the liquor store was?
Yes, the package store is right here.
All right. Now I'm going to hand you the second 223 live round. Can you place on the board where that was found? And just to confirm, because it's a live round, would you agree that that means that these rounds were never shot out of the gun?
Correct.
All right. Now, let's go to the 223 casings. I'm going to hand you, where did you find one 223 casing? Yeah. So, let's subtract that. I'm going to hand you one, the 5.5.
The 223 casing?
The 223 casings? Yes, which is number 9. I will draw my statement, Your Honor. I am handing you the 5.56 cartridge casing that's in your hand right now. You, per your previous testimony, you found numbers 2 through 8. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Can you place where you found number 2 at? Okay. Can you place where you found number 3 at? Can you place where you found number 4? Number 5. Number 6. Number 7. And then number 8.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm move one of the live rounds right here.
And then can you place where you found the 223 projectile? And then the 38 class bullet. Thank you. And does this conclude all of the items, the shell cases and casings that were found on the scene of this particular day?
Yes. In fact, it looks like maybe on the big board, number 12, there might be a mislabel. Number 11 should be the projectile, and number 12 should be this round that's up here.
Say it again for me, I'm sorry?
Yeah, sure. So number 11 on my crime scene sketch is a projectile, which is right there. And then I have item number 12 is that 38 caliber round that's right here.
Okay.
So in other words, The visual reference as far as where casings and rounds are collected, this reflects my drawing. I think there may be just like a typo down here.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of where all of the shell casings, the projectiles, and the bullets were found?
Yes, obviously not to scale, especially because these things are big, but yes.
And are those shell casings, or would those shell casings be consistent with being fired from an AR-15?
Yes, a rifle of some sort, yes.
And can you tell the members of the jury exactly which ones would be consistent with being fired from an AR-15 or a rifle?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. This officer has not been qualified as an expert in any type of firearms, ballistics, or pattern matching, anything like that. We are going down a slope that I don't believe he's prepared to testify.
Are you just inquiring about what would typically be used? Or are you going to ask him about patterns?
What would typically be used?
Okay, first ask him if he knows and how he knows.
Do you know what the 5.56 and the 223, what those are consistent with being used in, or what those casings are consistent with being used in?
Those calibers are typically associated with rifles.
And how do you know this?
Being a police officer as long as I have and dealing with ballistic evidence and weapons.
Have you had an opportunity to deal with these types of rounds in your experience?
Yes, I have.
Does that satisfy your objection? So again,
Out of mercy.
Can you tell the members of the jury what the 223 live round, what type of firearm is that consistent with being fired from?
Typically a rifle.
And is a rifle the same as an AR?
An AR-15 would be a type of rifle. Yes.
Okay. And what about the 5.56? What type of firearm is that consistent with being fired from?
A rifle.
And is the rifle consistent with the AR-15?
Yes.
Okay. And the 38. What type of firearm is that consistent with?
Most likely a revolver or a pistol.
I'm going to pass you to the defense. They may have some questions for you, but at this point, I don't. Thank you so much.
Not a mercy.
Thanks, sir.
You want to move your exhibit? You guys want the exhibit there while you're cross-examining, or do you want to?
You need to move it for us? Leave it for a second, and then I'll take it down. Investigator McClure, how are you doing today?
Doing well, sir. How are you?
It's been a minute since we've seen each other.
A couple years.
Yes, sir. So, are you able to see the board from here, or do you need me to?
I should be able to see it from here fine.
My first question, I'm going to demonstrate this a little more with the jury since the state went into it. You said that these rifle rounds are consistent with being fired with a rifle, correct?
More than likely, yes.
More than likely consistent with being fired with a rifle, and could be an AR type rifle, correct?
Correct.
But you don't know how many rifles were actually fired that night, do you?
I don't.
You don't know how many ARs were fired that night, do you?
I don't.
And no one from the district attorney's office or no one from Atlanta PD or anyone else told you how many rifles were fired that night, do you?
No.
Is it safe to say that from all of this there was at least 3 different rifles being fired that night?
No, not.
Objection, Your Honor, cause for speculation.
Will you re-ask the question?
Based off the evidence that you collected, is it safe to say, I only say that multiple rifles could have been fired that night?
I'll allow that question.
Is based off this could have? I guess anything's possible, but as far as the number 3, I don't know specifically 3.
And that's why I tried to rephrase it, because I knew that number wasn't an actual accurate number.
Okay.
So let's give the jury a little more information about what these projectiles and what these casings look like. You said the casings were bullets that were actually fired already, correct?
That's what casings are, yes.
And then in a rifle, when you fire a bullet, what happens with the casing?
It gets ejected from the gun.
It gets ejected from the gun. So what that means is, if I'm firing a rifle, casing goes out, right? Fire a rifle, casing goes. Fire a rifle, casing goes. Fire a rifle, casing goes. That's what that means, right?
Yes, sir.
The majority of the casings that you picked up were on this side of the street. That's where you marked all of them, correct?
Correct.
How many were on this side?
In other words, the north side?
Yes, sir.
None.
Say it again?
None. Zero.
So, from what I hear you saying, when the vehicle was shot at, the majority of the casings, the majority of the bullets were coming from this side, right to left.
I didn't say anything about a vehicle, sir, so I'm not sure what the question is exactly. So,
Oh, I apologize. Let me back up. Did anyone from Atlanta PD or any other law enforcement agency tell you where the vehicle was when it was actually shot?
no, sir.
Did anyone from the Polk County District Attorney's Office tell you where the vehicle was when it was actually shot?
No, sir.
Okay. So all you know is where the shell casings were, but not where the vehicle actually was.
Correct. I just did their crime scene sketch.
And from your testimony, all the shell casings are pretty much bruised around this area, and it could have been multiple AR-type rifles that fired, correct? You don't know how many?
Right. That would have to come from a NIBIN report.
I'm sorry, say that one more time?
That would come from ballistic
From
reports.
ballistic reports. And you didn't look at any of the ballistic reports, did you?
No, sir.
My last question. You said when you arrived, police officers already cleared the area for people, correct?
Correct.
Did any of the officers that were there before you tell you that actual other people started coming in and picking up shell casings before they were cleared?
I don't recall if that was ever mentioned.
Okay. Did anyone from the Polk County District Attorney's Office told you there's actual evidence that other random people came in picking up shell casings before you arrived?
Objection on the facts, not in evidence.
I'm asking if he was actually, if he was told that from officers or the district attorney's office. That's important. That's important, Your Honor, because this officer testified that he was out there to collect evidence, find evidence, and he also made a sketch of all of this. I get to find out what more he knew, not just the limited part that the state wants to see here.
Okay, don't tell them what the information is, just ask them if they gave you information.
Did they give you information that that shell casings were picked up by other people before you arrived?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, any read?
Yes. When did you make this sketch?
July 17th.
Okay, so you made it shortly after July 14th, correct?
July.
I'm sorry, July 4th.
Yes.
Also, when counsel was demonstrating shell casings, you would agree with me that someone can fire from this side of the street. When it hits the ground, it bounces and rolls, correct?
Correct. It
So the point at which it landed is no indication 100% of where it was fired from, correct?
Correct.
But you will agree that there's no dispute that these shell casings were fired from an AR or a rifle style gun.
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
My last, it's the last couple of questions. The state said that there's no, just because we're in Atlanta doesn't mean that's exactly where the fire from. So is
You
it
can
a
find
coincidence
out.
that all the casings just happen to be in the same area?
I don't know how we could determine if it's a coincidence or not.
No further questions, thank you.
Very brief.
It's okay.
You've heard of gravity, correct?
I'm familiar with gravity.
And would you agree with me that gravity pulls objects in the same direction, correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
No.
Okay, can this witness be excused?
No. I'm not,
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm not convinced.
Okay.
Thank
you. You can be excused.
Thank you, Judge.
So you can make, if you wish, but you can also go back to work. Thank you.
I'm not convinced.
Okay. The next witness is longer, is that correct? So we'll wrap it up for today. How much longer?
It's Mr. Ivory.
So it'll go into tomorrow, probably.
I would assume across, yes.
Okay. Members of the jury, we have some other business to take up, so we're going to excuse you for the day. Thank you for
All right, they're gonna wrap that up. But let me tell you this. I watched enough forensic files to know that they can get an idea of exactly what position the gun was fired from. They get different. They'll it's not gonna all go the same exact place, but you can tell the area that the gun was fired from based on how far the bullet went, because depending on the gun you firing, it'll kick back. You know what I mean? So they'll get an idea of how far it can go. You know what I mean? So it doesn't necessarily mean that they was right in that spot, but they was in that area. It was in that immediate area, definitely. But we don't know how many guns were fired, because different rifles can use that same bullet. So the ballistics will have to tell the firing pin, the markings on the bullets from the gun. Those things will have to come into play and come into question to for us to actually see whether or not it might have come from the same gun, and I guess we have to wait till that come. But I'm still here, man, and I'm intrigued, and there's more. They did day 2, so I'm gonna go check out day 2 because they're doing day 3 right now, so that'll help me catch up. So I'm gonna do day 2, and then I'll do day 3 tomorrow, so that on Monday we'll be caught up. Let me see. This is day 2 right here.
You need him to start?
No.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
bring the jury in.
Those of you that are sticking around, thank you for sticking around. Those of you that come back, catch the replay. See you in the replay. This is day 2. They're gonna continue with the. They have a new witness. They're gonna continue from there. Who is this?
They would call Mr. Omar Ivory.
Omar Ivory.
Yes, sir.
OMARIVERY.
Good morning, Mr. Ivory. How are you?
I don't know who this is.
All right.
And can you tell the jurors how old are you, sir?
I'm 45.
Okay. And where are you from?
Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay. I had the opportunity and pleasure to speak with you outside of court. I know you got an outside voice.
Yeah.
So we'll use it so we can all hear you, please.
Okay.
Thank you. You said you're 45, and are you from Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes, sir.
And where in Atlanta are you from? What area?
I'm basically from like Johnborough Road.
Okay. And do you have any children?
Yes.
How many children do you have?
I got 6 boys, 1 girl.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors, do you know somebody named Ms. Charmaine Turner?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors, how do you know Ms. Turner?
Me and Miss Turner had a relationship like from 2018 and like from 2020.
Okay. And so it sounds like you guys dated, were in a relationship for about 2 years, a little bit over 2 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in the time that you and Ms. Turner were in a relationship, did you get to know her children?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors, how many children did Ms. Turner have?
She had 2 boys and 1 girl.
Okay. And in 2 years that you guys were together, did you get to know her children pretty well?
Yes, sir.
And you said she had 2 boys and a girl. Can you tell the jurors what were their names, or what are their names?
Terry and Amir and Secoriea.
Terry and Amir, are they the boys?
Yes, sir.
And then the daughter, or the girl, that's Secoriea?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, was Secoriea, was she the youngest, the oldest?
She was the youngest.
Okay. Do you remember the last time you saw her, and how old was she?
Secoriea was like 8 years old, and the last time I saw her on the accident of 2020, January the 4th.
Okay.
He
January
needs to
4th.
pull the mic down for real. He keeps.
July the 4th. I'm sorry.
Now,
They need to pull the mic down for him.
can
Somebody
you tell
needs
the jurors
help him.
when you were and this Turner were in a relationship back in 2018 till sometime in 2020, did you stay in the same household many times?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, if you can recall, I know it's been some time, but what area of town or where was Miss Turner living?
She was staying on 264th Street.
Okay, 264th Street?
Yes, sir.
Is that far from where we're here today, the courthouse?
No, it's probably like 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell the jurors, if you can remember, the Fulton Street address where Miss Turner lived? How close was that to, say, the intersection of University and Pryor?
Probably like 5 minutes.
They got. Hey, they helped him.
So you said probably about 5 minutes. It's not very far.
No.
Listen, I'm thinking the people in the comment section was like, pull his mic down. I think they did. You know, the live people be chatting. Listen.
And so you said probably about 5 minutes. It's not very far.
No.
Okay. Now, the 4th of July of 2020, can you tell the jurors, I know it's been almost 5 years, a little over 5 years, I apologize. Do you remember what you guys did on the 4th of July that day?
We went over to her mother's house because they had 4th of July, is I'm saying it right, 4th of July barbecue. So I guess after us leaving there that night, we went to University Avenue and we get off the expressway.
I'm gonna stop you there for a quick second. You said we went over to her mother's house. Who's we?
Me and Secoriea and Miss Turner.
Okay. And do you remember where Miss Turner's mom's house was that you went to the barbecue?
It was somewhere on the west side, but I don't too know the address.
Okay. Just somewhere on the west side of Atlanta?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember about what time you guys went to the barbecue and started celebrating the 4th of July?
If I'm not mistaken, it was probably about 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock in the afternoon? Okay. And were other members of Miss Turner's family also there, in addition to Secoriea and obviously her mom?
Yes.
Her house? Okay. And do you remember when you were there, how you guys got there?
I drove the vehicle.
Okay. And whose vehicle did you drive?
Miss Turner.
Okay. And do you remember what kind of vehicle Miss Turner had and that you drove on July 4th, 2020?
She had a 2016 four-door green Jeep.
Okay. And had you driven that car before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And once you got over to the barbecue, did you guys kind of celebrate the 4th of July?
Yes, sir.
Did you do the typical things you do at a barbecue? Cook out, have a fellowship with family and friends, kind of just hang out and talk?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything unusual happen at the barbecue that, sticks out in your mind?
No.
Okay, just have a good time. You gotta say yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, how long do you think you stayed at the barbecue, kind of celebrating the 4th of July with family and friends?
We probably stayed there probably like 9 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken, like 9:30.
Okay. So, between 4.5, 5 hours?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And before I ask you about what happened after you guys left, I want to ask you, in the 2 years that you were with Ms. Turner, did you get pretty close with her children?
Very close.
Okay. And did you get very close with Secoriea?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, as you continued your relationship and built your relationship with Ms. Turner, did you begin to think of Secoriea like she was one of your own children, like your daughter?
Yes, sir.
You treat her like your daughter?
Yes, sir.
Because of the relationship and the feelings that you built with Secoriea, did you always want to protect her?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever want to see her hurt?
No, sir.
Now, when you guys started wrapping up at the barbecue, can you tell the jurors where you were headed after the barbecue?
We was going to University, the package store on University.
Okay. And what was your plan once you got to the package store?
Currently, I was going to the liquor store, but I saw the liquor store was closed.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, I guess, what's the route you would take, if you can remember, pretty generally, from the west side where the barbecue was to how you were going to stop the package store? And it's okay if you don't remember.
I don't know the street.
Let me ask you this.
But I went past like Dub High School and I got on I think I got on 20.
You got on highway?
Yeah.
And when you said you think you got on 20, do you exit off of 20 or do you have to get on a 75, 285? Is it, how do you get on?
I forgot what the name of the exit, but I exit onto the expressway and we got off on University.
How long do you think it took you guys to go from the barbecue to exiting the expressway to get ready to go to the package store?
Probably like 9 minutes.
9 minutes. Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors the package store you plan to stop at was that one that was on the way home to Miss Turner's address?
Yeah, after we was leaving the liquor store.
Okay. It was. It sounds like, or was it the most convenient package store to stop at as you traveled home to the Fulton Street Trail?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you said once you got off the exit, you said you got off the highway onto University.
Mm-hmm.
And when you got off University, you said something about you believe the package store, it looked closed.
Yes, sir.
Tell the jurors about that. Why did you think it was closed?
When I got off on University, the liquor store was closed, so I proceeded through the road and kept straight.
Okay. And obviously, we know when you're seated, you're driving the car, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jurors, while you're driving the car, leaving the barbecue, getting off that exit, go to the package store, where is Charmaine when she's in the car? Where she's seated?
She's on the passenger side.
Okay. Now, the front or the back?
The front.
Okay. So she's sitting right next to you?
Yes, sir.
And is anybody else in the car?
Secoriea Turner.
And where is Secoriea seated?
She was sitting in the middle of the seat.
Okay. And in the back?
Yes, sir.
And was anybody else in the car? Just three of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, obviously I know you're driving. Can you tell the jurors you have an independent recollection? What is Charmaine doing in the front passenger seat?
She was just proceeding, looking at the road at the time.
Okay. She was just being a passenger?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have a recollection? I know your eyes on the road. What's the Secoriea doing in the back? Do you know?
No.
Okay. Now, once you realize or you believe the package store to be closed, where do you kind of proceed?
Say it again.
So you said the package store was closed.
Mm-hmm.
Do you pull into the parking lot, or do you realize as you're kind of traveling past?
Kept straight.
Kept straight.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you never went into the parking lot of the package store and attempted to go open the door to see if it was actually open or closed?
No, sir.
And can you describe to the jurors when you get to the area of University where the package store is? What do you see?
When I proceeded and got off the exit, it was a whole lot of guys standing out on your left-hand side with machine guns.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, prior to this day, July 4th of 2020, have you been in this area recently?
Not recently, but I rode down that street many times, and I never saw what I saw to this night right here.
Okay. So if I heard you correctly, and correct me if I didn't, you have been on that street before many times, but it sounds like this was the first time you've been on the street when you saw the man in the barricades, right?
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, as you're kind of driving down University, passing the package store, and seeing what you just described to the jurors you saw, what's going through your head?
Shit, I started speeding up.
Okay. And it sounds kind of like a silly question, but why did you start speeding up?
Shit, I was afraid.
Okay. And tell the jurors why you were afraid.
I ain't never saw what I saw before, and I just feel like the state went there to protect the community.
Now, can you, I guess, unpack that a little bit? When you say you've never seen what you saw that night, can you describe to the jurors what you mean by what you were seeing that you didn't expect to see and you've never seen before?
I saw folks like on my left-hand side with machine gun by the BP and the Wendy's.
Okay.
And it was like more than one gun and like more than one person out there at the same night.
Okay. And can you describe to the jurors as you said is the Wendy's on your left-hand side or your right-hand side?
If I'm getting off the expressway, it's gonna be on my left-hand side.
Okay. And just so we can orient the jurors, if the Wendy's is on your left-hand side, which side of the road is the package store on?
The right.
Okay. And so as you pass the package store, you're pulling up or you're passing the Wendy's, you say you see men with machine guns. How many do you remember seeing?
It was a lot of guys, but like in the middle of the road, it probably like 3 or 4 guys standing right there with guns.
Okay. And was it just these 3 or 4 guys that were blocking or keeping you from traveling through the road, or were there other, were they using other means, or was there anything else they used other than a person to kind of block your way to enter and exit through that area of the road?
Oh, it was 2 barricades right there.
All right, describe, when you say barricades.
They were blocked out. They had the street light blocked out like this. So I guess when I proceed through the barricade, that when someone said, "Scream for my language, fuck nigga," and then we just heard some shots after that.
So just so it's clear for the record.
I actually couldn't hear what he said.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you to repeat what you said in a second, but I want to make sure for the record we're clear. When you say, when you're describing the barricades, you used a tissue box and a bottle of water. And are those, the tissue box and the bottle of water, are those the barricades to represent the barricades?
Yes.
And are they in, so if we're there, you have them positioned, are they basically in the middle of the road?
Yes, they're in the middle of the road.
Hello. We're not going to have this. We're not all using our imagination.
What's the exhibit number?
This is exhibit number 38. Okay. I'm going to ask you to, Judge, I need permission to cut down. When you do, I need you to act like you're yelling at me, okay? So, will you do me a favor? Will you put on State Exhibit 30A, where you, how many barricades were there?
There was 2 barricades.
Okay, and so this is university described, right? And in State Exhibit 38, this is prior road, right? And can you show the jury, do you remember, after you got off the exit, where was the general direction?
Like, I was at this right now,
Okay.
yeah, see on the road, barricades blocked right here.
Okay, so when you got off the exit, you stopped with the light, which is in the middle of State's Exhibit 30A, kind of near where it says 54. And when the light turned green, did you go across the intersection of where prior and university is and go straight down university?
Correct.
And describe the package store. There's a package store right here. All right, so that's kind of in the right-hand side of State Exhibit 30A on the top, swap there and quarter.
Correct.
Okay. Now, obviously, it said there's a Wendy's right here, right? And can you tell the jurors, was the Wendy's open?
No.
Okay, was the Wendy's, was there anything about the Wendy's that you remember that made it stick out in your mind? Okay, was the Wendy's still there? Okay. Had there been a fire recently at Wendy's, do you know? Has there been a fire recently at the Wendy's? Okay. So what part of it kind of burned up? You gotta say yes or no.
Yes.
All right, so you do me a favor. You said you saw at least one blockade. Where do you think it was University when you first got there? Okay, you can stick it on there. And as you traveled through, I don't know if you tell me what happened as you traveled through, but did you see another
Three,
blockade?
4 guys standing right here with guns. So I thought to see the barricade. They said, "Fuck nigga," and then when I heard the shot.
Okay. Now, can you describe to the jurors? You said you heard him say "FN." Were your windows up or down? Okay. All. This is a Jeep, so it's a 4-door Jeep.
Yes, sir.
Are all 4 windows in the front compartment and then the passenger compartment, are they all up?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And prior to hearing a warning.
This is as the defense attorney, he wants to make sure he sees everything that this guy is pointing out because he has to, cross-examine. And the angle that they're doing it is facing the jury, so he has to come and stand in front of everybody so he can see as well. He don't want to miss nothing. He want to make sure he don't miss nothing, so he's standing in our way because he don't want to miss nothing.
One of the males he described with machine gun saying what he said to you. Had you said anything to them?
No, sir.
Okay. Had you done anything aggressive in nature to them at all?
No, sir.
Were you surprised that these individuals, these men with machine guns, were allowed to be there? Why not? Okay. Did you see any police?
No, sir.
Did that surprise you?
And stop being racist.
Tell the jurors why.
I feel like they weren't protecting this. They weren't protecting the community at the time.
Okay. Now you said you saw the barricade, you saw the men with machine guns. What did you do next?
I speeded up.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors why did your instincts tell you to speed up around the barricade?
First of all, I had an 8-year-old child in the car. Like, I was just trying to get off from right there because there was too much going on at one time.
So he was the driver?
You can hear him when he turns around.
What's that?
Okay, so you gotta speak up, and also could you see the board around the witness?
So wait, so he's the driver of the vehicle?
We'll mess with the board again in a little while, okay? You said you see the man, you see the barricade. Now when you speed up, can you describe to the jurers, do you go like you're going straight through the barricade? Do you go around it? How do you travel?
I went straight through the barricade.
Okay. And did you hit the barricade?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you, when you went through where the barricades were people in front of your car?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ever hit anyone with your car?
No, sir.
Was your intention, or what was your intention in speeding up and moving forward? What were you trying to do?
I was trying to get to my next destination. But currently, it seemed like I didn't speed up too fast because an 8-year-old little girl got killed.
Is it possible that they try to stop his vehicle and he wasn't trying to hit it and try to drive off? And they shot it up because it was already in a rage. And he decided that he ain't gonna listen to them and he just gonna keep going. Is that what he's describing?
What were you trying to do?
I was trying to get to my next destination. But currently, it seemed like I didn't speed up too fast because an 8-year-old little girl got killed.
Now,
Currently, I said I did not speed up too fast because an 8-year-old little girl got killed.
I don't even know what that means. Does he mean that he ain't speed up fast enough? Or did he speed up? I did not speed up too fast. Does it mean that I did not speed up too fast? I don't know what he means by that exactly.
now, when you went through this first area of the barricade where the men were, you said an 8-year-old little girl got shot.
Mhm.
So when do you start hearing gunfire?
I guess like after we proceed through the barricade.
So y'all went through the barricade? Y'all brave, man. Even the other guy turned around. So they went through the barricade with these armed thugs. Y'all went through the barricade? That's a risk. That's a risk to take, man.
Do you hear any other?
So we proceed through the barricade.
Do you hear any other yelling? You said you heard somebody yell as you started to move forward. What you described to the jurors, you remember hearing. Did you hear anything else?
No.
Okay. And as you pass the area of this first barricade, how many shots do you think you hear?
I heard probably like 5 or 6 shots.
Okay. And as the 5 or 6 shots you're hearing them, what are you doing?
I'm driving as I'm proceeding through that. That's when Secoriea Turner had told her mama, "Mommy, I'm hit."
Wow.
And as you hear that, and you hear the shots, do you hear blast breaking? Do you hear bullets hitting your car?
At the time, my mind was somewhere else. I couldn't hear nothing.
I can't help to think that his actions contributed to this thing escalating even worse. I can't help to think that based on what I'm hearing. Like, bruh, that's what you decided to do? Like, other people had the same encounter. They decided to turn around. You said you gonna speed through the barricade. You didn't believe they was gonna shoot, huh? With all them guns they had.
You say your mind was somewhere else. Are you just trying to get around the barricade safely and out of there?
Correct.
Okay. And so when you get past this first barricade, you hear, like you described, 5 or 6 shots. What happens next?
I proceed through the traffic and I went up probably like 3 minutes and I made a left turn and we turned into a parking lot next to a tie shop.
I'm gonna do something real fast.
So you got an 8-year-old in the car. These guys got guns. He's stopping traffic. Man, avoid that, man. Why you want to speed through the barricade?
I'm going to show you each state exhibit 30A. It's going to come on the screen. God bless you. Before you, that way we don't have to get you away from the microphone. Okay. So in a second, what we have here should show on the screen before you.
It's on the preview screen, so maybe it just takes a second.
It's on.
Has this already been? Do you have to lay a foundation first?
It's the same. It's 38. It's in digital format.
Okay.
All right. So let me make that. So, Mr. Reagan, so the defense counsel can see I'm gonna take this down. Thank you. I know it's athletic, but nobody wants to say I'm not. All right. So you pull through the barricade. Imagine it's there that you put on the board. Can you tell the jurors? Can you see generally the area that you pulled over?
You can see it, but it's like some trees like blocking it though.
On this
Right
screen,
now.
what you can do, let me do this. Will you put a circle or an X or a mark where generally the trees are you're talking about you pulled over, okay? And when you pulled over there, what is there?
It's like a parking lot.
Okay. If you remember as you traveled through the area where the men were, when they were shooting at you, did you have to go over a set of curves?
No, sir.
And when you got to where you were, you said while the shots were happening, Secoriea said, "Mama, I'm shot or I'm hit."
Yes, sir.
And when you guys pulled over, describe to the jurors what's going on in that car.
As we pulled over, Miss Turner had proceeded out the front seat of the car, and she went to the back seat to try to do breathalyzer on Secoriea Turner.
Okay. Is she trying to do any sort of give her any sort of medical assistance?
Yes.
What are you doing while Miss Turner is trying to?
I was trying to call 911 dispatch.
Tell the jurors about your experience trying to get through to 911.
As I'm trying to call 911 dispatch, no one picked up, and I received the call them like 5 times.
Okay. And how long do you think you're dialing 911 trying to get through?
We probably right there, probably about a good 5 or 6 minutes.
Okay. Did it feel like a lifetime?
Yes.
Okay. And while you're trying to get through to 911, is Miss Turner still trying to do whatever she can to help her daughter?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, as you're frantically trying to get through 911, what's going on in your head?
Too many things going on in my head that time. Like, I was just trying to get the baby help.
Are you thinking about what your next steps are, what you can do next?
So my next step after we couldn't get through with 911 dispatch, it was a lady had walked up the sidewalk and she had on like a black light metal shirt, and she came right there and she was talking to us. As she was telling her, I guess as she saw Miss Turner had doing what she was trying to do for Secoriea, so she walked away, and like all the cars started fleeing out the Wendy's and the BP, going back toward the interstate.
And do you eventually get through to 911?
No, only time I got through 911, like when I'm about to get off on Boulevard by Atlanta Medical Hospital, and then when they proceed to answer the phone.
Okay, and so since you couldn't immediately get through to 911, you said you proceeded to the hospital. Tell the jurors about how you got to the hospital and how you made that decision and why.
I believe we ran on 2 flat tires coming from University to going to Atlanta Medical, and I didn't proceed to get no help until I got to the top of the expressway. It was a police at the red light, and he was just right there waiting on the light to get green, so I ran through the light. Once I ran through the light and went to the emergency room at Atlanta Medical, we had probably like 5 police cars behind us then.
And do you see on State Exhibit 38, you drew this red circle where you said that you pulled over after the shooting? You see that?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you see that you could continue going, I think that's east, down to University, going away from the Wendy's? Can you tell the jurors, when you make the decision to take Secoriea to Atlanta Medical Center, do you go away from the Wendy's, or do you go back the way you came?
We went the same way we came.
You go back down Universities, and now Wendy's is going to be on your right-hand side?
Yes.
So you have to go back through the barricade. Right?
No, the barricade was on this side of the road.
Okay.
So we went through the Wendy's, and it had like a clear side on that side.
Sir, I don't know where he was pointing. It's not on the screen.
Okay, if he can repeat the last answer and also indicate what he's pointing to.
Okay. So you said you had to go back by the Wendy's. The Wendy's is on your right-hand side?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, you pointed at the area of the road in front of the Wendy's. What were you trying to describe when you were pointing in that area?
I was trying to describe the same way that I went down on University past the packet liquor store. I had to come back up on the other side of the street. So I guess that's on the right side of the right side.
Correct me if I'm wrong, just so we can make sure the record's clear and everybody's clear. If you're traveling down the right-hand side of the road, I think you said as you're coming back that there isn't a barricade blocking on that side of the road.
Correct.
And are there any armed men standing in the middle of the road as you were traveling back in that area to try to get back on the expressway?
No, because everyone had pursued from the scene.
Pursued? Did he say Did he say everyone had pursued from the scene?
Pursued.
In that area to try to get back on the expressway?
No, because everyone had pursued from the scene.
Is this a different kind of English he's speaking? I don't know what he mean by that. Does his words mean something different than our words? Or something? I don't know what he mean by that. Pursued from the scene.
So you talked about people seeing cars kind of flee from the area where the Wendy's are, or Wendy's is, based on what you could see while you're trying to call 911?
Correct.
Okay. So you proceed towards the back where you came from, the 75, whatever the expressway is.
Yes, sir.
And you said are you driving as fast as you can to get Secoriea to the hospital?
Yes, sir.
All right. And said, I think you kind of described that you got off the exit over there by Boulevard, right?
Yes, sir.
And tell the jurors again, you said you saw a police car, and then you mentioned a couple of police cars. Describe to the jurors when you see these police cars and why it sticks out in your memory.
After I'm getting out the expressway on Boulevard, it was one police car at the red light. So after I had to run the red light and make a left turn, I ran out of the red light and I went inside the Atlanta Medical Emergency Room, and I had probably like 4 police to 5 police cars behind me then.
And you kind of talked about the fact that when you made the decision to drive to Atlanta Medical, you were eventually able to get through the 911 dispatcher, right?
Yes, they didn't answer until I was on the expressway.
I want to show you the mark that states Exhibit 6. Have you seen the disc States Exhibit 6 prior to your testimony today?
Yes, sir.
And have you had an opportunity in sitting down and listening to what's on States Exhibit 6?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors what is or what is on States Exhibit 6?
The 911 dispatch when I made the phone call.
When you listen to States Exhibit 6, your 911 recording, it fairly accurately depicts or sound like the same 911 call that you made, just recording.
Yes, sir.
At this time, Your Honor, the state with tender what's been marked as no objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted and you can publish. Also, the little red dot's still on the Zoom screen. Thanks.
Hey, look, these folks just shot my baby on your birthday, bro.
They just what
These
now?
folks just shot. Where y'all at? Where you at right now? And they still shoot.
Who shot? Okay, Miss Waterson, has someone been shot, sir? What
Where
part?
you at right now?
What part of the body? Where are they? Hello, sir. Tell me where someone is that's been shot. Where are they that been shot?
Where you at? Where y'all at? I'm gonna pull up the Atlanta Medical. I need to call you. I need ambulance on my bill.
Sir, where is the person that shot?
They in the car with me right.
Okay, what part of the body?
I don't even know my girl. It's back. Where these folks
Okay.
shot now?
Okay.
I'll see the birthday, bro.
You got shot off University?
Yes.
University? Sir, listen to what I'm saying. I need to get the information from you at University and what?
With the same person.
University and what, sir?
Now, I'm finna drive you.
I know you're getting at Atlanta Medical, sir. I'm trying to get some help to you. Where on University were you?
I just said I was on University now.
Yeah, you
have the police down there.
I'm going to get the police to Atlanta Medical for you. You at University, what was the cross street? What was your cross street where your girlfriend was shot?
I'm about to get off on. I'm about to get off on. I'm about to get off on 18. I'm about to get off on 18, man.
I know. Were you at the ramp, sir, on the anniversary when she was shot?
Yeah, right there. Soon we get off, man. I'm about to get off right there.
It's a female. What part of the body?
Child.
It's a child. Okay, what part of the body on the child?
I can't look on fucking drive.
Okay, sir, listen to me. I know who's in the back seat with the child.
Her mama.
Okay. How old is the child?
Man, she's like 8 years old, 9 years old.
8 or 9? Okay. I understand you're upset. We're just trying to get some information.
She has something like that saying right now, man. What can I do?
What kind of car are you in?
I'm in the green Jeep, man. All I want to put is everything.
You're in a green Jeep? I understand.
Yeah, bro.
Mr. Ivory, have you ever experienced anything like this before?
No, sir.
And is this how you expected the 4th of July to end?
No, sir.
Now, we talked about the car you were driving, the service car. I just want to show you States Exhibit number 11. Do you recognize States Exhibit number 11?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors what is States Exhibit number 11? How do you recognize it?
It was the car I was driving.
The same Jeep that you described you were driving on July 4th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, it's time to state the Senator's remarks to States Exhibit 11.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted and you can publish.
Now, Mr. Ivory, you were describing to the jurors, you get off the exit on the boulevard, you see officers as you are running the light. What do you do once you get to the hospital?
They had probably like 5 doctors out there, and I just jumped out the car. And I guess my mind was racing that night, so I probably did all type of things.
Like, was you on something that night or something? What you mean when he says it? Like, was you high?
I said my mind was racing that night, so I probably did and said all type of things.
And Mr. Ivory, is this something you like to talk about?
No, sir.
Why not?
I'm traumatized.
Now,
Traumatized listening
you
to
get out
that.
of the car, did the medical professionals kind of surround and try to help Secoriea?
Yes, sir.
And does Miss Turner, at that point, does she get out of the car?
Yeah, she got out the car.
Okay. And when she gets out, is she with you, or did she go with her daughter? Do you know?
I don't know at the time, but I think she went inside with Secoriea Turner.
Okay. And you said you don't know, but do you know she wasn't with you?
No, sir.
Okay. And so you stay kind of outside, and we're looking at 6 and 11 around the car in the hospital bay area where the ER for people driving it out.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You said a few seconds ago your mind was racing and things were going through your head, right?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jurors, what do you mean by that?
I went in the right set of mind at the time, so
Were you mad?
I was overly mad.
Why were you mad?
Because I was frustrated for one that we didn't get no help. And like second, I had to drive a child from university to all the way to a hospital.
And when you're out of the car, walking in that area, are police officers approaching you?
Yes, sir.
Are they trying to talk to you?
Yes.
Did you want to talk to them at that point?
I believe like 2 police officers had pulled me to the side and started talking to me.
In that moment, did you want to be having any sort of conversation with them?
I guess I probably just need someone to talk to at the time.
Let me ask you this. You kind of described a few minutes ago about the fact that there were no police officers at the barricade area. You know what I'm talking about that?
Yes, sir.
When you're talking to these officers, do you feel like the police have failed you at this point?
Yes.
And do you kind of express that to them?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jurors, in a nutshell, what you're thinking, what you say to them.
I believe when I pulled up, I had said, I need to get an alternative.
Why?
Did he say eternity? I must have been mistaken. Hearing, not hearing properly.
I believe when I pulled up, I had said, I need to get an alternative.
Bro, why is he making me laugh right now? Bro, the man said, an eternity.
I need to get an alternative.
Wow. Okay. I can't. What is he going to do with an eternity? What is that?
In a nutshell, what you're thinking, what you say.
He knew he messed up from driving through that barricade, knowing that those guys had those weapons and that girl got shot. So he knew he needed an eternity. Because that's what they would have gave him in jail. If they was to find out this was his fault, he would have gave him an eternity behind bars, okay? And that's what the shooter is gonna get when they if it's him, if it's the guy that they have, the defendant, if he's the shooter, he gonna get an eternity behind bars. And Secoriea gonna get some justice.
I believe when I pulled up, I had said, I need to get an alternative.
Why?
Because I just feel like what went on this night with an 8-year-old child, it didn't even supposed to go on.
And
I said, the night that this happened, you said, why did I feel like what?
I want you to project what you were saying to them in a second, the way you were projecting to those officers that night. Yeah, like you were yelling at them.
I told them I need to motherfucking get a lawyer.
And you tell them anything about what you wanted to do with the people on University Avenue who shot through your car.
I probably did. I probably said 1,000 things that night.
Do you remember telling them you were going to take care of it, you were going to spray that area up?
I probably did.
What does that mean?
Shit, I probably wanted to go back and shoot that motherfucker up.
And tell the jurors, why were you feeling that way in that moment?
Cause an 8-year-old little child got shot. And like, I feel like we wasn't getting no service that we need. So my mind just went demon time.
I mean, technically, it sounded like he was already on demon time when you spread through that barricade, man. You put that little girl's life in danger.
Tell the jurors, when your mind went that way, were you also feeling like you failed Secoriea?
Yes.
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 Like you weren't able to protect her?
No, sir.
Did you feel responsible?
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely. You shouldn't have.
Were you feeling all of those emotions all at once?
Yes, sir.
You see, I'm not blaming him because they shouldn't have shot. Period. But he should have tried to avoid even getting in that type of situation. These guys, they had guns and all that. You know what I'm saying? Like, just don't even take the chance. You got a little girl in the car.
While you were at the hospital, did you stay in the area and continue to provide as much information as you could in that moment to the police?
Yes, sir.
Now, as the night went on, did members of Mr. Turner's family, did they come to the hospital?
Yes, sir.
And tell the jurors what those interactions were like.
Everything was smooth, but you know, everybody was like down and out, and like I just wanted to just leave the scene at the time because it was too much on me.
When you say it was it too much emotionally?
Yes.
Now, after you left the hospital the next day on July 5th, do you remember a Detective Shepard coming to your house or where you were at to talk to you?
Yes.
And do you remember having a conversation with him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you remember, and I know it's been some time, was it morning time, afternoon, nighttime, do you remember?
I get like the morning time.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, did you describe for Detective Shepard what you kind of told them here today about what happened at University of Prior, July 4th, 2020?
Say that again?
Did you describe to them the events that led up to Secoria's shooting on July 4th of 2020? Did you tell Detective Shepard about that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, between the time that you left the hospital, the medical center, and speaking with Detective Shepard, did you go back to the area of where the Wendy's was, Prior Street University?
No, sir.
Okay. So to your recollection today, you don't remember talking to Detective Shepard about the fact that you went back to that area?
I probably did, but I'm overwhelmed, man.
Something you tried to block out, sounds like?
Exactly.
Do you have someone you consider your little nephew?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Yes.
And would you, during the conversation, I know you said you don't remember, but you talked to Detective Shepard 5 years ago, fresh, when all this was happening, right?
Mm-hmm.
You say yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you recall having a conversation with Detective Shepard and telling him that you went back to the area of the Wendy's to kind of survey who was out there?
I do recall that.
Wow. And do you recall kind of describing people you saw in that moment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when bullets are flying at your car on July 4th, can you physically see while you're driving who's actually shooting at you?
No.
Okay. Do you, during the time you're talking with Detective Shepard that next day, do you describe some of the men that you see standing in front of the barricade in the middle of the road that you talked about with the machine guns?
I believe I described like some people was in all black, and I believe I described a tall black man with dreads.
Okay. And at that time, did you have social media, Instagram, Facebook, whatever it may be?
No.
Okay. And did members of your friends or family have Instagram or any kind of social media?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you remember either using somebody's Instagram or Facebook to kind of look for any pictures of that Wendy's, the University and Prior intersection where people had taken pictures of themselves?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you remember screenshotting or somehow getting the picture onto your phone and then sending a picture of men that you believed you could recognize?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you provide those photos to Detective Shepard?
Yes, sir.
So I want to be clear, when you gave those photos to Detective Shepard, let's start with why did you give it to him?
Because at the time, I don't know who killed Secoriea Turner. I was just trying to help it get to the point where it needed to get. And I don't know where no bullets came from.
tell the jurors after July 4th and into the next couple of days, what is your relationship like with Ms. Turner and her family?
Oh, our relationship okay.
And as time continued to pass after Secoriea died, did your relationship change, let's say, romantically?
No, it's still the same.
And at some point because you said your relationship was from sometime in 2018 into 2020 after this, do you and Ms. Turner kind of part ways as it relates to being significant others?
No.
You stopped dating?
Yes.
Okay. I used a lot of words that should have said.
Yeah. He didn't know what significant other means.
You and Ms. Turner kind of part ways as it relates to being significant others?
No.
You stopped dating?
Yes.
Okay. I used a lot of words that should have said.
I see.
And can you tell the jurors why did you stop being together?
Life is everything happening. So I guess I ain't gonna say it was an accident, but I don't know.
Was it a lot for both of you to
Exactly.
process and handle together?
It was too much.
After that, and to this day, are you and Charmaine, are you still friendly?
Yes.
You still talk?
Yes.
I don't think I have any further questions to go through my questions. So thank you for your time. I know this is difficult.
Cross-examination?
Can we approach briefly?
Yes.
I think the defense about to eat him alive. They're doing take a break.
Oh, yes. On here. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so my biggest concern when this is happening is what the jury can see, not so much what. Right, so it's and so those are, so the way you can see it is usually the only way you can see the witness. Okay, that's helpful for me to know.
Everybody talking, dog.
That's not good.
Okay.
Judge will come back. All right, let's continue. Judge come back. We took a whole break.
President County.
And we're back.
Judge the President of the County Court.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you.
You may not be able to see me, which may be for the your benefit, but I'll step to the side if that helps. My name is Arnold Regas, and I represent Mr. Conley. Can you hear me okay, first?
Yes, sir.
I understand this was a very traumatic situation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And again, this is not something you'd experienced before, is that correct?
No, sir.
That night, as you drove through those barricades, did you drive around the barricade and onto the grass? Or did you drive past the cones, if you recall?
I drove straight through the barricade.
Say straight through the barricade. I guess I envision a barricade as being some sort of a, you know, use this as an example. physical blockade. Was there a physical blockade that you recall?
What is that, sir?
Something blocking you? Was there like a structure, something physical, something that more than just people? Or just cones?
It was cones.
And only cones, correct?
Correct.
And you just...
For the record, he doesn't know what a physical blockade is. He said. He said, "What is that?"
More than just people. Like that you recall? Sort of a, you use it as an example. Physical blockade. Was there a physical blockade that you recall?
What is that, sir?
Something blocking you. Was there like a structure, something physical, something that more than just people? Or just cones?
It was cones.
And only cones, correct?
Correct.
And you just drove through those cones, that's your recollection?
Yes, sir.
And as you drove through those cones, you heard someone say something like, and I apologize for my language, something along the lines of fuck nigga, fuck shit, or fuck something, right?
Correct.
And when you heard that, you drove through those cones, and did you approach the second set of cones as well?
No.
So you drove through those cones, and there were no more cones, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you drove through those cones, you went a few hundred yards, and I'm not a math person, but you went some yards away, and then that's where you stopped. And you got out of the car and called 911, correct?
Correct.
And you were out there for 3 or 4 minutes, and you couldn't get through. Is that your testimony?
Yes, sir.
And then after that, you got back in the car, and you turned around, and then you drove back through those very cones, correct?
No, sir. It wasn't no cone. Once I turned around and proceeded to the right-hand side of the road was clear. It was the only cone on the left-hand side of the package store.
So I'm sorry. So if there were cones on the left-hand side of the package store, those are the ones you drove over, correct?
Correct.
And they covered the entire...
No, sir. It was covered for 2 lanes.
2 lanes.
Mm-hmm.
And you had been in that neighborhood prior to then, correct? Before then, right?
Yes.
And you had seen people out before then, right?
No, sir.
Never before then.
No.
But that night, you saw a lot of people out there with guns, right?
Correct.
A lot of people out there with long guns, right?
Correct.
But when you drove through the cones, I think you said you only saw maybe how many with guns right there at the cones?
It was 4 people in the middle, sir. And it was many people with guns out there that night.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. And being that it was traumatic that night, and it's still traumatic, and I certainly appreciate your pain, but you also talked with, as you testified to, Detective Shepard the next day or so. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you met him, I believe, was it at your apartment complex? It was at some apartments, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you met him, you told him you saw the people who shot. Didn't you tell him that?
Correct.
And you told him you saw the people who shot and they were wearing black, didn't you?
Yes.
And you told him one was tall and you remember that person's beard. Isn't that correct?
Say it again.
You told him one was tall with a beard, didn't you?
Yes.
And you told him the other one was short with dreadlocks, correct?
Correct.
But that you knew and you saw those 2 people with your own eyes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Both wearing black, correct?
Yes.
Dressed like, your words again, dressed like bounty hunters, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you had a picture to show him, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
This that is damn. I tell you, the lawyer's gonna trip him up because I'm to the point to where they're gonna try to make the case that he attempted to hit one of those dudes, and that's why they opened fire. I'm thinking that the lawyer's gonna try to cast that type of doubt in the jury's mind, like maybe those guys opened fire because this guy ran through the barricade. Everybody else stopped and turned back, even the bus driver. But this guy ran through the barricade, and I'm thinking they're gonna take the angle of he almost hit somebody, or somebody had to jump out the way, and that caused. I think that's where I think that's where they're going with this right now.
Wow.
Yes.
I'm showing you for identification only for now purposes what is being marked or has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1. Okay. You know what that picture is, sir?
Yes.
Is it the picture that you provided to Detective Shepard?
Yes, sir.
It's a fair and accurate picture, copy of that picture you provided to Detective Shepard.
Yes, sir.
Right at this point, I move to introduce into evidence Defendant's Exhibit 1.
Let's see what you show.
You want any objection to defendant's 1?
If we could just approach.
Come on to this side.
About to approach.
At that picture and looking at that picture, you know there's writing on that picture. Is there writing on that picture?
What kind of writing, sir?
Letters and stuff.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I can't do it. Oh my God. What am I supposed to do with this? What are we doing? I can't. Ladies and gentlemen. What kind of writing? Letters and stuff. Okay, let's go.
Writing on it. And looking at that picture, you know there's writing on that picture. Is there writing on that picture?
What kind of writing, sir?
Letters and stuff.
Yes.
Do you recognize the letters, the writing?
Yes, sir.
Did you put it there?
No, sir.
Do you know how the writing got there?
No.
You didn't do that.
No.
So this was what about the circles? Did you do the circles?
I ain't do none of that.
So what you had was just a picture, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
When you had the picture, if you notice, there is a person, a taller, dark-skinned person with a beard, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that is the person you identified to Detective Shepard as one of the shooters, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then there is a shorter, light-skinned person, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that is the shorter, light-skinned person you described to Detective Shepard, isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, I know it has been 5 years, and I understand whatever difficulties, but during that 5-year span, has Detective Shepard ever shown you a photo lineup of suspects?
Yes.
He did?
I think he did back in the day. It been 5 years over time, man. Like he probably did, or he probably didn't.
I'm sorry, I want to make sure I understand your answer.
I said it been 5 years over time. He probably did, or he probably didn't show me a lineup.
Well, being that he probably did or probably didn't show the lineup, we have no doubt that you saw this picture, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you have no doubt that he saw this picture, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we have no doubt that you pointed to two people wearing all black, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we have no doubt that the people you identified as the shooters were all black, correct?
Yes, sir.
We have no doubt that they were dressed like bounty hunters, correct?
Correct.
Whether it's 5 years ago or today, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Yo, he smiled. He smiled. He like, man, this lawyer good. Yo, he smiled. He thinking to himself, man, this guy's good. Look at his face. Look at his face. He like, you pretty good. You pretty good. you pretty good.
Mr. Ivory, as you sit here today and testify to this jury, do you have any idea who shot Secoriea Turner?
No, sir. I was just angry at the time and trying to help the family. That's all. So, if I did say anything, I ain't mean to say it at the time that night.
When you were driving that car, Ms. Turner's Jeep, and you were going around through the barricade, were your eyes focused on the road, or were you turned back looking where the shots were coming from?
My eye was focused on the road.
And can you tell this jury the only time, or is the only time that you saw individuals that you described today and in the past wearing black, looking like bounty hunters with machine guns, was that when you were quickly approaching the barricade and made the decision to go through?
Correct.
When at any point during the gunfire, when you were driving the car and taking on bullets, did you ever see the muzzle of a gun being shot at you?
I saw a video, but as me proceeding through the traffic, no, sir.
And at the time, you said as you were proceeding through traffic that day, July 4th, you didn't see anybody who was shooting at you.
No, sir.
You just hear it.
Yes, sir.
And when you were experiencing this gunfire, your car was taking on gunfire, the shots that were being fired at you, were they intentionally being shot at your car as you went through it?
Yes, sir.
You and the members of your car, you were the target of that gunfire, right?
Yes, sir.
Any requests?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, I want to talk specifically about what you told Detective Shepard. Your words to Detective Shepard were that you saw the people shoot, correct?
I'm going to object to ask the answer.
Your Honor, this is the questions that are followed up from the redirect.
All right, you have him on cross. Go ahead.
You're talking your words. You're only talking your words. Isn't it correct that your words to Detective Shepard that day,
Yes, sir.
you said you saw the two people who shot you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in addition to telling him about the two people, you described the two people you saw, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then after you told him they shot, he asked you, if you recall, are you sure, did you see them? And your response was, hell yeah, I saw them. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
He added the man's giggle. He said, boy, these lawyers, boy, he's something else.
Mr. Ivory, as you sit here today, do you have any idea how many people were even shooting at your car?
No.
Okay. Can he be excused? Oh, you were.
Listen, this case ain't gonna be no walk in the park for the prosecutors. Not with witnesses like this. Okay?
One more question, too?
No questions and no objection. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, can he be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Any objection to excusing him?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. So you can be excused. That means if you want to stay and watch, you can, but you do not have to. Ready with your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. State call Charmaine.
Okay.
Oh, that's the mom.
Charmaine Turner, Charmaine, last name Turner, Turner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how old you are
I'm 34.
and how long you lived in the Atlanta area.
All my life.
And do you have any children?
Yes, I do.
How many children do you have?
At the time, I had 3.
When you say at the time, are we speaking in 2000, in 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
And what children did you have in 2020?
I had Terry.
How old was Terry in 2020?
12. Amir, he was 10. And Secoriea, she was 8.
Was that your youngest child?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you living at the time in 2020?
260 Fulton Street.
How long did you been living at 260 Fulton Street?
Like 4 years.
Who lived with you on Fulton Street?
Me and my 3 kids.
And do you know Omar Ivan?
I do.
How do you know Omar Ivan?
We dated
How long did y'all date?
like 2 years. Yeah, like 2 years.
And I'm going to draw your attention to July 4th, 2020. On the 4th of July, were y'all celebrating the 4th of July?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about that morning and what you guys did that day.
That morning we got up. I braided her hair. And we got dressed.
When you say her hair, who are you talking about?
That morning we got up. I braided Secoriea hair. Then I got my kids dressed, everybody dressed. And then Omar came over.
And did y'all stay at your home or did you go somewhere else?
That morning, my home.
About how long did y'all stay at your house?
I believe we left around 11, 12-ish.
When you guys left, where were you going?
When we left, we stopped at the nail shop. Me and Secoriea got out and got our nails and stuff done. And then Omar.
When y'all left your house, did y'all leave in a car?
Yes.
Whose car were you leaving?
Mine's, my Jeep.
What type of Jeep was that?
A green Jeep, 4-door.
How long did you have that Jeep?
Maybe like 2 years.
And you said you guys were leaving and you and Secoriea went to go get your nails done.
Yes.
Who was in the car with you when you left to go get your nails done?
Omar, Amir, my youngest son, Secoriea, and myself.
And she was driving the vehicle when y'all left to go get your nails done.
Omar.
And do you remember where y'all went to go get your nails done at?
At Get Nails on Ref David at Apney.
Is that a regular nail place that you would go with Secoriea?
Yes.
What was Omar and your son doing while you and Secoriea were getting your nails done?
I think they sit outside, and I believe they came in and sit down. But they was like back and forth.
About how long did y'all stay at the nail shop?
Probably an hour and a half.
Did Secoriea enjoy getting her nails done?
Yes.
How often would y'all do that together?
With it being my only daughter, I try to take her every time I went. So, probably like twice a month.
About how long were you guys at the nail shop?
like an hour and a half.
What happened once y'all were done getting your nails done?
We left. We ended up going to my mom's house
Where did your mom live at that time?
on Morris Street.
Morris Street?
Yes, ma'am.
About how far was that from the nail shop?
Maybe 12 minutes.
How long were you, what happened once you got to your mom's house?
We got out. You know, they kids. I got nieces. I got a lot of nieces, so you know, she went and played with her cousins, and my son, he went and also played with them as well.
What else did y'all do while you were at your mom's house? The kids are playing with their cousins. What else was going on? Were y'all barbecuing?
Yes, we was barbecuing.
Celebrating the 4th of July?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that a normal thing for y'all to do on the 4th of July?
Yes, ma'am.
About how long were you at your mom's house?
I stayed there the whole day until I got time. I got my youngest son, Amir. I always try to split. I always try to give their dad half for the day. So I was asking them, was they ready to go with him? And they was like, not yet. But then I'm like, it's getting late. And he had told me that they was getting ready to pop the fireworks and stuff, and they need to come on. So,
When you say he, who are you talking about? Who was
Secoriea.
What about your son Terry? Was he at your mom's house with y'all?
No, he was with his grandmother and his dad.
And so you were getting ready to take Amir. Was Secoriea supposed to go also? Let me ask you, who's Secoria's father?
Secoriea.
So Secoriea is the father of Amir and Secoriea.
Yes.
And you were saying you like to let your kids spend half the holidays with their dad.
Yes.
And so were both of your kids going to their dads?
Yes.
And about what time did you leave your moms to take them over to their dads to do fireworks?
Like 9:30, 9:30ish, 9:30, 9:45.
And which way did you head when you left your mom's house?
We went down Donnelly Hollowell because Secoria's mom stayed. If you go down Donnelly Hollowell, you can turn up Fulton Industrial Way. And she stayed off Fulton Industrial.
When you left your mom's house, who all left with you and how did y'all leave?
We drove my Jeep, me, Secoriea, Amir, and Omar.
Who was driving at that time?
Omar.
And do you make it to Secoria's house?
Yes.
And what happens once y'all get there?
We got there, and Amir got out. They was in the process of popping had already started popping fireworks. And Amir got out, and then Secoriea got out, but then I believe she said she ended up saying she wasn't staying. And so she got back in the car with me, and she told me that she wanted to go with my brother, because my brother has 4 girls.
Who at Secoria's house, were there any girls there for her to play with?
Yes.
But she wanted to go over to your brother's house instead?
Yes.
Where did your brother live?
Off McDaniel Street.
And were you going to take Secoriea over to McDaniel Street to hang out with her cousin over there?
No, because they wasn't home. They wasn't at home. His kid's mother, she went to her mother's house, so they was out in Griffin up in Griffin. And I called him, and he told me they was out in Griffin, and that he'll meet me on his way back to his house.
What did you do at that point?
Notification. I got a notification on the vertical. Yes. Show up here.
Omar, he stopped by a friend's house they was outside popping fireworks. So we got out, watched the fireworks, Secoriea recording herself. I was recording her, and we just was watching the fireworks.
About how long were y'all at that friend's house?
Maybe 15 minutes, if that.
At some point, did y'all leave from over there, headed somewhere else?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were y'all headed at that time?
Home.
And which direction did y'all go home?
I believe it was 20 East. Got on 20 East.
Did y'all make any stops on your way home?
Yes. Omar wanted to stop at the liquor store. And so it's a store right across from where I live at. And we went by there. They was closed. And then we ended up getting back he ended up getting back in the car. And we rode to the package store on University.
Had you been over in that University and Pryor Street area before?
Several times.
When had been the last time that you've been over there before the 4th of July?
I mean, I didn't go over there at all because I had been seeing what was going on.
What had you been seeing that was going on over there?
I had been hearing on the radio and watching the news a little bit and seen it. And also on social media, like how chaotic it was over there.
And you said the liquor store over by your house was closed. Was that the next closest liquor store to your house?
That I know of.
And if you could look at the screen in front of you, is that the area that you were just talking about?
For purposes of the record, what exhibit number is that?
30.
30, okay. 30A, okay.
Is that a map of that area?
Yes.
And is that the liquor store on your left-hand side, the All-American Package Store?
That's the second stop.
That was the second stop, you said?
Yes.
Where did you go? Oh, you stopped at the other liquor store first, and then y'all came to that area.
Yes.
Can you tell us about what happened when you got over to University of Pryor? Let me ask you this. Who was driving the car at that time?
Omar.
Where were you at in the car?
Passenger front seat.
Where was Secoriea sitting?
She was sitting behind Omar.
So back the driver's passenger side?
Yes.
What happened as y'all headed towards the liquor store?
We headed towards the liquor store, and he was getting ready to make a turn, but I was like, he slowed up, like coming to a stop, and I was like, oh, they closed.
Why did you think the store was closed?
Because they looked it like it was closed.
That's fine. Then what happened?
And then he continued down the road, and
how far down the road did y'all get?
not that far.
What were you doing as y'all were driving down the road?
I was looking up, but I was also looking at my phone, so it was like, yeah, I was looking up, then I was looking at my phone. I put my phone down, and I'm paying attention to it.
What was Secoriea doing?
She was in the back seat on her phone.
You said you were looking up and looking down. At some point, did you see anything unusual when you looked up?
Yes, I looked up, and as soon as I looked up, I heard a loud, I thought it was somebody saying, hey, or something. And then I just heard gunshots after that.
How many gunshots did you hear?
A lot.
Did you see who was shooting?
When I looked up, I seen someone standing in the street by the yellow line. And then, like, on the sidewalk, it was a man in black. And then it was also a gentleman with a white shirt on, the black face mask. They was, like, on the sidewalk.
I want to slow you down. So, have y'all passed the liquor store at that point?
Yes.
And you hear someone say A. Did you make out what they were saying?
No, I thought it was A, like, you know, as if somebody trying to get your attention.
Were your windows up or down?
Up.
I think you said you saw someone standing on the yellow line.
Yes.
What did that person look like that you can recall? Do you remember anything about that person at all?
I mean, I just noticed the everybody was a different complexion.
Do you recall what complexion the person on the yellow line was?
Yes, he was light skinned.
Do you remember anything about his clothing?
No.
And on that screen in front of you, if you can tap it, if you could tap and show me where you saw that person standing on the yellow line. And then you said you saw two more individuals on the sidewalk?
Yes.
Let's talk about the first person that you saw on the sidewalk. Do you recall anything about what they looked like or what type of clothing they had on?
Yes, it was a gentleman. He had on, I believe, all black, and he was kind of tall. And it was another man. He was a little shorter than the man that was in all black, and he had on a white shirt and face. Yeah, on a white shirt and a face mask, a black face mask.
Did any of those individuals, could you see whether or not they had guns on them?
Yes.
Let's talk about the man on, first of all, the two that you saw standing on the sidewalk, if you could touch the screen again and kind of mark where you saw those people standing. So they were on the left-hand side of your car?
Yes, ma'am.
Kind of in front of the Wendy's that's on the left?
Yes.
And I just want to indicate for the record, the man on the yellow line was in the left-hand side of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that the driver's side of your car?
Yes, ma'am.
And both the men that you saw on the sidewalk, were they both on that left-hand side of the sidewalk near the Wendy's?
Yes.
And I was asking, did you see anybody with guns?
Yes.
Who did you see with guns?
All three.
Besides those three people, did you see anybody else out there with guns?
No, I wasn't really. No, that wasn't my focus. I was more so we was coming to stop at the store, not coming to see who was all out there or anything.
I'm sorry, I can't hear, so I think that probably means they can't either.
I don't recall seeing anyone else with a gun because my main focus was we was coming to stop at the store, not to see who was all standing out and around.
Do you recall seeing any barricades or cones in the road as y'all passed the liquor store once you realized that it was closed? Or thought that it was closed?
I believe it was a cone, like, I don't know if it was in the street or like near the yellow line, like, but then it was like barricades like further down.
And if you can, on stage 30A, kind of mark where you saw the cone and the barricades.
Phones was like right up in here.
And what about the barricade?
They were further down.
What happened as y'all get up to where that cones and barricades are? Is that where you heard someone yell out A?
No, they yelled A just as soon as the car was riding past them.
Did you see anyone approach your car at all?
No.
Did you hear anything?
Yes, I heard a loud, like as if somebody was trying to stop us or get our attention. They was like, hey, like, but it wasn't clear of, I was thinking it was A, because we also had the radio on and just driving.
How shortly after you heard someone yell out A, did you hear gunshots?
Immediately after.
And was it one gunshot, 2, 3, how many did you hear?
I heard one, and then immediately after that one, I just started hearing it in my car.
What side of your car, did you feel the hits in your car? The gunshots? Could you feel something hitting your car as you drove past?
Yes.
And what you said you heard the gunshots, what was just pow, pow, or was it like pow, 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 pow? Like were they rapid or was it?
It was like pow, then do, 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 do. I like hear it in my car.
What happened at that point once you start feeling the gunshots hitting your car?
This one, Secoriea was trying to get out her arms. She was in the seatbelt behind Omar, behind the driver's seat. She was trying to get out. I was trying to get her out. We both was trying to get out the seatbelt, and we ended up getting it unclamped. But she had it on, like, I don't know how she had it around her to where, like she couldn't get out of it. So we just unbuckled it, and then she was able to slide over, like slide down.
So when you say she was, first of all, you said we were trying to get her out of the seatbelt. Who was trying to get out of the seatbelt?
Me and Secoriea was trying to get the seatbelt unclamped while all that was, the shooting and all that was going on.
Did you have to turn around to try to unbuckle her?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said at some point you were able to unbuckle her.
Yes. But she was still in the seatbelt. Like once we unbuckled it, it didn't just come off of her. I think she had it on wrong because at first she didn't have a seatbelt on. I said, put your seatbelt on. And she was sitting like with her knees like on the seat, like sitting on her knees like.
She was sitting on the seat on her knees?
Yes.
So she didn't have her feet down on the floor while she was in the back seat?
Yes, she was sitting on her knees, and then I told her to put her seatbelt on. And so I'm guessing she might have, you know how you can slide through it instead of just pulling it over? So that's how she was. It's like even when we unbuckled it, it still was around her, like the top part.
The top part of her body?
Yes.
Were y'all moving around as you're trying to get her out of the seatbelt and she's trying to get out the seatbelt?
Yes.
Do you remember if you were saying anything to her?
I was just trying to unbuckle the seatbelt, and Secoriea, like, solid. She had weight on her. She was my biggest child at the time. And I'm trying to unbuckle her seatbelt. She trying to move down so where I can grab her. And I grabbed her. And it's like, as soon as I grabbed her, she was like, Mom. And then, that's when I started feeling her, like, trying to see, like, what was wrong because she only said, Mom. And then I felt her, like, started feeling on her body and stuff. And this.
Did she say anything else after she said Mom?
No.
At that point, are you still in the front passenger seat?
No, I'm through the middle of the car. Like most of my body in the back seat, but my probably knees and feet and stuff was still in the front.
someone still shooting at your car?
Yes.
At some point you said she falls into you?
Yes. I'm trying to grab her, and like, as soon as I'm grabbing her, like, I'm trying to grab her, she trying to get up, the seatbelt was stuck. And then I'm trying to grab her. She was trying to get up, like, for me to pick her up, like, but I couldn't.
Was she too heavy for you to pick up?
Yes, she was silent.
After, at some point, are you able to get into the back seat?
Yes,
How did you get into the back seat of the car?
I climbed through the middle.
Where were y'all at that point once you were able to climb through the middle to get to Secoriea?
When I noticed that she was shot, I was like through the middle the entire time. Then I told Omar to stop the car or pull over or something. Like trying to get his attention, let him know my baby is shot.
Is Secoriea saying anything to you at that point?
No, she just was looking.
Does Omar pull over?
Yes.
What happens once y'all pull over?
He pulled over. I started trying to help my baby, and then I started trying to tell him to hurry and get help because I could see like she wasn't moving or responding. And then he told me he was trying and he couldn't get through. And then this lady walked up and she just stared through my window. And I just was like, please help me, please help me. And then I didn't see her anymore.
Were you able to tell where Secoriea had been shot?
Yes.
Where had she been shot?
In her back, right side.
Was she bleeding?
I didn't feel any blood because I started trying to like press on it. I mean, put pressure on it. And I don't recall feeling any blood.
And you said at that time Omar was trying to call 911?
Yes.
Was he still inside the car with you?
No, ma'am.
Was he ever able to get through to 911 while y'all were still out here on University Avenue?
Not of my knowledge.
About how long were y'all pulled over before y'all left?
Maybe 2, 3, maybe 4, maybe 3 minutes or so. Not long.
After that 3 or 4 minutes, during that time, are you still trying to apply pressure?
Yes, ma'am.
Was she breathing at that time?
No.
What do y'all do? Yes.
I'm trying to press on her and blowing her mouth and I just started panicking. And I just started screaming and I just started kicking the windshield to let Omar know, like, I need to take my baby to the doctor. I need to get her some help.
You said you were kicking the windshield of your car?
Yes.
Why were you kicking the windshield?
Because we was driving, the radio was still playing, like, he never turned the radio down, so I didn't think that he could hear me. And so...
Does he eventually get back into the car?
Yes, he came and he jumped in and we U-turned and went back up the street to get on the expressway.
And y'all get back on 75?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are y'all headed to?
The hospital.
What's going on in the car as y'all were trying to get to the hospital?
I'm calling her name, trying to keep trying to feel for a pulse. And I started screaming at him, asking him telling him he need to go faster, he need to go faster. And then he was telling me that the tires were shot out. He couldn't. He trying.
You said you were panicking. Could you tell what was going on? How was he?
He was driving, trying to call on his phone. I was more so paying attention to my baby, trying to do all I could do to help her.
Do you know, you told him to go to the hospital?
Yes.
Did y'all make it to the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
What hospital did y'all go to?
He went to Atlanta Medical.
What happened when y'all got to Atlanta Medical?
We got out the expressway, and then he was like slowing up, and I was like, go, go, go. And then he just kept going, and then I seen lights like a police officer was coming behind us. And then we pulled into the emergency part of the hospital. And once we got right there, was an officer behind. I believe Omar was, I don't know if him and the officer were having where I couldn't really tell what was going on or what he was asking him. But I was just, then a lady was out there, and I was like asking her to help me. And then she started trying to help me pull Secoriea out of cause it's like she was tangled in the seatbelt.
So the whole time that y'all were out, she's still in the seatbelt is still across her.
Yes. No.
Were y'all able to get her out of the seatbelt?
Yes.
Do y'all go inside the hospital?
Yes.
What happened when you get inside the hospital?
They take her in, and I run in behind her. And they was telling me that I couldn't come back there, and they just was saying I couldn't come back there.
Did they tell you why you couldn't come back?
No, they just was saying they trying to do everything they could do.
How long were you at the hospital?
Maybe 30 minutes, 45 minutes, I don't know.
When Secoriea was taken out of the car, was she breathing at that point?
No.
And you said at some time you were trying to fill a post. Did you ever fill a post again?
No.
Were the doctors at Atlanta Medical Center able to save Secoria's life?
No, ma'am.
What happened after? Did you talk to the police that night at the hospital?
Yes. That's all I had at the time. Because I believe they was telling Omar to leave the property, leave the house, leave. And then it was just me and the officer who was sitting, like, holding me, like.
Were you able to tell them what had happened on University in private to Secoriea?
I mean, I didn't say exactly what happened, but I did, like, give him, I believe he asked me where, and I think what they looked like, I believe.
At some point, do y'all leave Atlanta Medical Center?
Yes.
When you get home the next day, do you recall talking to Detective Shepherd?
He came by my mom's house like that afternoon, I believe.
And at that time, were you able to give him any more information about what had happened or occurred on High Street before he was shot?
Yes.
What did you tell him?
I told him that I seen two people on the sidewalk, and then like one by the yellow line.
Did you describe how you did today about what they were wearing, all black, white t-shirt, black pants? Did you give him that information when you talked to him?
I believe so.
Do you, after you spoke with Detective Shepard, did he ever bring you any photographic lineups or anything like that to try to identify anybody?
Yes. I'm not for sure. I believe he did, but I was also showing him what people were sending me and stuff.
Were you, what type of, you said people were sending you stuff?
Yes.
What type of stuff were you doing?
Like different pictures and of the people that was out there and stuff like that.
Did you share any of those photographs with Detective Shepard?
Yes.
Did you recognize any of those people as the individuals that you saw out there that night?
That Shepard showed me. Yes. Yes.
You recognize some of the people that Detective Shepard was showing you?
Yes.
How were you able to recognize them?
Because I told him that I remember the one of them was wearing black, and I told him that I remember somebody with a white shirt on and a black face mask.
Do you know for certain, do you know how many people were shooting at your car?
I don't.
Do you know who shot Secoriea?
I don't.
When you were describing to Detective Shepard about what individuals were wearing, were you describing them as, I know 100% that that's the person that shot Secoriea?
No, I just told him that I did see when the gun was going off, I looked back and I could see like I look back and I can kind of see like one of the people on the sidewalk, their gun went off. I mean, the lightning from the gun.
So the person that you saw shooting was on the sidewalk?
No, I seen two people, like I seen two guns going off. So it was like one on the sidewalk, and then it was like, it's like when it was going on, I'm kind of like doing like this. And so I can kind of see out the side of my eye, like that gunfire was coming out. Like I was seeing gunfire from two different places.
So you saw gunfire coming from the sidewalk on that, over there near the Wendy's?
Yes.
And then you saw gunfire coming on the side of the car?
Yes.
Is that the driver's side or the passenger side?
Driver.
Did you ever look out your back window at all?
No.
So when you describe people shooting, it's people that were on the driver's side of the car?
Yes, ma'am. A driver, back seat, like, it's like everything was going in my back seat. Like, the back door.
Did you ever get your car back?
They offered it back, but I didn't want it.
If I may approach now.
Yes.
Yes. My daughter.
Is that a picture that you gave to?
I believe so.
Any objection? It's admitted. Yes, granted.
That night in your car, Ms. Turner, were there any weapons in your car?
No, ma'am.
Did you have a weapon at all?
No, I've never shot a gun, used a gun at all.
What about Omar? Did he have any weapons?
I've never seen, he never had a gun around me or my kids.
Did he have a gun, or did anybody have a gun in your car that night?
No, ma'am.
How old was Secoriea in the time?
8.
And is that a school uniform that she's wearing?
Yes, ma'am.
What school did she go to?
Kipways,
What grade was she in?
3rd grade, 2nd grade.
This is the summertime?
Yes.
She finished 2nd grade, getting ready to go to 3rd grade?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us a little bit about Secoriea, the things that she liked to do?
Secoriea was very outspoken. She was a little sassy because she gonna say whatever come to mind. Very silly. She loved being around her family. She liked to cheer. She just loved being around love.
I think Secoriea talked about what she wanted to do when she grew up.
Yes.
What did she want to do?
She named at least, I believe, 2 different things. Like she was undecisive, but she was for certain that she wanted to go to college.
What college did she want to go to?
She said Spelman. She going to Spelman College.
She didn't say, I want to go, she said, I'm going to Spelman.
Yes.
That was that sassiness in her?
Yes, ma'am.
Since Secoriea has died, have y'all developed a scholarship in her name?
Yes, ma'am.
At what school?
Spelman.
No further questions.
Can I see the attorneys at the bench?
Let me skip some of this. Skip. All right, let me. Let's get 20 come back.
Okay, I think we broke right before cross-examination. Ms. Broderick?
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, can she be excused? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, are you guys ready with your next witness?
Yeah, trying to stay calm.
Okay.
You swear to the testimony that the court is true to hold you to. I do. Go ahead now. Seek against the United States.
Sergeant Terrence Epps, TERRANCE EPPS. Afternoon. I'm employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department. I'm a police supervisor.
How long
Since 2007.
And you said you are a police supervisor?
Sergeant.
Sergeant. And did you, from 2007, what was your position as a police supervisor?
2007, I was a recruit in 2007. Yeah.
When were you promoted to sergeant?
2020,
2020. And do you remember what month of 2020 you were promoted?
February.
February. And so on July 4th of 2020, were you a sergeant at that time?
Yes, I was.
And kind of tell us about your duties and responsibilities as a sergeant.
So at that time, I was assigned to the Zone 6 field investigation team. I was a supervisor. We were a discretionary unit. We did not answer 911 calls. We did kind of proactive policing or directed patrols or kind of like projects or stuff like that.
What is proactive policing?
So they would assign us to an area if there was an uptick in crime or if something needed to be kind of taken care of. So if citizen complaints or different things like that, crime, car break-ins, anything like that.
And you said Zone 6, was that the zone that you covered?
At the time, yes.
And what area of Atlanta, Fulton County was Zone 6 in?
So it's like East Atlanta.
And what kind of give us a road?
Boulevard, Memorial, Moreland.
Would that also include the Edgewood Avenue area?
Yes, it would.
And what shift were you working on July 4th of 2020?
So it was a detail day that day. I was working in the evening because of the 4th of July.
And when you said it was detail duty that day, what does that mean?
We were actually assigned to Edgewood, the bar district, because of the 4th of July. It was anticipated that there would be a lot of
Everything okay? Sorry, she got disconnected for a second. Okay, whatever he said after Edgewood.
Oh, I was assigned to Edgewood. It's a bar district inside of the zone. They expected it to be crowded because of the 4th of July, so they had us there to kind of monitor the street and the bars.
Was anything else going on in that Edgewood area around that time, the summer of 2020?
Yes, it was the protest.
How often would there be protests in that area, the Edgewood area specifically?
Because of how close it was to the King Center, it was a lot. It was a lot of protests over in that area.
And when you say protests, are those peaceful protests?
It was both.
When you say both, what was the other?
When it was a little rowdy, I don't know. It would be a lot going on.
Were there any incidents of violence during that time?
Occasionally there would be. It's been a while.
Specifically on July 4th, do you recall there being any issues of violence in that area?
I do recall something happening after this incident.
And what was that occurred in the Edgewood area?
It was a shooting.
Was anybody injured in that shooting?
Yes, there was.
Yes. Do you recall what hours you were working on 4th of July? I know you said it was a detail. Was there a specific time frame that you were working? Were y'all working 12 hours, 16 hours, 20-hour shifts at that time?
I'm not sure the exact hours that day.
Were you on duty that night?
Yes, I was.
At some point, did you leave the Edgewood area?
I did. I actually, our precinct, our substation was located at the Atlanta Medical Center. Being that we were on Edgewood, it was a close proximity. I actually had to go use the restroom. So I decided to go to our precinct to use the restroom. It was a safe place. And once I was leaving, heading back to Edgewood is when I saw the vehicle.
When you say you saw the vehicle, what street were you on at the time that you saw the vehicle?
I was on Boulevard at the intersection with Freedom. The vehicle actually ran the red light in front of me. It was pretty hard to do. I actually had my blue lights in a mode that they weren't flashing, but it was like a steady flash for like presence. It was just like they were just glowing. They weren't like, I wasn't trying to pull anybody over or stop anyone. They were just illuminated. So, yes, for visibility. So like I said, I was stopped at the red light and the vehicle actually ran the red light as my light turned green in front of me going.
What do you know what a vehicle looked like?
It was a gray SUV.
And was that vehicle briefly like, were they speeding?
Yes, they were speeding.
What did you do when you saw that video?
I actually turned and followed them. As they were running the red light in front of me, I saw that the window was broken, and I knew that I was close to the hospital, and I figured something was going on. So I just actually followed the vehicle to the hospital.
And did the vehicle in fact go to Atlanta Medical Center?
It did.
And what did you observe when you got there?
When I got there, I observed the driver was honking the horn frantically. They were screaming. I was using my radio to tell dispatch, and she actually was aware of the incident and told me that the car had been involved in a shooting and that they were en route there, and they were trying to get help from the Grady EMTs who were outside of the hospital.
Did you have your dash cam activated in your car?
So I did have my dash cam activated. What actually had occurred, I had driven there's a speed on your dash cam where they activate at 60 miles per hour. I actually did not realize that I had gone 60 miles an hour on Boulevard, so my camera started recording on its own. And when I went to start the camera, I actually had inadvertently turned the camera off. Like I said, they were going faster than I thought, and I'm just behind them. So that's what happened with my dash cam, but I did have my body camera activated.
And your body cam, does that allow you to see kind of what's going on?
Yes, it does.
Your dash cam, at what point did you turn it off? At what point did you turn it off?
It was so there was a lot of movement going on with the vehicle. I was actually using my dash cam to kind of monitor the vehicle to make sure, to preserve the evidence and make sure everything was captured. So I got out to see what was going on, and then I looked over and I was like, I need to cut my dash camera on. So I went to do that after I had figured out what was going on.
I know you said it was the market State's Exhibit number 7.
Sorry, what number was that?
7. And do you recognize State's Exhibit 7?
I do.
Have you had an opportunity to review that?
I have.
And what does State's Exhibit 7 contain?
It's my body cam from the incident.
And does it have some of that dash cam on there as well?
It does.
And in your review, have there been any deletions or additions to that, your body cam footage as well as your dash footage?
No, ma'am.
Say what that's the statement of 7 being detailed. Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted and published. States number 7 of the body cam and dash cam of Sergeant Betts.
And Judge, I'll pull it up for the record. We're starting with the dash cam.
And I'll just ask you while we're trying to get our technology working. Is there sound on your body cam?
Yes. It's audio and video.
I'm sorry.
It records audio and video.
What about your dash cam?
Yes, audio and video.
This is not showing over here.
Did you come into contact with anyone, while we were trying to get our technology, while you were there at Atlanta Medical Center?
Yes, I did.
Who did you come in contact with?
The driver of the vehicle and the passenger of the vehicle.
And at what point did you come in contact with the driver of the vehicle?
So I actually waited until Grady was rendering aid, and then I attempted to get like an initial statement from the driver, trying to determine like what had happened and where it had happened, trying to establish a potential crime scene.
And were you able to get that information?
I was.
Did you know where the incident where the shooting had occurred?
I did. He gave me a.
And where was that?
It was in an area that was being blocked by protesters. It was on Pryor. He said near the liquor store.
And at that point, did you know what had occurred? Did you tell me what occurred?
Yes, he said he was driving and they started shooting.
Was he able to tell you who was shooting?
He actually, when he described them, he said they looked like me. And at that time, it was the protest and COVID time, and I actually wore a face mask. Like, so when he said they looked like me, he said they had masks on like me, and he was describing the people.
And were you able to determine who, if anyone, had been shot while they were on the University of Florida?
Yes, he said that it was his at the time his he referred to her as his old lady. It was my old lady's daughter, and he said her name, Secoriea Turner.
Did he tell you how old Secoriea was?
Yes, 8 at the time.
I'm sorry.
8.
And when you pulled into Atlanta Medical Center, just tell us what you observed. I heard you say that there was the cars in front of you, somebody was beeping on the horn.
Yeah.
What happened?
So as he pulled in, he was honking the horn. 2 Grady EMTs, they were wearing gray, ran over. I saw the back door of the vehicle open. I saw a female Grady employee actually like reach into the vehicle, grab Secoriea Turner out, and she just ran towards the emergency room. It was another female. It was Miss Turner. I learned afterwards. She was actually in the back with her. She actually had fallen out of the vehicle as they were running off with her daughter.
Miss Turner fell out of the vehicle?
She did.
At any time, did you have an opportunity to go inside the hospital?
I did. I went inside of the hospital. I was trying to get her condition to determine which of our investigative units to start to the scene. So if based on the injuries, it determines who you call to the scene. So because of her condition and because of what medical staff had told me, I started our homicide unit.
So the information you received was that Secoriea Turner was deceased, or they did not feel like they were safe?
That her injuries were very serious. They did not say that she was deceased at the beginning. They were doing everything that they could, but they used medical terms as well as some terms we use in police to describe her condition.
And based on that, you called out the homicide unit?
Correct.
Did you speak to a specific detective?
I actually don't recall which investigator I spoke, or detective or sergeant I spoke with, but I raised them. I kept updating them on the condition as they would tell me. I was in the hallway for a good little while they were attempting the measures to save her life.
You were in the hallway of the hospital while the doctors were working on Secoriea?
Correct.
Were you, in regards to Charmaine Turner, did you ever have an opportunity to speak with her at all?
I'm not Charmaine Turner. That's the mother.
The mother, yes.
I don't believe I got a chance to speak with her. It was a lot going on, and her I don't think I was able to ever get a statement from her.
When you indicated that you did.
So this on the screen is my dash camera. I believe it's going to be a possible signal. Stand by for close.
that yourself that we're looking at there, Sergeant?
Yes, I'm in the pants with the black one to the far right.
And is that Mr. Omar Ivory?
Yes, it is.
Was it at that point, when was it in that moment? After that, when you were able to speak to Mr. Ivory?
Shortly after this. So what's happening is we're actually blocking the ambulance entrance to the emergency room. So I actually moved my vehicle up to allow ambulances to pass by. I didn't want to block the entrance completely. And then after that is when I spoke to Mr. Omar.
During the time that you were speaking to Mr. Ivory, can you tell me kind of what his demeanor was?
He was extremely upset. He was angry. It came off almost as like aggression, but he was just upset. There was a lot going on.
Did you find his emotional outburst uncommon for somebody who's been driving a car with a 8-year-old who's been shot and killed?
No, it was fine.
Nothing.
Your dash cam, I think that video was what, a minute or so long, is that correct?
I believe so, sir.
But then,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
but then your body cam kicked in, correct?
Correct.
And the state's attorney was asking you about Mr. Ivory's demeanor, correct?
Yes,
Because you did speak with him, right?
I did.
And you said that he told you, again, this old lady's daughter was shot, right?
Correct.
And you indicated that to some extent it almost appeared as aggression, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry?
Correct.
But it was understandable aggression, correct?
Yes.
He said things like, there are 1,000 people on university with guns, right?
I'm not as sure his exact quotes, so it was captured on my body cam.
He said there are a lot of people out there with guns, right?
Again, I'm not sure his exact quote, but he made reference to people being out there.
And he called you all basically security guards, right?
I'm not sure if he was speaking about us, but he did refer to security.
And he gave you a description, somewhat, of the people he thought were involved, correct?
Yeah, my understanding, he said he didn't know. He said they looked like me, and that was he was referring to my mask, like they were covered. He couldn't give me much, and I was trying to get height, weight. And I was asking him a lot of questions.
And he was also referring to your clothes. He said they were dressed like cops or something in black, right?
I remember him saying they look like me, so I didn't get to go into much detail about exactly my clothing, but he referred to my mask that I was wearing. They had masks on like you.
I'm sorry.
He said they had masks on.
One second, Your Honor. Thank you. I have no questions for you.
Any redirect?
So what type of mask did you have on?
It was one of the COVID face that it fastened around my ear. I'm trying to remember. I think it was black at the time.
Because we were in the height of COVID.
Yes.
Here and everywhere else.
100%.
And you were wearing like those paper masks.
It was a paper. I don't even want to say it may have been N95, but it was a COVID mask. I was very COVID conscious at the time, so I wore my mask. Yes.
And at that time, those masks were everywhere, right?
Yes, sir.
So people knew those. They were rather distinctive, right?
They were everywhere. When you say distinctive, what do you mean?
Hard to miss that COVID mask, right? You can see them on your face.
Oh, yeah, you can see them on people's face, correct.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Okay, you can be excused. Thank you so much for your time.
He glad to get out.
Okay, are you ready with your next witness?
State calls crime scene set Sharon Davis to the stand, Your Honor.
Sharon Davis, SharonDavis.
Good afternoon, Ms. Davis. How are you doing today?
I'm well, thank you. And you?
I'm making it. Ms. Davis, how are you employed?
With the City of Atlanta
Okay.
Police Department.
All right. And can you tell me, Mr. Jury, what some of your duties are?
Well, currently I'm with code enforcement, so what they were in crime scene is to respond to scenes that are some fatal in nature, some not, and at the direction of what to do, but I respond to scenes and I collect evidence. I will collect fingerprints, which is evidence, document injuries, document defects in vehicles.
And so you said a lot. So let's break that down. So currently you work for who?
The City of Atlanta as a code enforcement officer.
Okay. And back in 2020, who did you work with?
The City of Atlanta as a crime scene technician.
Okay. And how long have you been a crime scene tech in 2020?
In 2020, about a year.
About a year.
Mm-hmm.
And you previously told us what some of those duties. So back on July 4th of 2020, did you respond to Atlanta Medical Center?
Yes, I did.
And what was the reason for your response?
It was someone who was injured in a vehicle.
Okay. And once you respond, can you tell me to the jury what that scene was like?
Crazy.
Okay. And when you say crazy, tell me more.
It was just the sight of it. It was alarming.
It was alarming.
Yes.
Were there multiple people outside?
Yes.
Okay. Did you by any chance happen to see a vehicle in the emergency department?
Yes, in the driveway.
All right. And once you arrived, what did you do next?
I got out. I went to the officer who raised me to get information as to what was going on. I walked around the vehicle to get direction, just to get an understanding of what I would be looking for. So I walked around the vehicle.
And do you remember who that officer was that raised you?
I do not. I'm sorry.
Okay. And what is the address of the Atlanta Medical Center, if you remember?
I don't know the numerics, but it's on Boulevard.
It's on Boulevard?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And when you use the word raise, what does that mean?
We get our calls from the radio, so someone will call for a crime scene. It's a term called raise. So on your radio, they raise crime scene.
Okay. And what shift were you working on that day?
I was on evening watch.
Permission to approach her? I am going to approach you with what has been pre-labeled as State's Exhibit 8 through 8 through 29. Can you take a moment to look through those photos and tell me if you recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
All right, and how do you recognize those photos?
That was from the crime scene.
And are those photos a fair and accurate depiction of the photos you took once you responded to Atlanta Medical Center?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, State 10 to States 8 through 29. So we're going to start with State's Exhibit 8. Ms. Davis, can you tell the members of the jury what State's Exhibit 8 is?
It is it's a Jeep, a gray in color Jeep that was parked in the driveway in front of the medical center.
Okay. Now, State's Exhibit 9, is that just a close-up view of State's Exhibit 8?
It is the overall rear of the vehicle.
Okay. Now, State's Exhibit 10, what are we looking at here?
Overall front of vehicle.
Okay. All right. Now, State's Exhibit 11, what are we looking at here?
That's overall driver's side.
Okay. Well, let's go to State's Exhibit 12. All right. Now, let's talk about State's Exhibit 12. Which side of the car is shown on State's Exhibit 12?
The driver's.
The driver's side. And was there anything significant about the driver's side of the car that made you take this photo?
It's the overall rear driver's side. So just trying to get both sides because I couldn't stand straight on.
Okay. And now State's Exhibit 13. What are we looking at on State's Exhibit 13?
The defects in the door, the driver's door.
All right, so if you can tap the screen for me, and where you see the first defect, can you mark it A?
I forgot how that works, sorry.
Great, you beat me to my next question. So my next one was, is there another defect? It would be B. You've already marked it.
Oh, okay, sorry, yes.
So how many defects have you labeled?
2.
All right, let's go to the next one. Now, tap the screen. You want to erase that for me? Let's go back. So for State's Exhibit 14, would that be the same panel or a close-up of?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel is leading the witness.
What are we looking at here, Ms. Evans?
It is what's referred to as a mid-range.
Okay.
So it's a mid-range of the defect.
Okay, and is that defect A or B?
A.
What are we looking at here?
A mid-range of defect B.
Now, what are we looking at here?
The rear driver side, so it's a focus on the rear driver's door.
Okay, and do we still see the defects from the driver's door and now the back passenger door?
Yes.
Okay, and what about that window?
It was shattered.
Okay. And are there any defects on the back panel?
Yes, there is.
Now, what are we looking at here?
This is a mid-range of those defects.
Okay. Can you please mark the defects that you see on the screen? It should be C and D.
I'm sorry, okay.
And then, do you see another defect? So in total, how many defects have you noted so far?
3.
Okay, and then
Well, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. 5.
If you want to tap the screen, you can erase it. What are we looking at here?
A close-up of the defect.
And which defect would that be?
That's on the top handle of the rear driver's door.
And would that be defect D that you previously labeled?
Can you zoom back out? Yes.
So now, what are we looking at here?
That's overall of E.
And was there something that you noted at the bottom of the vehicle? Was there a defect at the bottom of the vehicle?
Objection, Your Honor.
Other than the flat tire?
No.
No.
Okay.
Whatever's down there, I can't really see.
So, right here, would you agree that we're looking at 3 defects?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. Plus a shattered window.
Yes.
Okay. And what side of the car is this?
The driver's side.
What is State's Exhibit 20?
It is a defect in the rear. The rear driver's side.
What is State's Exhibit 21?
A mid-range of the defect on the rear driver's side.
State's Exhibit 22.
That is a close-up of a defect on the rear tail light.
Okay.
Driver's side. Driver's side.
Driver's side. State's Exhibit 23.
Overall of the front driver's side. Interior overall front driver's side.
Okay. And if you can tell me, was that passenger window up or down?
The passenger window?
Yes.
I don't recall.
Okay.
It looks like it's up, but I don't recall from that night.
That's fine. Thank you. But these are true and accurate depiction of the photos that you took on that?
Yes, they are.
Now, what are we looking at on State's Exhibit 24?
The defects on the rear interior driver's door.
Rear interior driver's door. Would that be the driver's door behind the driver?
The rear interior rear driver's door. So the door behind the first door.
Got it. The driver's door?
The driver's door, yes. Yes, I'm trying to say passenger. I'm nervous. I'm sorry.
And how many defects do you notice?
3.
For State's Exhibit 25, what are we looking at?
The rear interior passenger side.
Okay. And why did
driver's side. Mm-hmm.
And why did you take this photo?
Well, when you photograph vehicles, you always do all 4 sides of the exterior, and you do interior from each door. Driver, front, rear, passenger, and then to the front passenger seat.
Okay. Did you know, or did you learn whose purse that was?
I did not.
Okay. What about the cell phone?
No one told me. I was unaware of who it belonged to.
What about the blood?
It was from the deceased victim.
Now, which side of the car are we looking at here?
Passenger.
Now, on the passenger side, did you know any defects to the passenger side?
No.
Okay. So you said no?
No,
Okay.
other than that tire.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Other than the tire, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, for example, would you agree that based off of the defects, where were all of the defects that you noted?
On the driver's side.
On the driver's side. And those defects, what are they consistent with? If you know.
Well, they're consistent with shell casings, which cause the defects. So, from shell casings.
From shell casings. And where do shell casings come from?
A firearm.
Firearm. And State's Exhibit 27, what are we looking at here?
Just the front passenger side.
And State's Exhibit 28?
That was the little girl.
Okay. And when did you take this photo?
When I was asked to go inside of the hospital room.
And then State's Exhibit 29?
That's a close-up of her face.
So, based off of all of the photos that you took, were there any defects on the passenger side of the car?
No, not to my recollection, no.
Okay. And where were all of the defects?
On the driver's side.
Lord have mercy. Um, it just get quiet all of a sudden. It just get quiet all of a sudden. Talk to us.
Back. See.
What did he do?
CST Davis. Did you learn who was sitting in the back passenger of the vehicle?
The little girl.
I'm sorry?
The little girl.
And did you learn the little girl's name?
Sequoia.
What her last name is Turner?
Secoriea Turner.
And based off of your photos, is that where the bullet defects were?
The rear door, yes, the rear driver's door.
Okay.
Will you repeat that for her? Sorry.
The rear driver's door.
I have no other questions for you.
Okay, thank you.
Cross-examination?
All right, cross-examination.
Good afternoon. And you mentioned that you were a crime scene today. How long did you do that?
From 2019 until 2024. July 1st of 2024. So I've been with code enforcement for 1 year. Thank you.
And you mentioned being raised by an officer. Do you know?
No, I'm raised by the radio. So radio raises crime scene. I answer and then someone starts talking, and that someone is who is already on the scene, and it was that officer.
So do you ever meet with that officer?
Yes.
And how is that officer involved in the picture that you took?
He's not involved at all.
So the pictures that you take are based on just your responsibility to collect the information, correct?
Correct.
So you don't have any knowledge of what previously transpired when you take pictures at various scenes?
Well, I have to have an update so that I know what I'm photographing. If I don't get a briefing, then I could just start photographing the street, which has nothing to do with the scene.
So in terms of the briefing that you get, you don't talk to witnesses?
No, I do not.
Okay. And so in this situation, you went to the hospital to take pictures and you were told that you should take pictures of the vehicle.
Correct.
Do you modify the vehicle at all when you take pictures?
Modify how?
Do you adjust anything to get the pictures that you take? Do you open doors? Do you
You do not, no, you don't touch anything on a vehicle. And this vehicle, when I arrived at Atlanta Medical Center, it did not, there was no search warrant. So the way it was, and I believe the only door that was open was the rear passenger door. So I do open the doors just to photograph the inside, but after that, I do not touch anything else.
And this may be a strange question, but you've never seen this vehicle before that day, correct?
I've never, well, it's a lot of those on the street, but I don't know if it was that one that I've seen, but that was my first encounter on that day with this vehicle, with this sad scene.
And in terms of any damages that may have been pre-existing, you would know what they were.
No, I would not.
So you said you had to have a briefing to know what to take pictures of. So when you got to the scene, you were told to take pictures of the vehicle, but was that the extent of what you knew, that something had happened in this vehicle?
No one has to tell me to take pictures. That's what I do as a crime scene technician. So again, they're just giving you a short story as to what they know to have happened. And then I start working as a crime scene technician, documenting the scene via photographs.
And in terms of how many pictures you're supposed to take, do you make that determination?
Yes, I make that determination.
And when do you know that you've taken enough pictures?
You never take enough pictures.
That is a fair assessment. And so you mentioned mid-range.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean, mid-range?
Mid-range is so the overall is to show relation to where something happened. So if something happened up here, I would do an overall from back here. So whoever's looking at the photo can say that happened in that vicinity. Then I go a little closer in a mid-range to pick up something, the item of evidence plus an object that was already there. So it would get this and that, and then you could see it in the overall. Then you see this in the mid-range. Then when I do the close-up, it's just that item.
Okay. And so with regards to the pictures that you're taking, you don't know necessarily which defect is first, second, or third, or anything like that?
I do not. Just in the normal, like, because the driver's door is first, that's for my logic. So I'm starting that way. I don't know what happened first.
May I approach?
Yes.
You recognize that picture?
Yes.
How do you recognize that picture?
I can see the part of the hospital wall.
Have you seen that picture before?
Yes.
Can you remember when you've seen that picture before?
Well, I took it, but I don't remember when I saw. And then when I come back to the office, I have to download these photos and I sit there and I have to describe every photo. So I'm reliving the scene again, and now I'm reliving it again today. So, but when I took it, and then when I got back to the office and I downloaded the photos and I started describing what I took pictures of.
And you said describe the photos. Where do you describe them? What do you do once you get back to the office and download them?
Into Mark 43, so we download the photos into evidence.com, and then I do a report on Mark 43.
And then what happens with those pictures once you finish with describing them and do your report?
Well, they're saved on a disk, and with the report, and it's sent to the photo lab.
And do you ever have any, I guess, incident to see them again once they go to the photo lab?
Yes, like right now.
That's fair. But before now and after you after they go to the photo lab? Do you compile them at all, or once you send them to the photo lab, you're done?
Yes.
Okay. And so you said you know that picture to be a picture that you've taken. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of a picture that you've taken?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would like to move to enter Defense Exhibit 2.
Any objection to Defense Exhibit 2?
No objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted and you can publish.
Can you tell us, is this the picture that you're looking at right now?
No. I don't think so. This looks zoomed in a little more.
The picture on the screen is zoomed in?
Yes.
Let me see if I can make it smaller. Does that look about the size of the picture you're looking at?
No.
Smaller?
Smaller. It's picking up at the top headlight to the bottom. The top brake light.
Oh. Okay. So, the picture that you're looking at, can you describe the picture for the jury?
It is the rear driver's side, and I'm focusing on this brake light that had a defect in there.
And what side of the car would you say that was?
Drivers.
And the way that you took this picture, you mentioned that you have a system that you engage in when you take pictures.
Yes.
Based on the way that you've taken pictures, at what point would you say you've taken your picture?
At what point?
Yes, ma'am. You stated that for your own benefit, you start at a certain point on the vehicle when you take the picture. Based on where you know this picture to be, at what point would you have taken this picture?
At what point in numbers or okay?
In your process.
In my process?
So do you jump from the left side to the right side of the vehicle?
No, my process is that I start with the driver's side. I go from the driver's to the rear to the passenger to the front, provided that I can get to all of those sides. If I can't, then I start with the front driver's side, and then I go back to the rear driver's side because it's not enough room for me to take it straight on. Then I come to the back.
I'm going to.
I'm sorry.
Can we approach?
Yes.
I'm sorry. were describing how you actually take pictures and what your process was. And so in the scheme of your particular process of taking pictures, you were trying to tell us at what point you would have gotten to this point.
When I came to do the defect, so I do overall, driver's rear, passenger front. And then if there are defects, then I go back and I do the door, and then I do the defect, the defect, the defect. So I don't know at what point it would have been, but I would have done overall location of the vehicle to show where it was in proximity of the scene. Then I do the driver's rear, passenger front. I do the VIN number, I do a tag number, and VIN if it was stolen. And then I start with where I see a defect to be, and then I make my way inside.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for that detailed information. In terms of, you were asked by the state about how the defects were made in the vehicle. But your job is, or at that time, was just to take the picture, correct?
Yes.
So in terms of how the defects came to be inside of the vehicle, you don't know that.
Well, they're not knives. They didn't come from a knife. So it came from something that leaves a defect in metal.
But in terms of your responsibility at the scene, your responsibility is to take the picture.
Correct.
Redirect?
I'll be very brief. How long have you been photographing crime scenes?
It was for almost 5 years.
5 years. And how many crime scenes have you photographed where you've seen defects?
A lot.
Okay, and how many of those have you seen defects from bullets?
A lot.
So would it be fair to say that you would know a defect from a bullet versus a punch?
Correct.
A defect from a bullet versus a knife?
Correct.
No further questions.
Anything else? Okay, can this witness be excused?
Yes, you can be excused. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any objection?
Oh, no, Your Honor.
Okay. You're free to go about your business. Thank you so much. Do you guys need a break before another witness, or are you okay? Good? Okay, you guys have another witness ready?
State calls, crime scene tech.
Verify the testimony. Later, I've seen it in the United States, later in the court.
Please say and spell your first and last name.
Hollis Brown, HOLLISBROWN.
And how are you employed, Ms. Brown?
I'm a crime scene technician for the City of Atlanta Police Department.
How long have you been a crime scene tech with Atlanta Police Department?
Since October 3rd, 2019.
Since 2019. And what are your duties as a crime scene tech?
My jobs are to collect and preserve the evidence.
And have you had any specific training in regards to evidence collection?
Yes.
Can you talk to us about the training you had?
I did my training at Gypstick, and it was a week course. We went over courtroom testimony and how to collect and tape bag evidence.
And how long was that training? You said a week long?
Yes, ma'am.
Any other additional trainings that you've taken over the course of your career in regards to evidence collection?
Just that one course.
And were you employed with Atlanta Police Department in 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you involved in the case on July 4th of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you, how many cases were you involved in that day?
I'm sorry, that
How
day?
many cases, yes.
I'm not sure.
Were you called to the scene of University and Pryor?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember how you got called to University and Pryor?
Yes, I was raised over the radio from an officer to respond to that location.
Did you have any information as to what had occurred at that location?
I responded to a 5048,
What's a 5048?
a homicide.
And when you arrived on the scene, did you go directly to University and Pryor?
Yes.
And when you got there, what did you observe?
The scene was very chaotic. It was cloudy outside. There was SWAT, a few officers on that scene.
Can you describe what that overall area looks like? Is it a residential area? Is it a business area?
More like a business area. There's there's two gas stations. There was a Wendy's over there, a liquor store.
Any other businesses? I think you said a gas station, a liquor store.
There's about 3 or 4 gas stations in that one area, and then there's the Wendy's beside the gas station.
Did you do anything to secure the scene when you arrived?
No, ma'am. I just got the walkthrough with the officer.
Do you recall what officer you walked through?
No, ma'am.
And did that officer give you any directions as to what needed to be collected or memorialized?
Yes.
And what was it that the officer indicated you needed to do in regards to evidence collection?
Well, once I got to the scene, they told me we would have to process it fairly quick because of how the scene was. Once I got there, they showed me where all the shell casings were, and I went ahead and photographed and collected the casings.
When you said it was a chaotic scene, what do you mean it was a chaotic scene?
There was still a lot of people in the parking lot area where the Wendy's was. There was a lot of police officers where the liquor store was, at the gas station. I actually had an officer walking with me on the scene to make sure I was okay.
And when you say people, were other people outside of the police officers?
Yes, ma'am.
If you could look through State's Exhibits 31. Through 56.
Have you guys seen those?
No, Your Honor. They've been received, discovered.
Provided to the witness, they were not shown to.
Okay.
Provided and discovered that they were.
Will you just let them see what exhibits you're talking about? That way they'll know what exhibits you're talking about.
Is anyone else taking photographs in that area?
I'm sorry.
Was there anyone else that was tasked with taking photographs?
No, ma'am.
And you said that you walked the scene with the officer. How long did it take you to walk the scene with the officer?
Probably all of 2 minutes.
And I think I was asking you, were you able to count the number of people that were out there at the scene?
It was a lot of people.
And where were those people as you were walking the scene with the officer?
There were some at the gas station that was beside the Wendy's, and the Wendy's parking lot was pretty packed.
Were you able to observe whether or not any of those individuals were armed at all?
I'm not sure.
And how many other officers were out there with you?
It had to been over 15, 20.
I'm sorry. You said how many?
There had to been over 15 or 20 officers.
And do you recall if the detective was on the scene?
Yes.
What detective was on the scene?
I remember Shepard.
Were there any other detectives on the scene?
I'm pretty sure there were, but I just remember Shepard.
How long were you at that location?
I may have been there for about 30 minutes, 45 minutes.
And after you indicated, did you take any photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your process once you're taking photographs at the scene?
Once I get to the scene, I go ahead and take my overalls, and then when I find my evidence, I go ahead and do my mid-ranges to show where the evidence is on that location and close-ups to show you what the evidence is.
So you said overall,
Mid-range.
mid-range, and close-up.
Yes, ma'am.
And have you had a chance to look at states 31 through 56?
Yes.
And what's 31, states 31 through 56?
These are photos of the scene and the evidence on the scene.
And do they accurately photographs that you took on that evening?
Yes.
They would ask the state's exhibits 31 through 56 be admitted to evidence and published to the jury.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, what I was provided was through 57, and
I'm not showing 57. It's not a picture.
So for 31 through 56.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, those are admitted and you can publish. It takes a second.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
I'm done with my stalling questions while they're looking at the picture, so. Here we go. Can you tell me what we are looking at in state's exhibit number 31?
This is an overall of the liquor store at that location.
What are we seeing on the outside of the liquor store?
It's been boarded up.
Did you have any conversation with anybody to understand why it had been boarded up?
No, ma'am.
And in state's exhibit 32?
These are photos of the cameras in front of the liquor store.
And state's exhibit 33?
This is another camera in front of the liquor store.
Why did you take photographs of the cameras?
To show where they were, and if anything had been done on that scene, it could show that the cameras were pointed in that direction or where they were located.
And do you provide that information to Detective Shepard?
We went over it when we were at the liquor store.
And state's exhibit 34, what are you looking at in state's exhibit 34?
This is an overall of the location and the street.
And do you recall which street this is we're looking at?
This is University.
And do you recall where the Wendy's is located in state's exhibit 34?
It's to the left where you see that white van.
And so from this vantage point, where would you have been standing on University Avenue?
75 is behind me, and in front of me is, where the patrol vehicles are. A little bit further up is a railroad track.
Where would the liquor store have been that we saw earlier in state's exhibit 31?
Behind me,
On the right or the left?
to the right.
So you stand in the middle of the liquor store and the Wendy's looking down to University?
Yes, ma'am.
Where the liquor store is on the right, Wendy's is on the left?
Yes.
Why do you take this overall photograph?
It's to show the location of where I'm at.
In state's exhibit 35, what's deeper than that?
This is also an overall photo of the location.
What specific area are we looking at? Are we looking at the right side of the street or the left side of the street?
This will be considered the right side of the street.
Is that the same side that the liquor store is on?
Yes.
In state's exhibit 36?
This is the overall photo of the right side of the street, and I'm a little bit closer to the patrol vehicles that were down at the other end of the street.
State's exhibit 37?
This is also another overall. To the right, you can see the gas station. Right beside it is the Wendy's, and to the left, there's a Texaco. Across the street from that Texaco is where the liquor store is.
Where would you have been standing at this vantage point to take that photograph?
Directly beside the Wendy's, and it's to my right.
So at that point now, you're at the other end of the street, taking it upward. Which direction does that have? Is that headed towards the highway?
Yes, ma'am.
And state's number 38?
This is also overall.
Are you at that same location from state's exhibit 37?
Yes, ma'am.
State's exhibit 39?
This is an overall from the right side, and the Wendy's is straight ahead.
State's exhibit 40?
This is the sidewalk that's in front of the Wendy's, the driveway area.
And what is there writing in that photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us what that says?
Rayshard Brooks, Lil Mac, RIP, BLM.
Are you familiar with the terms BLM?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does that mean?
Black Lives Matter.
And state's exhibit 41?
These are a photo of an overall of my markers.
That's a touch screen for me, so I want to walk through where the markers are. And can you tell us when you say markers, what does that mean?
Those are placards I put down beside my evidence.
So each place that you see a marker, there's some type of evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you point to where you have markers at on State's Exhibit 41? And you should be able to tap the screen and be able to kind of circle it.
Okay. Can you see it? Okay, thank you.
How many placards are in what you just circled in there?
There are 3. There's 1. 1. 1. And another one.
It's a little bit out of view on the, my right here, left hand side. Where those 3 placards are. Where is that located? Are you able to tell where that is located in your overall?
Yes.
Can you? If you could tap screen and check that. Where would those 3 markers have been?
About in this area,
In that area right there?
along the white line.
Along the white line?
Yes, ma'am.
And States 34, are you able to tell us where those 3 markers would have been? How do you describe the area that you just marked on States Exhibit 34?
It's still to the right where the white line is. There's some building off to the right over here also.
Is there like a driveway right there in that area?
Yes, ma'am.
And how far would you say, what is that hole, is that a light pole?
Yes, ma'am.
How far away were those 3 markers from that light pole?
They weren't too far away from the light pole.
Are you able to show us where your marker 11 would have been? And where is that located on 6634?
It's in the middle of the street on the double yellow lines.
Now moving on to States Exhibit 42. What is depicted in States 42?
Marker number 1 with a live round.
And if you could just explain, what is a live round?
A live round is a bullet that hasn't been fired yet.
And were you able to determine the caliber of that live round?
If I'm not mistaken, I want to say it was a .223.
States Exhibit 2?
That's a picture of marker number 2 with a casing.
And States Exhibit 2, would that have been on that right-hand side by that light pole close to the white lines where States Exhibit 2 was located?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said it's a shell casing. Were you able to determine the caliber of that shell casing?
If I recall, it's still a .223.
Can you repeat that?
I'm sorry, if I recall, it's still a .223.
And what's the picture in States Exhibit 3?
It's a picture of marker number 3 with a casing.
And were you able to determine that caliber of casing?
Still a .223 round.
And where would marker number 3 have been? And is that still on that right-hand side where you circled earlier by that light pole?
Yes, ma'am, it's in the grass area.
The grass area. And States number 4?
Yes, ma'am, it's also by that white line.
And were you able to determine the caliber of that?
.223.
And States number 46?
Marker number 5 with another .223 round.
Is that a round or a...
I'm sorry, a casing.
And States Exhibit 6? I'm sorry, 47.
That's okay. Marker number 6 also with a .223 casing.
And were we still talking about in that general area where the light pole is, near the light lines in the street?
Yes, ma'am.
And States Exhibit 48?
It's marker number 7 also with the casing, .223.
And States Exhibit 49?
That's marker number 8 also with the .223 casing.
And was that still in that same area we've been discussing on that right-hand side across from the window?
Yes, ma'am.
And States Exhibit number 9?
It's marker number 9 with the casing.
And where is that located on that scene?
This one looks like it's located on the sidewalk or the driveway area where the Wendy's is.
Was it in that area?
Yes, ma'am. Can I draw?
describe where you're drawing it on State's Exhibit 40?
On the sidewalk area towards the bottom under the RIP, where the crack is in the sidewalk.
And that's where your number 9 is located.
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that caliber of that showcase?
That's also a 223.
And State's Exhibit 10?
That's marker number 10 with a live round, 223.
And State's Exhibit number 11?
That's a projectile on the double lines in the middle.
Were you able to determine on what caliber projectile?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
That's a part of crime lab.
When you say it's part of crime lab,
I'm sorry, they handle ballistics.
are they able to do further analysis and testing to give you more information about shell casings, calibers, projectiles,
Yes, ma'am.
and State's Exhibit 53?
This is going to be an overall of the location. So this gas station is a little bit further up on the same side of the Wendy's.
On the same side of the window?
Yes, ma'am.
And State's Exhibit 54?
This is the overall of the ramp heading to 75 North.
Is that the same area that was just depicted in 53?
Yes, ma'am.
And State's Exhibit number 12?
That's an overall of a casing.
Who directed you to go up there where State's Exhibit 55 was located?
The investigator.
Did you know whether or not that was involved in what happened on University?
I'm not sure.
And State's Exhibit number 56?
That's a close-up of the shell casing.
And what caliber of shell casing is that?
It's a 9mm. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
And I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 60 and 60L. Do you recognize State's 60 and 60L?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize State's 60 and 60L?
Excuse me. I noticed my handwriting on the back of the tape on the bags.
So when you're collecting evidence, what do you do as far as students are?
Once I collect the casings and the projectile, I put them in little coin pouches and I seal it with tape.
And is that what's in State 60 and 60L?
Yes.
State that's in State 60 and 60L.
Any objection? 60 and 60L?
No, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
So State 60, and tell us what's in State, just regular 60, not 60L.
Are you saying A or L? A? L, okay.
And can you tell us what is contained in State 60?
My casings.
And are they labeled as states number 60A through 60K?
Yes.
And do you recognize those items?
Yes, ma'am.
68 through 60K. How do you recognize those items?
Because they're my casings from my scene with my handwriting.
It's stated as a state 60A through K.
60A through K? Any objection to 60A through K?
No, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
And can you tell us what is contained in State 60A?
This is a LC20.
What's an LC?
It's a casing.
Are you able to tell us what caliber of casing that is?
A 223 round.
What of your markers 1 through 12 would that have been that's contained in State 60A?
This one is marker number 6.
And you said it was a 223?
Yes, ma'am.
And State 60B.
This is also going to be a 223 LC.
And what marker would that have been at?
Marker number 3.
And State 60C?
Also a LC20, a 223.
And what marker number would that have been?
Marker number 5.
And State's Exhibit 60D?
223 LC 20,
And what mark number was that again?
number 4.
And State's Exhibit 60E.
It's marker number 2. It's a 223 LC 20,
And what mark was that? What did that mean?
number 2.
And 60F.
It's going to be a LC 20,
And what marker number was that again?
marker number 8.
And 60G.
The LC 20,
And what caliber is that?
223,
And what marker number was that again?
marker number 7.
And 68.
This is a 223 REM Frontier.
REM Frontier. What does that mean?
That's the make of the caliber.
And where would that have been located in your marker?
Wendy's driveway. It's marker number 9.
Number 9. And State's Exhibit 60I.
This is the 9mm Luger. The casing. It's marker number 12 on the ramp.
And that would be nothing, kind of going near the highway, looking back at the news.
Yes, ma'am.
And State's Exhibit 60J.
It's a 223 REM Frontier.
And is that a casing as well?
No, ma'am. This is a live round.
And what is a live round mean?
It's a bullet that's still intact.
So it hasn't fired.
No, ma'am.
And State's Exhibit 60K.
It's going to be marker number 1. This is a 223 FC REM. And this is also a live round.
And looking at those casings and rounds that you have, that's in State 60A through K, did you notice any damages at all to those items?
Yes, ma'am.
In your experience and knowledge, what would have caused that type of damage to those casings and projectiles that you talked about?
If there's a lot of traffic on the road, cars are running over casings.
And when you got to the scene, was there traffic in the area?
No, ma'am.
Were there a lot of people in the area?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you go to States, I think it's 60L.
I, or you say L?
60L. It's in the other bag. Do you recognize State 60L?
Yes.
How are you going to recognize State 60L?
My handwriting is on the back.
And would that have been a piece of evidence that was collected by you on the scene of the university and prior?
Yes.
Say that State 60L is this evidence.
Any objection? 60L? It's admitted. I think it had been previously admitted.
I'm sorry.
I think it had been previously admitted, just in case. Better safe than sorry.
And I asked, do you know what was going on the scene before you arrived at the university in prior?
No, ma'am. That was 4th of July. Everything was up that day.
What is contained in State 60L?
It's a projectile
And where was that projectile?
in the middle of the street, marker number 11.
Marking the bullet. And do you know the caliber of that projectile at all?
No, ma'am.
When you said you're unable to tell us what that is, that would have to be the GDI?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
Back to you, ma'am. I just have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
In reference to,
Yes, ma'am.
in reference to what you did on that day, you mentioned that you had an officer or detective that was with you.
Yes, ma'am.
So in terms of how you determine what you need to take pictures of, that officer or that detective tells you what to take pictures of?
They give me a walkthrough of the scene, and if I find anything else, then I'll mention it to the detective whether it needs to be collected or not.
And with the, they give you a walkthrough of the scene.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe what that is?
So when I get to the scene, I go ahead and give my sheet, like a verification form, to the officer, and they walk me through the scene as far as telling me where everything is, what they are looking for, or whatever the case may be.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Any redirect?
Just one. Did you find anything in addition to what the detective had pointed out to you to photograph or collect?
Not that I recall.
Any objection? Hey, you can be excused. Thanks for joining us. What do I do with this evidence? I'll come get it. All right. Thank you.
Next
Okay, guys, it's
witness.
been 2 hours. Do you want a little break before the next witness, or do you want to keep going? Break. Okay. Okay, so we'll be in recess for about 15 minutes.
All right, for the jury.
And we're back.
Recognize those photographs.
I don't know what happened, but started. Must have started without
Yes.
us.
Prior to today,
It must have started without us.
you had an opportunity to review those photographs in detail prior to your testimony.
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, are those photographs that you took as it relates to the vehicle that you were asked to come to the cage and process and photograph on July 6th of 2020?
Yes.
At this time, I have a statement tender with the mark of state exhibits 58 through 103.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted, and you can publish.
Thank you, Judge. Now, crime scene incident, I'm going to kind of speed through some of these because we have seen pictures of the car from its initial being photographed by your colleague, crime scene tech Davis. But can you explain to the jurors why you take additional photos that may be similar to what another crime scene tech has taken, but the location is different? What's the purpose of that?
You said why we take similar photos, but the location is different?
Yes.
Well, the location is different here because this car was towed from where it was originally to our cage.
Let me ask you that question. These photographs, are they used to document where the car is in processing?
Oh, yes, this is pretty much documentation of where the actual vehicle was when I processed it.
Now, in these first series of photos, it's stated that 58 through 62. So 58, 59, 60, 61, 62. Can you tell the jurors these initial photographs, the series of photographs that you take, what is the purpose of taking the photographs and what are you documenting?
Pretty much I'm documenting every angle of the vehicle, the front, driver's side, passenger side, rear of the vehicle, just to show overall how the vehicle looks.
And when you're taking a series of photographs or photographs in general, as you're documenting the processing you do of either a crime scene or, in this instance, a vehicle, do you use the same typical photographic techniques that we've heard about previously, where you'll take an overall, mid-range, and a close-up?
Yes.
Photographs that I showed you are there instances in the series of photographs where we're not showing the overall, the mid-range, and close-up?
Yes.
We're not hiding any photos from anybody, right?
No.
Now, I want to show you States at 63. Is this photograph taken just to document the information of the VIN and the identified characteristics of this specific vehicle?
Yes.
Now, in States Exhibit 64, can you tell the jurors why you photographed the tire here specifically as relating to this photo?
Well, I photographed it because it's damaged. So pretty much any type of damage that the vehicle might have, I'm going to photograph it because it might be related to something involved in a crime.
And is that what you're doing in the next series of photos in States Exhibit 65 as it relates to the this front tire?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors the photographs 64 and 65 of the tires that are flat or deflated, is that the passenger side or the driver's side of the vehicle?
I believe it's the passenger side.
And you talk about documenting damage as you're taking the overall photos of the front, back, and the side views of, in this instance, a vehicle. In States 66 and 67, are you just photographing damage that you saw when you began to process the vehicles related to the front windshield?
Yes.
And to be fair, ask you a question. Do you know how that damage got there?
No, I do not.
And were you present on the scene when a shooting may have occurred?
No.
Your job, I guess, began after processing of the actual crime scene has occurred and the vehicle has been towed to the location here at the cage.
Yes.
Now, after you've taken your overall and the series of photos you described of the outside of the vehicle, before you begin to mark items of evidence, do you do the same technique you described with photographing the inside of the car.
Yes, I photographed the inside.
Is that what we're seeing in States Exhibit 68, 69, 70, and 71?
Yes.
And as it relates to States Exhibit 72, can you explain to the jurors what is the focus of the photograph, the purpose of this photograph?
The purpose of this photograph is to show the defect that's located in the back seat.
And as it relates to any defects that you find either inside or outside the car, do you then take additional photos where you mark with either placards or some sort of sticker to identify the actual piece of evidence in which you are photographing and processing?
Yes.
I want to show you State Exhibit 73. Can you tell the jurors in State Exhibit 73 what the A's and B on State Exhibit 73 signify and the purpose that you put those markers there?
A and B are the markings of the defects that were located in the rear of the vehicle.
And you said you've been working in the city of Atlanta for how many years?
A little over 10.
10 years. I think only more specifically as a crime scene tech and now a supervisor in that unit.
Correct.
Tell the jurors you use the term defect. What does that mean? And based on your number of years of experience going to crime scenes and seeing defects like this, can you explain or tell the jurors what these defects appear to be caused by?
Usually, the defects are usually known to be caused by a bullet.
Can you tell the jurors how do you know that, based on your training and experience, these are defects that are caused by a bullet instead of, let's say, a knife or a rock or something like that?
Well, usually by the shape of the defect. It's mostly round.
That we're seeing here in States Exhibit 74 and 75, both close-up versions of the marker A and marker B, signifying the defects you've previously described.
Yes.
And we go back to States Exhibit 74. Can you tell the jurors, I'm going to go back to States Exhibit 73, the defects that are marked for the record purposes, A and B, where are they located as it relates to the quadrant portion of the vehicle?
Well, A is located in the rear tailgate, and B is located at the bottom towards the bumper.
And if we're looking at States Exhibit 73, maybe a silly question, but would you consider the defects that you see in States Exhibit 73, the markers A and B, would you consider that to be the driver's side of the back of the vehicle or the trunk?
Yes, the driver's side.
Okay. Now, in States Exhibit 76, can you tell the jurors, do you see a marker that you use to signify a defect or an item of evidence as you process the car?
Yes.
Tell jurors, are we looking at something similar that you described previously when you marked A and B in the back of the car?
Yes.
And just for the purposes of the jury and for the record, can you tell the jurors what area of the car you photographed here?
Well, that's the rear driver's side, I guess you call it quarter panel fender area.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, as we get to States Exhibit 77, close-up version, is this another defect based on your training and experience from a bullet?
Yes.
Now, as it relates to States Exhibit 78, what are we looking at in States Exhibit 78 for evidentiary purposes as you process the car?
The letter markings of defects located in the rear passenger door.
When you say the rear passenger door,
I'm sorry, rear driver door.
we're still on the driver's side of the vehicle, but it's the passenger door.
Right. Yeah, rear passenger side. The rear driver's side door. Yeah.
So in this instance, in the back door on the driver's side, you located two defects.
Yes.
And do you see in States Exhibit 78 the window as it relates to that back door on the driver's side?
Yes.
Tell the jurors, based on you being there and being able to observe the damage, can you explain to the jurors what we're looking at?
Pretty much just a shattered window.
And in your number of years of processing cars, does the glass from the window go further down into kind of the door where those defects can be seen with markers E and D?
Yes.
Based on your number of years, is that the reason for the shatter?
Yes.
Now, States Exhibit 79 and 80, are these just close-up photos of feet, any defects from bullets?
Yes.
And in States Exhibit 81, can you kind of describe where on the vehicle this defect marked with the letter marker F is on the driver's side of the Jeep?
The marker number F is at the bottom panel of the rear driver door.
States Exhibit 82, just a close-up of
Yes.
Based on your training and experience, is that defect or that hole that is represented by marker F caused by bullet 12?
Yes.
Now, as we move to State Exhibit 83, can you tell the jurors, obviously this is a door, which door on the car do these defects appear and marked with marker H and G?
The driver door.
How many defects did you locate in the driver front door?
2.
84 and 85, these just close-ups of the defects you described for bullets and G and H.
Yes.
Now, after you kind of completed the same overall close-up, mid-range close-up photos, after you've marked the defects from the outside of the car, do you then move to the inside of the car to do the same process?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors in State Exhibit 86, where are we on the inside of the car, and what is marker I signifying or identifying?
This is the inside of the driver's door, and marker number I is a defect located in the speaker area of the door.
And I want to move back quickly to State 83, where we're looking at H and G, the defects that are marked by H and G on the outside of the driver's side door. Does marker H line up with a bullet that went through the door and then out the speaker?
Yes.
State Exhibit 87, just a close-up version of the defect caused by the bullet exiting the speaker.
Yes.
And in State Exhibit 88, can you tell the jurors, are we still on the driver's side of the car as you photograph this?
Yes.
Tell the jurors, J and K, is this the back door or the front door?
This is the back door.
Back door of the driver's side. State Exhibit 88, you've marked, or you've put markers J and K on the inside panel of the back driver's side door. What do those signify based on your training and experience?
That it could possibly be defects. Yes.
Based on your number of years working with the City of Atlanta Police Department, specifically in crime scene analysis, can you tell the jurors when a bullet goes through a surface here, like a car door or a trunk, what happens to a bullet as it travels through hard surfaces like metal and things that are also inside, like a window or door?
Sometimes they come apart.
Is it fair to say that when you say they come apart, because some of the fragments come out and then other fragments stay inside?
Yeah, some stay out, some stay in.
And I want to show you State Exhibit 89. Can you tell the jurors what we're looking at here as it relates to marker L?
That's another defect that was located at the bottom of the rear driver door.
Defect that is marked on the inside of the rear driver's side door, the marker L. Is that correlated with State Exhibit 81, the marker F?
Yes.
And State Exhibit 90, as that is part of the series of photographs, the close-up photograph that was taken of L and the defect is marked.
Yes.
I want to show you as we move inside or closer to the inside of the vehicle on the back driver's side. Do you see marker N in State Exhibit 91?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what is marker N and how does that correlate to, if it does, to the previous marker that we just saw in State Exhibit 90, which is L, and then 81, which was State Exhibit F. I'm sorry.
Well, M is another defect that was located at the bottom. I can't really, I forget what the area is called, but it's located just below the rear driver frame of the door. So that's a defect that was marked with correlation to the defect that was L.
In this instance, L is in, I'm going to call it an exit, an exit wound in the car. Is this an exit wound from the entry of the bullet on the outside of the vehicle, which is marked with F?
Correct.
Exhibit 91 and 92, which is marker M, is that a re-entry based on your training and experience of the bullet that traveled from the outside to the back lower panel of driver's side back door out the inside of the driver door and then into the innermost part of the bottom part of the car.
Yes.
Now, what are we looking at in State Exhibit 93 as it relates to where we are inside the vehicle?
This is a photo of the back seat, well, the back part of the driver's seat with defects that were marked.
Can you tell the jurors, based on the number of years of processing vehicles and crime scenes, have you photographed the inside of vehicles as it relates to seats like we're looking at here in State Exhibit 93?
Yes.
Tell the jurors, have you ever had the opportunity to take apart a seat like this, front driving seat and this Jeep?
I have before.
Tell the jurors, based on your experience in doing that and processing vehicles like this, what's inside of a typical seat?
It's a whole bunch of cushion.
Is there metal springs?
Yes, metal springs, cushion, all types.
And in this instance, did you open up the driver's seat in State Exhibit 93?
No.
Is that something that was requested for you to be done? Sorry, was that something that was requested by the detective you were working in conjunction with when you processed this Jeep on June 6th of 2020?
No.
And in RNS, do you see the markers that we're looking at here in 93?
Yes.
Tell the jurors, those defects similar to the ones that you explained previously from your previous markers. I won't go through the alphabet, but is that the same general defect?
Yes.
And did you then take the same series of photos that you have described for the other defects that you took the mid-range and the close-up as it relates to these defects marked by NRNS?
Yes.
Is that what we're looking at in State Exhibit 94 and 95?
Yes.
Now, if there was a defect on, so I'm going to move to State Exhibit 96. Do you see the defect marked by O?
Yes.
So, and where are we in the car as it relates to the defect we're looking at here that you marked with the letter O?
This is the back seat on the driver's side.
Okay. I just want to go back to State Exhibit 95 where we're looking at R and S, and then 94 where we're looking at the marker N. If there was a defect on the other side of the driver's seat, so the front, what I'll call it, of the driver's seat, would you have taken a series of photographs marking that and documenting that?
Yes.
In this instance, were there any defects in the front part of the driver's seat?
No.
Now, as we move back to State Exhibit 96, can you tell the jurors, is this a close-up of the defect you described on the front is section of the driver back seat?
Yes.
And as we move to State Exhibit 98, marker P, can you tell the jurors what is that marking for, and does that marker P correlate with any previous defect that you marked in the series of photographs that we've had at hand?
Yes, P is the defect that's located on the back side of the rear passenger seat on the driver's side.
And I want to ask you too, when, based on your number of years working and documenting and processing crime scenes, can you tell the jurors when a bullet goes through, again, a surface like a metal part of the trunk, and then travels through a vehicle into the back of a seat like we're looking at here with the marker P and State Exhibit 98, can you tell the jurors as a bullet travels through surfaces like that, can the trajectory of the bullet change?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. So you approach it.
Yes.
All right, let them approach. You got to be an expert.
Continue training. Training the initial start of your position at the Atlanta Police Department and continue training as it relates to crime scene processing.
Yes.
And during that training or throughout your number of years, have you received training as it relates to trajectory of bullets like we've been talking about?
Not necessarily training on trajectory, but we have used trajectory rods before.
Okay. And in the times that you process vehicles, how many times have you utilized trajectory rods as it relates to training with those?
Sure, I say a lot of times.
Okay. I'm asking, did you utilize trajectory rods in this instance as it relates to processing this vehicle?
No. Well, the investigator didn't request that.
So I'm going to move to 6 exhibit 100. Smart with the marker. Q. Can you tell the jurors where in the car are we now, and what does this photograph signify?
Q is the defect that's on the bottom, on the inside part of the tailgate.
And when we're looking at 6 of 98, we can see the marker P. You see that?
Yes.
Is marker Q that we were just looking at in State's Exhibit 100 kind of, is it the opposite? Is it the same?
Well,
is it the back of the trunk that would lead you to State's Exhibit P?
Yes.
If I was to open the trunk of the Jeep, that would be the inside part of the trunk. And would that correlate with the bullet hole that you took on the outside of the trunk that was labeled A?
Labeled A? Yes, yes, yes.
And can you tell the jurors in State's Exhibit 102 as it relates to marker T, what are we looking at there?
That's another defect on the side of the driver's seat.
You see on the marker R that we had previously talked about?
Yeah, that actually fell. Yeah. Yeah, that's not a defect. It actually fell off where its original place. Yeah, that sometimes.
And it states that 103 is that as a close-up of the defect that you saw and photographed previously. It states that 102, but from the mid-range.
Yes.
Now, jurors, as it relates to processing the vehicle, first, what is DSR, or gunshot residue?
Gunshot residue is pretty much the residue that disperses from when you fire a firearm.
Can you tell the jurors your number of years of working with crime scenes at the City of Atlanta Police Department? Have you been trained on how to attempt to collect gunshot residue?
Yes.
Was that requested as it relates to the processing of the inside of the Jeep?
Yes.
And this may sound like a random question, but when you first encountered the Jeep and began to photograph it and process it, were all 4 of the windows up?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what area of the car did you attempt to collect GSR gunshot residue, and how do you do that?
Well, I processed the inside of the driver's door along like the armrest area, top part, and I did the headliner on the driver's side and the headliner on the passenger side. And pretty much how we do a GSR is a GSR comes in a package, and it has 3, well, usually we like to use them for hands, but you can also use a GSR on hands, and you could also use it on other different materials. So in our package, we have 3 like plastic valves about this big, and it's about the circumference size of a quarter. And each valve has a cap that comes with it. So you take that cap off. And once you take the cap off, there's a little black cylinder on the back side of that cap that's stuck to it. And then that cap is what is used to collect the gunshot residue. So for instance, if I was doing the gunshot residue on my hand, I would take that cap and pretty much just go in between the webs of my fingers and all over my hand, all the way up to my wrist. So in this instance with the vehicle, I just use that cap to tap along the areas of the headliner and the inside driver's door.
Look at the outside of the packaging. Do you recognize what it is?
Yes, this is a gunshot residue kit.
Is that the gunshot residue kit that you intend to collect gunshot residue to the inside of the Jeep that we talked about?
Yes.
If you cut open the Jeep 104 and look inside.
You want to take it out? Okay.
You go with it, right?
Yep.
Inside, is that the contents of the gunshot residue kit that you used in attempting to collect gunshot residue inside that vehicle?
Yes.
So, this time I can say, I know what the market states is a 104.
No objection, Your Honor.
Now, it states in the 58, as we're looking at the front of the car, can you kind of tell the jurors, you said, where did you attempt to collect GSR as it relates to the front of the front compartment of the vehicle?
The headliner just above the driver's seat and the passenger seat.
The headliner is 58. Would it be the fabric or whatever material a vehicle has that's above the windshield and leading to the roof of the inside of the car?
Yes.
And you said something about not only did you test the headliner, but you tested an area of the front driver's side kind of door area.
Yes.
Explain to the jurors, where generally did you test the front driver part of the actual door?
I tested the area just above the armrest where the latch is to actually to get out of the car. That whole area above the armrest.
Okay. And would it be the armrest that would be located where the controls for the windows would be?
Right. Yeah, where the window controls are located.
And can you tell the jurors when you use the kit that's contained 6 of 104, you describe how you do it on a person's hand. How would you attempt to collect gunshot residue or GSR from the headliner or the part of the driver's side door that you just talked about?
Oh, like I said, I would just have to use that cap that has that little black disc on the back side of it and just pretty much just tap along that whole surface area to collect possible GSR.
Would you say, as it relates to the headliner, did you test the majority, if not all of the headliner that's contained within the front compartment of the vehicle?
Yes, I did the whole front portion of the headliner leading from the driver's side all the way to the passenger side and the front portion of the vehicle.
Once you completed the tapping motion that you just described, I won't repeat it, I'll do it both of you. But what do you do with the kit?
The kit, once everything is all done,
Yes.
once I'm done, I pretty much put everything back inside of the packaging, seal it up, evidence tape, and then I'll send it to the GBI for GSR analysis.
Once you finish the GSR collection, a kit that you described, complete the task that you were requested to do when working with the homicide detective in the system.
Yes.
Any further questions for you this time? And then I'll be back.
Thank you, Your Honor. Very briefly. And I apologize, I don't recall your previous answer. You've been doing crime scene technology for how long?
Over 10 years.
And has all of that been with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
There was a picture that was up, I believe you called that area the cage. What was that area where you photographed the car or did the crime scene technology investigation?
You said where was the area?
Where was the car?
It was in our cage where we bring our vehicles for storage.
And where is that?
It's outside in the back of the public safety annex building.
Is that Donald Lee Hollowell?
Yes.
And how do cars get to Donald Lee Hollowell?
They're towed by a tow truck.
Is that something that is commonly done?
Yes.
And typically, when a case is ongoing, how long do you keep the car there?
It depends. I just don't really know. I don't know the exact time or how long. I just know when they call us out to process cars, I go out there and process the car.
Well, do you know how long a car can be there? Is it an indefinite amount of time?
Yes, it's possible.
So you can keep a car 1 day, 1 week, 1 year, 10 years, correct?
I don't want to say that long, but it could be up to weeks.
Years too, correct?
Possibly.
Do you know where the car is now?
No.
It's still in the cage.
I don't know.
Why, in your experience, as you indicated, you have done trajectory rods, I believe you said lots of times, correct?
Yes.
Why?
Well, trajectory rods are used to show the path and angle of a bullet from a shooting.
And by showing the path and angle of a shooting, it is also helpful in determining the location of the shooter. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
For example, as you showed that car seat back, well, I'll withdraw that. When you discussed the front car seat, there's a question about what's on the inside of that car seat, and I think you indicated foam, correct?
Yeah, cushion, and wiring, not wiring, but cushion and
And springs.
Springs, yeah.
Well, in terms of that back seat, is there any damage to wiring in the back seat or springs?
That one, no, because I didn't cut open the seat.
And if I can approach the witness, got scissors, right?
Yeah.
But no one cut open the back of the car seat, correct?
Correct.
So no one made any determination if there were any damaged springs or wires, correct?
Correct.
And no one used trajectory rods on that car, correct?
Correct.
So as you indicated that the purpose of trajectory rods is to determine the angle of the shooting, correct?
Correct.
And also to give one an idea of the location of the shooter, correct?
Correct.
If that car is no longer in the possession of the Atlanta Police Department, the opportunity to determine the angle of that shooting is lost, correct?
Possibly.
And it's also lost to determine the possible position of the shooter, correct?
Correct. Correct.
Also forever.
I can't say forever.
Unless you get the car back, right?
Correct.
Right now, as far as you don't know if the car is even in the cage anymore, do you?
I don't know.
No one ever directed you to trajectory rods.
Correct.
No one ever directed you to get the angle of the shots, correct?
Correct.
No one ever directed you to get an idea of the position of the shooter, correct?
Correct.
If you have any questions about the number of years of training and experience, that the vehicle you processed, the Jeep, back in July of 2020, and it took on gunfire on the driver's side of that car.
Yes.
Do you have any doubt or question that that's where the defects are from?
No doubt.
And can you tell the jurors, based on your knowledge, do you know that, are you aware of any requests made by defendants to process that vehicle in the first 6 months?
No.
In the first year?
No.
Are you aware of any requests for the processing of that vehicle based on your knowledge of the case?
No.
And can you tell the jurors, we talked about trajectory and use of trajectory rods. Does a video of a shooting help assist determining the angles in which this is a car took on gunfire?
It possibly can.
If a vehicle is in motion when it's taking on gunfire, then that affects the trajectory or angle that bullet enters a car.
It can.
Nothing further.
Moving or not, left is left and right is right, correct?
Correct.
You don't take your direction from defense attorneys, do you?
No.
The detective directs you, correct?
Correct.
The government, the state, the district attorney, they direct you, correct?
I can't say correct to that one. No.
Did you know that in this case, Mr. Connolly wasn't indicted until sometime in 2021?
I had no clue.
You know that in this case, the car was gone before Mr. Connolly was even indicted?
No.
Did you know, perhaps it had done, that Mr. Connolly had a lawyer representing him prior to his arrest? Did you know that?
No.
Did you know that Mr. Connolly had a lawyer prior to charges being taken out for the crime that he's here right now for?
No.
Did you know that Mr. Connolly had a lawyer well before he was indicted?
No.
And do you have any knowledge of his counsel at the time requesting the DA's office or the Atlanta Police Department to process the Jeep that you just talked about?
No.
In all your years of experience and all the lots of rotting that you've been instructed to do, give me a percentage. Has it been closer to 99% or 100% of the time that your direction came from the detective?
Let's say 80% of the time.
80% of the time,
Yeah.
your direction came from the detective?
Mm-hmm. Yes, correct.
But not from defense.
No.
Further questions?
Going down.
minutes. That we would always leave by 5 months. I know I told you that we would always leave by 5 months, and we're doing it again. I'm going to a short witness who can't be here tomorrow. Can you stay for a few more minutes? Okay. One more witness.
One more witness, y'all. One more witness, and we out of here.
Did you guys send somebody out for the witness, or do you need the deputy? Okay, thank you.
Do you want my professional name or my government name? My professional name is Tom Jones. That's Tomjones. The name my mother gave me is Tommy Jones. That's Tommyjones.
Wow. Really?
Hey, it's fine with me.
Tommy.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
For those of us who may not recognize you, can you tell the jurors how you are employed?
I'm employed with WSB TV. I'm a senior reporter there.
Of course, that's why you did that.
Been a reporter with WSB TV here.
For 23 years.
And can you tell the jurors as it relates to the stories that you report on? Do you report on a specific type of story or all types?
Well, I'll cover anything, but mostly I cover crime in courts. I love crime in courts and how it all comes together, so I usually venture toward those types of stories. But I'll cover anything.
Mr. Jones, can you tell the jurors, did you report on a shooting that happened on July 4th, 2020 in relation to the death of 8-year-old Secoriea Turner?
I did.
And can you tell the jurors, did you report initially on the shooting and Secoria's death?
Yes, I reported on all aspects of this incident, from the Rayshard Brooks, from that shooting, and it evolved into what happened to Secoriea Turner. So I was actively involved in a lot of that coverage that we did on that story. So I reported on several stories in relationship to this incident.
And were you contacted or requested to cover, in relation to the story you just described, a press conference where Julian Connolly and Jackie Patterson were being interviewed, or were the subjects of the press conference?
Well, I remember at the time that Atlanta police put out a bolo for persons of interest in the shooting involving Secoriea Turner, and Jackie Patterson, attorney Jackie Patterson, was representing one of the people who was in that bolo, that Be on the Lookout flyer. And I got an interview with Mr. Patterson and Mr. Connolly surrounding the events of why he was on that bolo flyer. It wasn't a press conference, it was just me and those two.
Okay. The interview with Mr. Connolly and Mr. Patterson, can you tell the jurors where that interview happened?
It happened in Jackie Patterson's office. It was in Midtown off Peachtree Road. I think it was 4800 block of Peachtree Road, not far from our station.
Okay. And you said, I know this was during COVID and the protocol made it a little different, but when you interviewed Mr. Patterson and the defendant, Julian Connolly, were you in the same room or area during that interview?
We were in Mr. Patterson's conference room. It was COVID, so protocols were in place, and we kept a distance from one another. They were on one side of the table, and I was on the other side, along with my photographer.
I know you kept the 6.
Yes, of course.
The individual that you referenced today, Julian Connolly, on this day, do you see the person interviewed that day?
Yes, I do.
Area he's in, clothing.
He's sitting to my right at the defense counsel's table. He has on a gray shirt, a gray suit, lighter blue, possibly lighter gray shirt with a striped tie.
That's a fact. He here for promotion.
From my point of view, it's a female to his right, male to his left.
It will.
I don't want to get into specifics other than was the if Connolly passing July 13th, was that videotaped here on W?
It was videotaped and aired. It was a lead story, I believe, at 5, and it was at the top of the 6 o'clock newscast.
It's kind of mistake for the tender state 106 and 106A. States 106A is a news story that was recorded and then later aired.
So the first one is the video, the second one is the certificate of authenticity?
No objections to that.
To the admission of both those exhibits?
No objections.
What is your objection to?
Other, is it the entire news story? Entire news story. Entire news story.
Yes. Yeah. You're welcome. Yes, granted, it's admitted and you can publish both exhibits. Mr. Jones, can you see on your screen?
I can. Yes.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Was pleading with the public to help find her killer. He spoke exclusively to one of the men who police say is a person of interest in that shooting.
Channel 2's Tom Jones, live in Midtown Atlanta. And Tom, the man told you he's comfortable speaking publicly because he says he didn't shoot anyone.
George, that's what Julian Connolly says. He admits he was at the scene, says he saw what happened, but says he did not shoot anyone. I attended a news conference on Zoom where 8-year-old Secoriea Turner's parents pleaded with the public for help finding her killer.
The parents of 8-year-old Secoriea Turner pleaded for help finding the person who shot and killed their daughter. Secoriea was in her mother's SUV July 4th on University Avenue when gunmen who police say had illegally barricaded the entrance to the store they were trying to get to opened fire on the car, killing the child. Police have named 2 people as persons of interest. Attorneys for the family says someone knows who they are. Attorney Jackie Patterson says Julian Conley is the second person of interest police are looking for. He says Conley did not shoot Secoriea.
He was on the scene on that particular day, but he committed no crime whatsoever.
Conley told me he feels terribly sorry about what happened to Secoriea.
But at the end of the day, I had nothing to do with it.
I asked if Patterson will make Conley available to police.
We have nothing to say to the police. We just want the public to know that this man is innocent.
Meanwhile, Secoria's mother says she wants to hear from anyone who knows what happened.
And the reward for a conviction in this case is now at $50,000. Patterson says Conley doesn't know the name of the person who shot Secoriea, but he says he can explain how the shooting unfolded. I'll be working on that part of the story for Channel 2 Action News 6. We're live in Midtown Atlanta. Tom Jones, Channel 2 Action News.
And the reward in this case is now $50,000. All you have to do is call Crime Stoppers at 404-577-477. You don't have to give your name. Still get that reward. Again, at number 404-577-TIPS.
At the end of the day.
Okay, you want to cut it off now?
Man called a person of interest in an 8-year-old girl's murder. And he's innocent. Calling Channel 2 Action News today.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was it. I thought it was starting over again. Sorry.
Calling Channel 2 Action News spoke with him today. Channel 2's Tom Jones was live on this story in Midtown. So Tom, the man said that he was there that night, but he didn't shoot into that car.
That is right, Justin. Julian Conley says he was right there. He told me he had a weapon, but says he didn't fire it one time.
Say he
Says
was
at
there?
the scene. That is right, Justin. Julian Conley says he was right there. He told me he had a weapon, but says he didn't fire it one time. Says he was at the scene and didn't know the shooter, and he feels bad that a child lost her life.
Step, man. And said you was there
Julian Conley admits he was at the scene on University
when it
Avenue
happened.
July 4th when 8-year-old Secoriea Turner was shot and killed.
Did you shoot anyone? No. You opened fire that day?
No, sir.
Attorney Jackie Patterson says his client saw himself on television as a person of interest.
The fact that he looked like he's guilty by showing somebody's picture on television, he had to set the record straight.
Police have been searching for the gunman who shot Secoriea near the Wendy's where Rayshard Brooks was killed. Officers say someone shot in Secoria's mother's car after he tried to get through an illegal barricade someone set up. Patterson says Conley told him a man driving Secoria's mother's car drove through the barricade and hit a man with a rifle.
And when that person fell to the ground, that person got up and started firing at that vehicle.
I asked him if he will allow his client to talk to police.
We have nothing to say to the police. We just want the public to know that this man is innocent.
At this news conference, Secoria's parents pleaded for the public to come forward and tell who killed their daughter.
The lady, yeah, make sure she was recorded. Please come forward.
And I asked police about Conley's version of what happened. This was their response. We would encourage Mr. Conley to contact investigators and speak with them regarding the investigation. At this time, the investigation continues. Now, there is now a $50,000 reward in this case. Live in Midtown Atlanta. Tom Jones, Channel 2 Action.
And a lot of interest to get this one right. Tom, thanks.
Any cross-examination for Mr. Jones?
Good evening.
Good seeing you again.
Good seeing you.
I have no questions.
Thank you so much.
Hey, could he be excused?
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
I got no questions for you, sir. Good seeing you again. Yeah. I don't got nothing to say. Yeah, have a
Okay,
good
members
day.
of the jury, we're going to adjourn for the day.
Yeah, have a good
We'll
day,
begin again tomorrow morning at 9:30. Thank you.
All right. Good. We was able to get through that. Shout out to the chat. Yeah, so what we got from that? I'm not sure I'm not sure if they can say for sure that this guy pulled the trigger. So far, they're gonna have to prove that. They're gonna have to prove that they didn't do the trajectory. I'm not sure if they got video of the actual shooting, or if they got video of the area of the shooting at the time to say, well, this person was still on the scene. However, from what Tom Jones just said, aka Tommy Jones, the defendant told him and said out his mouth that he was there when the shooting happened, but he didn't do it. Well, if you said you was there, now you got to prove you didn't do it. They would have to prove he was there, but now, they would have to prove he was there at the time. They was able to prove he was on scene during the time with the other guy, with the car and the guy with his wife, but they would still have to prove that he was on scene at that time when that shooting occurred. I'm not sure how that's gonna work out, but so far, the people driving the car, they're not sure who pulled the trigger, and the fact that they didn't point out the distinct red shirt, like they didn't just automatically notice that somebody had on red. They noticed somebody had on black, but they didn't notice that somebody had on red. That didn't stand out to them at any time, for real. The shooting, the bullets in the vehicle, definitely he drove off. You could tell That's why the shots was the way it is, because he drove off, and I guess as soon as he drove past them, they started shooting because, as you can see, the bullets were like towards the back of the car door, going towards the passenger side on the passenger door on the driver's side. So you can tell that the rest of the bullets is gonna be basically in the passenger door and probably in the back of the car, and that would make sense as to why the girl got hit, because they're still shooting at the driver, and that means they're going to be shooting at the side of the car as it's passing, still trying to get the driver. They might even shoot in the back of the car, trying to on the driver's side, because they're trying to hit the driver, because he's the one that violated them. So yeah, and another thing, all those bullets. How are you gonna prove that it was his gun that those bullets came from when you showed so much different people with rifles? You showed so many different people with rifles. How are you going to say that it came from his rifle? And the next thing is, did you guys locate the weapon? Did you get his rifle? Were you able to locate his rifle? Because that helps a lot with the ballistics. If you was able to get his rifle, then you can definitely compare it to see whether or not it was fired. But me expecting, I doubt, I doubt he gave them that weapon. Highly doubt it. Okay. Um. Uh. I want to know if they're gonna ask about the weapon, which I'm sure they will, and I would definitely want to know what he said happened to the weapon, because I'm sure he didn't give it to them. I'm so confident that he didn't give it to them, because I don't think he would. I don't think he would. Um, so this is going to be an interesting case. This is going to be an interesting case. The defense is good. They raised doubt. They raised doubt. So unless you can prove that without a shadow of a doubt that he did it, the defense might be able to raise some reasonable doubt, because they're doing it already. They're raising reasonable doubt already. Already. Uh yes, he could have been on the scene, but did that mean that it was him that did the shooting? Now, do they have witnesses from the crime scene? Is anybody that was there gonna take the stand? We have yet to see. We have yet to see. But all those things would matter in getting the full scope of what happened. Um, I would have to see the same video that they showed with the guy with his wife. That area, that if they pass through that area and those guys are still out there, then maybe we might be able to see at least who was on scene at that time. So at least if we see him there, be like, well, how do we know it wasn't you? And uh, in his case, um, his actions alone can prove guilt, can raise doubt as far as in the jury on whether he's innocent, because you you cut your hair after you saw that they were looking for you, and then you got a lawyer and everything. So I'm not sure if that looked good. And the next thing is, if you're innocent and you didn't fire your weapon, then turning your weapon in would be an innocent person thing to do. So if he didn't do that, if he didn't turn his weapon in, and the fact that he cut his hair, um, I'm not sure if he cut his hair right away, but it just doesn't look good. So if you raise that kind of doubt in the jury to where they think you might have, like, They might think you had the reason why you don't want to turn certain things in because you're hoping that they can't prove it without those things, and they might look at you as guilty for that. So this is an interesting case. It's an interesting case. I look forward to seeing it play out. A lot of mercy. Interesting. Because he can be an accomplice if they can place him on the scene. Hold on. If they can place him on the scene, they don't need to be sure that he fired. It's not like the gang would let just anyone be there. You see, that's another thing they haven't brought into to account the gang thing yet. That's gonna be something that's gonna be put into play as well. He got a lot of charges, and some of them are gang related. So if they'll tie in the fact that he was there and they can't prove it's him, but they know it's one of them, and he's part of the gang, then Peter will pay for Paul, and Paul will pay for all, because they do that. With that gang stuff, they do that. They will make Peter pay for Paul. You know, so we definitely gotta see how this goes. I look forward to seeing the outcome of this case. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Those lawyers are good though. For me, it was pretty easy for the prosecutors to paint the picture that they painted. The story that they told was very convincing. But now that the lawyers on the defense has their time to poke holes, there's some holes. There's definitely some holes. So let's see how this plays out. This right now, Perry Mason, man. Perry Mason, Matlock. This this one gonna be interesting.
The evidence is going to show.
The evidence is definitely gonna determine this right here, or the lack thereof. Anyways, shout out to the chat. We getting out the house. I appreciate everybody for coming. Hit the like button on your way out if you haven't already. And leave your comments if you've been watching and you got something to say. I want to see what y'all got to say about this. So thank you, and we out of here. Out.